degrees Celsius, the minimum being 27, the wind speed 16 kilometers per hour, mostly cloudy. In fact, right now also it's cloudy, and we hope that the weather gods will stay kind and keep away from the rains at the CCC grounds, because this is an important game for both teams as well. Right, so that's and let's go down and join Damika Hemanta for the pitch report at the grounds.
Good morning to all. I'm here at the center of the CCC grounds, Colombo 7, where two clubs from Colombo 7 about to clash against each other in the SLC Major Club Limited Overs Tournament 2025. Both the teams winning 3 games out of 4 matches, looking good and looking for their spot in the semi-finals. Well, as always, CCC, fine facility to play or watch cricket. Fairly decent sized boundaries, lush green, well maintained. But I'm here to have a closer look at the surface that matters the most as far as this game goes. Well, I can tell you my immediate impression that it's a very good pitch. I thought the curators have done a fantastic job retaining a thin layer of grass all over the surface, fairly evenly spread and hardly any bare patches. You can see a few hairline cracks here and there that can be expected, and you can feel a little bit of dampness with the hardness of this track. I therefore think batters should enjoy their time in the middle, but early stages of the game there will be a little bit of lateral movement for the faster bowlers in the early stages. Well, talking about spinners, I think spinners not going to have too much of assistance other than later on with the bowlers running on top of it, roughening the surface and sun beating down, drying it out, making it abrasive. Spinners might have a say in the latter part of the day. Other than that, batters generally should enjoy their time in the middle. When that's the case, the way to go about things is to put a good score on the board and put your opposition under pressure. I therefore wouldn't be surprised at all if team visiting from the Reed Avenue decides to bat first.
Thank you so much to Damika. There we are, the pitch report for the grounds today, the CCC grounds. And don't forget, the CCC has now got a new addition. The lights have come on here as well. And the good news is that the semi-finals of this tournament and the final will be worked off at this venue under lights. Right, so coming back to this match, CCC versus Bloomfield, and the news is that the CCC have been asked to bat by the Bloomfield. So Bloomfield, which is the visitors team, have the option. There's no toss in these games, but the visitors have the option of batting first or asking the opposition to bat first. So the Bloomfield have asked the CCC to bat first, and no really qualms about that, because they'll want to look to get a good total on the board as well. As we talk to the umpires out in the middle, we're waiting for the Bloomfield team to take the field. They're in a huddle at the moment on the outskirts, and the CCC batsmen are ready as well to come in to get the action going. 9:45 in the morning is the start-up time of this game, and 2 games being played, one here and one. Right, so let's take a look at the team cards for today's game as well. There we are, Bloomfield, Nipun Karunayaka, the captain, and Harshan, the wicket-keeper, with Ranavira Vandinayaka, and Samudita along with Malinga and Amar Singh. Vandase is in the fray after playing yesterday's T20 game against Bangladesh, and Pumal along with Madhushka and Premaratna making the Bloomfield team. And for the CCC, Dhananjay De Silva, well, the captain of the national team, is captaining the side today, and Bandar, the wicketkeeper, Asita Fernando, Samita Vijayasinghe, Sigera along with Ranatunga, Karnagoda along with Crossbulle, and Prabhash along with Madhushka and Andre Pereira making up the CCC team. So there we are, the 2 teams as well. And as you talk to the Bloomfield team marching onto the field with the CCC openers, and this is good that everybody's on the field at the same time, and the umpires will call play very soon. But in the meantime, the cover was brought out just in case some drops came on the grounds, but the ground staff have moved the cover away. But of course, it's overcast here at the CCC grounds, and we hope that the weather gods will stay kind to this part of the country as well. So there we are, down to the business end of this tournament. CCC looking well set to play in the semi-finals of this tournament. And the Sri Lanka Cricket Major Club Limited Overs Tournament for 2025 is now into its tail end, as we are waiting for these two games. Another game coming up on Monday, two games coming up Monday, and then the semi-finals and finals on the 30th of this month as well. Right, so the players take their positions out to the middle. It's time to say good morning to Mariska as well. Good morning.
Good morning, Eric. Both these teams, well in contention for today's match. Third versus fourth. Colombo Cricket Club, the home team, at a slight advantage. You'd imagine lots of internationals. We saw Asith Fernand, one half of the Sri Lankan Test attack, will be taking the field for Colombo. There's Nishan Madhushka and Lasith Cruz-Pulle, both who have turned out for the national side. They'll be opening the batting for Colombo. And there's also Lahiru Madhushanka for Bloomfield. So there are quite a few internationals. Like you very well pointed out, Jeffrey Van der Sey is back in. He was a bit unfortunate last night, if you caught the game. Had some chances go begging over the last two games, in fact. He'll be hoping to get back onto the winning foot.
Right, there we are. Umpire calls play. The first ball coming up. And here we are. The action about to get unfold. Outside the line of off stump on the front foot, trying to force it to the offside. Doesn't make contact. Wicketkeeper collects. So dot ball to start with.
Yeah, you could see some decent carry there from Eshan. Another player who was in the T20 squad, didn't get much of a game, but he's got quite the reputation building. Had a really good IPL earlier.
First runs, long chase to the fielder. They get a couple for that. So CCC off the mark with 2 for no wicket. Madhushka is off the mark as well. All these outfielders are so fast. The moment the ball is played past the fielder, rest assured that you'll get a couple of runs coming in.
And if you do look at the outfield, you can see a few dry patches near the boundaries, which means we're not going to see too many slides taking place on the boundary line today. I don't imagine on some of the square boundaries. But nevertheless, it's a very rapid outfield.
Playing a miss outside the line of off stump this time. Good bounce, good carry as well to the wicketkeeper.
Yes, Eshan has started exceedingly well. They are keeping that line and length just outside in the channel. Nishan, of course, very happy to take this on the up, play across, but some nice early movement. There's been a little bit of grass on the pitch as well, so some early movement for the bowlers.
Little bit of grass. Forced to win the offside. Backward point as well to field. The ball traveling straight to him. So now the dot ball. Yes, what's happened is that in recent times, on the last 5 or 6 months, all these pitches, the grounds in Colombo and the outstations where so much cricket is being played that there's no time for the ground staff to prepare wickets. That's been one of the problems around. In fact, we see the ground staff have already started to prepare the wicket for the semi-finals and the finals at this ground. No ball call. That's a well-driven past the field on the offside. Got a hand to it, so they'll only pick up a couple of runs for that.
Madhushanka there, very gently jogging to the ball. No real urgency there. Happy to let the pair take the couple.
So 3 to the total. Takes the CCC on to 5 for no wicket. There we are. Oh, he's overstepped, no doubt. Umpire has done well to call that.
Yes, that's a very good call. It wasn't an egregious overstep, but very marginal, but a very good side. And we should point out there's no third umpire to call the no balls in these domestic matches.
Oh, lofted on the offside. That's a big shot. Where's that gone? Has it gone all the way? It has. In fact, it cleared the boundary on the offside at backward point. Wow, what a shot indeed from Madhushka. Takes the CCC total to double figures. Look at that again. Here's the delivery coming up. And look at that. Full force to the bat and goes way over. And goes over the infield, over the boundary as well for 6.
That's becoming a trademark Madhushka shot in fact. You saw a bit of that during his stint with the test side over the last year, or over the past 2 years in fact. However, he hasn't really got a look in since a very poor England tour. But he'll be hoping to make his mark here and maybe get back in contention.
The sounds you hear on the outside is perhaps a breeze blowing into a stump mic as well. And it's still overcast. So even with the overcast conditions, it's quite pleasant for the players out there.
Yes, the breeze is quite nice. We're feeling it a little bit in the commentary box over here as well, Eric. It's very cooling. Haven't seen the sun all morning, in fact. And there you can just see Madhushka's shirt bellowing in the wind.
So the umpire checked the ball out because it went out of the grounds, in fact. And lots of edges on the outfield as well. Satisfied with the ball, so back to the action. 11 for no wicket, the CCC. Being put into bat today by Bloomfield. The first over from the pavilion end. Played on the onside. No is the call straight away. End of the first over, CCC 11 for no wicket.
So just a refresher there. On the screen you might have seen that they said toss Bloomfield. However, just to clarify, there was no toss. Bloomfield are the away side and therefore they had the right to pick, as per the new tournament rules, whether to bat or bowl, and they have decided that they're going to put CCC into bat.
So Rashid Cruz pulled in the batsman to take strike for his first delivery of the match. Lahiru to bowl his first over from the commentary box end. This is the southern end of the grounds as well. And looking at the field, they've got a slip in place, the third man, the backward point, a point extra cover mid-off, that's the offside field. On the onside, they got a short fine leg, a deep backward square leg and a mid-on. Well driven, lovely shot on the offside. That's going to beat the fielders of 4. There's no stopping that. The timing was perfect, the placement was excellent, and Cruzpool is off the mark straight away.
Both these openers with a lot of pedigree, and that was a bit of a loosener from Madhushanka to start. Really gentle outswinger outside off stump, and Cruzpool reads the length and the line perfectly and just plays right through it. Beautiful cover drive.
In two minds was Cruzpool at that time, whether to play it or to leave it. Took his bet off at the last moment. Good decision in the end.
Much better from Madhushanka over there, keeping it a lot tighter. But again, very well judged from Cruzpool, who knew exactly where his off stump was.
Yes, that's one of the problems that a lot of batsmen have, not knowing where the off stump is. Way outside the line of off stump. Cruzpool doesn't bother about that. So CCC 15 for no wicket after 1.3 overs. Cruzpool 4 and Madhus on 10. There's one extra, that one no ball that was bowled.
Interesting stance also from Cruzpool, if you saw there. Bit of an open stance. really clearing that left leg. I imagine he's got an eye out for that leg side boundary. So Madhushankar really does need to keep it in that channel outside off.
Lofted fielder. Will he get there? Well, what a catch. What a catch taken. That's a big wicket for the Bloomfield as well. Running backwards. Not the easiest catches to take. But this was an excellent catch being taken.
Yeah, Dulaj is the man. He had a lot of work to do there. This was off the toe end of the bat. It got the height and it looked like it was going to fall clear. But Dulaj puts in a full pelt run back from mid-off and holds on to this well. It was falling over and it's a breezy day. That was not an easy catch. Big wicket.
There we go again. That's the shot from Cruz Bull there. Didn't quite get hold of it, but look at that. The amount of ground he covered, keeping his eyes on the ball and stretching his hands out at the last moment. It's difficult to take those catches, that's for sure. And that's a big wicket. Dulaj takes the catch. So Lahiro picks up the wicket. Cruz Bull goes for 4. And the CCC lose their first wicket. They're 15 for the loss of 1 wicket. Right, so no man is Dhananjay Silva, the Sri Lankan captain in the test format of the game, coming at number 3.
A rare occasion, in fact, that DDS gets to play this high up. It's one of his more favoured positions, but it's only in club cricket that he really gets to occupy that number 3 top order spot.
So Dhananjay Silva not been the best of form in recent times of Sri Lanka. And could he discover some of that form in this type of format as well? And that's that last wicket, the first wicket that fell Cruz Bull, lofting that. And look at that, the way the fielder ran behind, kept his eyes on the ball.
So an extra slip has been brought in for that delivery. First up, and again Madhushankar keeping it nice and tight just outside off stump. A really good start for Bloomfield after that pretty hectic first over.
To all our viewers, we are watching this game, whichever part of the world you're watching from, we do hope that the winds that are blowing across this ground are not disturbing the commentary that comes to you. Because we could hear the winds being pretty strong, especially the mics of the stumps, the stump mic, which is causing that problem.
Yeah, Madhushankar, they are pulling up in his run-up as well, just put off by the strong cross breeze.
Bang on target, played towards backward point. End of the over, so 2 overs completed, and CCC 15 for 1. Yes, in this format of the game, important thing is to pick up wickets at regular intervals. Current run rate 7.50. They're off to a blistering start, but then having lost a wicket, that run rate will come down because the Dhananjay Silva doesn't go after the bowling when he first comes in. He wants to take a good look at the ball, gauge the pace of the wicket and the bounce. So
yeah, Eric.
Thick edge down to third man. Protection out there, so just single.
Conversely to what you're saying, yes, wickets are important, but for the batting side, one of the key things, just building partnerships, rotating that strike and reverting the pressure back onto the bowling side, especially after the fall of an early wicket. We saw that last night actually between Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, where the Bangladeshis did a similar thing. And I think that's something that a lot of these players, even at this level, can definitely work on.
So 2 slips in place at the moment. There's the third man, the backward point, extra cover and mid-off, the offside field. Dhananjay Silva is on strike, the right-hander. Still to score, he's faced 2 balls. When you get there's the tidying up, so there's no chance of a run once again. Straight to the fielder.
There was a nice looking drive there from Dhananjaya, but no reward. Esham Malinga, of course, the talk of the town. He picked up, I think, 13 wickets in the IPL in just 7 games. A lot of people wanted to see him in the T20 side, but he didn't get a look in. But he's just going to keep chipping away. A very, very talented cricketer. He's got it all.
Going for the big drive, booming drive, but hits it hard in the ground. The intention was to go on the offside, but the ball ended up on the onside towards mid-wicket.
Pretty big inside edge there. Eshan going wide and full, almost a wide yorker on that instance.
Nicely worked away off the pads. That's a lovely shot on the onside. No stopping that into the boundary for 4. And Ranjit Silva gets off the mark in style with the boundary.
That was a touch of class from DDS. This was just a little bit too straight. The length was a nice length for him to just pick it up and over the infield. Oozing class there.
Yes, for any batsman to get off the mark in style, like look at that, I mean, you on the pads and worked away, flicked away very nicely. And there's plenty of space on the onside. Defensive end of the over, 3 completed, CCC 20 for 1.
So one thing we've noticed from the first 3 overs here is that there's a lot of value for your strokes. And the ball is also coming on quite nicely to the bat. Which means the bowlers need to be very careful with their lengths and their lines. We saw it in the last delivery. Just slightly off line, slightly off length, and it was easily put away.
Right, so over number 4 about to get underway, and one of the other features in this tournament is that we're using 2 balls, like the ICC brought this new rule in, and after 34 overs, it'll be just 1 ball being used. The captain of the fielding side will decide which ball he wants to use for the next 16 overs.
I'm a big fan of that, Eric. I feel like the game was going away from the bowlers a little bit, and now they've brought it back a touch. Hopefully we'll see a bit of river swing.
Yes, I think the rules have been changed from time to time, trying to make things better for bowlers as well, particularly the seam bowlers, trying to get some reverse swing going. Well, you hope that these things work out, but they're all experiments. There's no guarantee it's going to work out the way that people think it's going to work out, but then why not try something new?
It's a fair point, and it's a very good time to be a seam bowler in Sri Lanka.
Player missed outside the line of off slump.
Yes, like I was saying, very good time to be a seam bowler in Sri Lanka. A lot of seam bowling depth. A lot of players on the sidelines looking to get in, on the fringes, looking to get into the national side. And even here, someone like Lairu Madhushankar, a nice low order power hitter, good all-rounder, getting the ball to move against a test level player. And then on the other side, you got Esham Malinga, a lot of IPL pedigree this year.
Played on the onside, mid-on standing rather deep, so plenty of time for the batsman to cross for 1. And that's what this game is all about, to try and pick up those singles, convert those 1s into 2s, build up on a score, rotate the strikes. So lots of things are going through the batsmen's minds as well at this point. And particularly a 50-over game, and very early now, we're in the fourth over. But even though we're in the fourth over, I think they look to make that good start. Nice to play, lovely shot again. Bisects the backward point and short third man. Races to the boundary for 4 more. Dhananjay De Silva away in style. 2 boundaries, takes him on to 8.
That was a beautiful shot. It was just back of a length. Not all that wide, but he's really shifted his weight nicely, played it late and into the space behind backward point. Lovely shot.
Yes, the moment the ball passes the fielder, there's no chance of stopping it. It'll race to the boundary. Very fast outfields around in Colombo and Sri Lanka itself, because hardly any rains these days.
You don't want to jinx that, Eric.
Defensive.
Better there for Madhushanka again. However, there's always been a gimme ball in every over so far, and that's alleviated the pressure that's being built. Bloomfield need to be wary of that.
Again played away on the onside. Again through the gaps on the onside for 4. That's through mid-wicket. So 3 boundaries to Dhananjay De Silva in his innings of 12. That ends the over as well. So another over completed. 4 overs completed. And CCC are 29 for 1.
Yeah, just looking again at that shot, just an easy walk away through square leg and behind square. There's no protection there, so it was a pretty poor delivery, all things considered. You got a ball to your field, and this is a pretty high-risk field. You can't stray on the pads. And someone the caliber of DDS, and indeed Madhushka, they will be eating those for breakfast every day of the week.
Again played on the onside, but this time no great timing on that, so they'll come back for 2. Picked up about 20 meters inside the boundary, so comfortable 2 runs to Madhushka.
Eshan, they're going a little bit fuller, likely looking for a bit of swing, but not really finding any. Very easy for the batters to get it away.
So the slip is being moved out as well. The slip moves towards the mid-wicket, and the mid-wicket moves to a backward square leg.
And that's just how quickly the batters can revert the pressure. You saw a few balls in the channel, beating the edge, but now suddenly there's no slip. But on the plus side, they have cut out that easy single into the leg side. So there's a little bit more margin for error for the bowlers.
So the sun trying to break through those little clouds at the CCC grounds. Lovely shot. Fielder got a hand to it, but can't prevent the ball traveling to the boundary 4 more.
That was a lovely shot from Madhushka. Pretty stacked offside field, in and out. But this was in the air, but relatively safe. Over-pitched outside off, and Madhushka takes it on with aplomb.
So boundaries, so easy to come by these days on these grounds. CCC moved to 35 for 1 in the 5th over. Flipped away again, down towards fine leg. The fielder won't get there. 4 more runs. Back-to-back boundaries for CCC.
I think the fielder, that fine leg over there, could have done a little bit better. But again, Eshan here, perhaps a little bit guilty of trying to do too much. He's going full on the offside. Now it's full on the pads. It's easy pickings for the batters.
Yes, you can't put a ball on the pads. At the moment you board the pads, every batsman will flick you on the onside, and with the field restrictions, there's still the power play. Difficult to protect the boundaries.
Yeah, I feel like Eshan needs to get back to basics. Just keep it on that good length, just outside off, and force the batters to make a decision.
That's better. Force the batsman to the back foot.
Yes, even the line there, just pitching just outside off and this time nipping back in. That's where he wants to be, just in that corridor and getting the ball to move off the seam, getting some natural movement, some natural variation, and forcing the batters to make an error.
Well played again. Cut shot down towards the backward point boundary. 4 more. And that raced away to the boundary.
Too easy for Madhushka. This was short of a length, not too wide, but he's starting to see the ball really well now. He picks that up. Look how steady he is. Just perfectly balanced and dispatched square on the offside. That was a lovely shot.
Right, 5 overs completed. CCC 43 for 1.
Five overs completed, then 43 for 1, and CCC off to an absolutely blistering start with Nisha Madhushka 26 off 17. Lahiru Madhushanka continues, but we've got a change in the commentary box. Welcome, Hemanta. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Very good morning. And once again, very good morning to all the cricket lovers who are joining us. Lovely hands. Just glide that one towards third man region, and Dhananjay De Silva looking fabulous today. 3 boundaries. Majestic. And Nishan Madhushka picking up boundaries at will. Just as I predicted. Batters so far enjoying their time in the middle. Faster bowlers, I thought, just perhaps done little too much, adjusting too much, shot after shot, and providing ample opportunities for these very efficient 2 right-handers. And they are cashing in straight away. Visitors under pressure.
And this is the ideal place for a batter like DDS. You got Madhushka taking on the bowlers, so he can just play himself in.
Good bowling. That's the line you mentioned about, that nagging line, back of a length, in and outside the off stump. That made things a little tougher for both the batters. But whenever room provided outside the off stump or bowling fuller, they've been cashing in. 44 for 1. Brilliant start. It just a 1 breakthrough. I thought Cruz Pulle was a little impatient. It's been a productive shot for him over the years, but good hands, really neatly glide away towards deep point region and picking up a single. They look very, very comfortable. I mentioned about there will be a little bit of movement with the new ball, but 2 batters now seems to have gotten accustomed to this pitch, and this is being their home ground. They know exactly what's on offer, and I'm looking at a big score unless Bloomfield do something special with their bowling.
Yes, I feel like Bloomfield, they've missed a trick a little bit. They've tried to keep it on a good line and length, but too many easy deliveries, get out deliveries as they're called.
Sri Lanka's test captain Dhananjay De Silva, really neat techniques, time and time again. So good to watch, good on the eyes. And those 3 boundaries, very elegant. On 14, projected scores at this stage, 415. That will come down as the game progresses.
If it doesn't come down, we're in for a hell of a show, Dhamika.
Absolutely no doubts. This time, little bit of a miscue and partially stubbed. Nishan Madhushka picking up a couple.
Yeah, a bit of a miscue there, short extra. It was right through the man. It wasn't an easy chance. It was at him quite fast. It rushed the fielder, but you'd expect that to be stopped at this level.
That CCC dressing room with the inclusion of few lions. Their strength obviously gone up. Dhananjay De Silva, also Nishan Madhushka doing well, and 2 faster bowlers, 2 Fernandos. Oh, trying to blast that one towards mid-wicket region. Came off the bottom part of the bat. Single picked up nevertheless. Fairly decent over. 6 runs off. 6 overs done, 49 for 1. At the beginning of the day, we spoken about how important this game for both the teams. Looking at the way the standings so far, Colombo Coles with far superior run rate right on top of the table. Moors, same amount of points in the 2nd place, and 3rd place, 4th place teams battling against each other, making it a very, very interesting, and I'm expecting a very close one. Bloomfield, they've been playing very good cricket lately, especially their top order, Ron Chandragupta, scoring a lot of runs. Thanidu Harshana, he's been very consistent, and surprisingly, they've decided to bowl first. During the pitch report, I mentioned that's Dulaj Samodita, right arm medium bowler. Good delivery to start up his spell. It's important settling into good lines and length straight away.
Yeah, that was a tidy first delivery, and may I just say his description as a right arm slow medium might be doing him a little bit of disservice there. That was a bit nippy from Dulaj. Definitely worth a medium call.
You said it right. I have no doubt the youngster wouldn't be too happy about that. Someone who got a fair deal of pace. Oh, lovely. Partially stopped. Somehow, 2 batters provided themselves an opportunity to go for the 2nd. Excellent start. Run rate, brilliant. Above 8. So pretty much CCC done everything as expected. Probably imagine a situation where CCC won a toss. I have no doubts they would have go for the same option of batting first. They've once scored 315 plus against Moors, and interestingly, Moors went on to chase it down quite easily. Very good delivery, in line with the stumps. Bit of a gentle little dab by Nishan Madhushka. Been in the side, represented Sri Lanka team during the tour, during the series against Bangladesh. Not too much of runs, so he'll be expecting to get into good form. Young man Eshan Malinga, you just mentioned about, made huge impression. Played for Sunrisers Hyderabad, played seriously well, 13 wickets as you mentioned. Oh, that's an in-swinger. Excellent running between the sticks. Excellent understanding between the skipper and Nishan Madhushka. Vital single.
So that's what this pair has done quite well. When the boundaries haven't been coming, and that's pretty rare because there's been a boundary nearly every over, but they have managed to tick it along. The the 4 deliveries so far from Dulaj haven't been that bad, but they've still managed to get 3 runs off it. And that helps to keep the pressure on the Bloomfield bowlers. There's no real reprieve. There's no real drop in the run rate. And if they continue to give away those poor deliveries, these two are ready and capable of pouncing on it.
And you must have seen when batters picking up singles really well. We'll speak about that after this delivery. Oh, nicely picked away. That's a fielder in the deep. Should only be a single. Good cricket. Madhushka as well as Dhananjay increasingly looking comfortable. I was mentioning, when you're in the mindset of picking up singles, whenever loose delivery comes your way, you automatically go for a scoring shot, more or less picking up a boundary. But when you go inside that defensive mindset, just like that, flicked away, good piece of fielding. When you go inside that defensive mindset, that's where all the problems starting. We'll speak about that after this over. 7 overs done, 53 for 1.
So just having a look here, you can see the
Lyro Madhushankar, bit of a spongy bounce, not too much of pace, still reaching the wicket keeper on his chest height. So indication that there will be a little bit of spongy bounce from time to time. There you go.
But you could see the intent there from the batter as well. DDS walking down the track, looking to take the initiative, looking to take the attack to the bowler.
Oh, lovely flick off his hip for 4. He's looking good. Dhananjay D'Souza picking up another magnificent boundary. Yes, gone aerial. Clears the fielder quite easily.
Yeah, not completely devoid of risk, but he knew exactly what he was doing there. Off the bottom of the bat, but purposefully plays it over the infield and into that space at the in front of square leg. Very nicely worked. And this is what we were talking about earlier, where off the good deliveries, off the good bowling, you pick up the singles, you keep the scoreboard ticking, and when you get the opportunity, you take it on.
There you go, soft hands, just gliding it away and coming back for the second. Fantastic piece of running. He knew straight away, he glided gently, so not reaching the fielder in a hurry. Get the first run quickly, coming back for the second without any problems. Good cricket.
The old adage is you don't run on a misfield, but cricketers nowadays, the best ones at least, they're always keeping an eye out for any advantage. And over there, it was just a slight bobble at fine leg, also at deep third, and Dhananjay and Nishan Madhushka both on their bikes. Very well run too.
Lovely hands. Gentle little dab towards the leg side and picking up another single. Runs are flowing. Boundaries from time to time. Steady stream of singles. Things looking good for CCC. There you go. Inclusion of Vishwa Fernando. Immediately strengthen their bowling stocks. Faster bowlers. And also Asita Fernando is in the rank today. Strong team on paper. The favourites in my book. But cricket is a funny game. 60 for 1, 8th over in progress. Very little issues. Lovely cricket.
We're into the 8th over, like you mentioned, Dhammika, but there's still some movement there. This delivery as well, bit of shape away off a back of a length, but these two are now well set. They're seeing the ball quite well, easily stabbed into the offside there. And a couple of deliveries back, you could see Madhushankar on his delivery stride, a bit of a grunt, a bit of an effort delivery. He's trying, but this is not an easy wicket.
Very productive shot. Dhananjali Silva picks up another single. 9 runs off. Very good over. 8 done. 62 for 1.
CCC going at nearly 8 and over here. It's almost a T20-esque start from this pair, and you could see in that last over how easily they maintained that run rate. Early boundary, and after that just milking the singles.
Way to go about it. Without any risk, by playing conventional cricket, ticking the scoreboard. Lovely patterns. Madhushka, without even we are noticing, 34 for 27, now pushing for 50 runs. Very consistent performer in the domestic circuit. Nishan Madhushka, loads of runs to earn him the test cap. He'll do that all day. Just using the pace of the bowler, working it into gap and picking up single. Ejan Malinga against the run of play, very, very expensive. Someone used to be... That's a left armer.
Yeah,
Dulaj.
Yeah, that's Dulaj, not Ejan Malinga. Small error in our graphics, but again, just looking at the man at backward point, just unable to keep the pressure on. These are the areas where you need to keep one batter on strike over the space of a couple of deliveries and get him to do something out of character.
Sounded nice off the bat. There is protection, but he gets the placement perfectly.
Oh, that was
majestic.
That was a brutal shot from... That was such a great shot. This was not a bad delivery. This was on a good length, just outside off, angling away. It wasn't too short, but look at that balance. He's staying on the back foot, just shifts his weight, and he crunches this through the point region. This was a fantastic shot.
And I'll tell you, wasn't a bad ball.
Absolutely not.
Slightly away from the outside, but lovely hands. Nishan Madhushka moves to 38 of 28 deliveries. The sound out of the bat, that crack, really, really nice indication that the ball comes onto bat really nicely.
This partnership now, that shot there, taking it past the 50 mark, 52 or 40 deliveries, absolutely rapid pace. And I got to tell you, Lasik Cruzpule must be kicking himself getting out that early on a pitch like this. It's looking delightful for batting.
No doubts whatsoever. Someone who, once again, came off the pad, should only be a single. I'm thinking, yes, came off the bat and onto the pads. So, without taking any risk, already 6 runs taken and things moving along really nicely for Colombo Cricket Club. T20 champions already, title, and looking very, very good for another title.
It seems like they've not stopped playing T20 cricket, Dhammika. This is a pretty devastating start here. Bloomfield not really having too many answers.
Was aerial for a fair distance, but short of the fielder. Good piece of bowling. Enticing the batter to go for a big booming drive. Couple of fielders, mid-off and extra cover region. Good piece of fielding. They're going to need every bit of it. 100% commitment.
That was a smart delivery from Dulaj as well there. on a good length, but I think if I'm not mistaken, I think he just rolled his fingers over a little bit, slightly pace off.
This is all too easy, really neatly worked the way towards leg side. There was a little fumble. Had they been little vigilant, there was an opportunity for the second. Nevertheless, excellent over 7 runs of 9 done, 69 for 1. They must be feeling very, very comfortable after losing an early wicket, steadying things up and motoring along. Excellent run rate, both the right-handers. Looks so good and look good for a big inning.
And now we're going to change in bowling. We've got Jeffrey Van der Sey coming in.
Yet another lion on display yesterday.
Yes, lot of national players in this particular match. But Van der Sey will need to be on his A game. These two batters are looking sharp, and I have no doubt they might be looking to take on this leg spinner. So it could be quite an interesting contest because they don't seem to be in the mood to let anything go.
I'm thinking from the part of Bloomfield captain Nipun Karunayaka, this is a good tactic. Bringing in their ace leg spinner, turning the ball away from the bat, might entice a mistake because Dhananjay as well as Madhushka is on the lookout for runs and leg break. Playing for Bloomfield this season, very consistent performer. Punch that one, will come back for the second. Superb cricket. Saw the opportunity, punched away, knew the fielder was little straighter. Immediately Madhushka responding, gets another couple. Not the best start.
Yeah, this was a little bit on the short side, bit of a loosener from Van der Sey. Some slow turn as well.
Down the leg side, another run to the total in form of an extra. Jeffrey Van der Sey been in the scene for a long period. I thought he done really well during the series against Bangladesh. There you go, pushing that one down the leg side, trying to cramp the batsman up.
Van der Sey varying his pace there very nicely. This one much slower than the previous delivery, tossed up outside off, but quite easily driven down to long off. Van der Sey, of course, you imagine being brought into the attack earlier than Bloomfield would have wanted. That just shows to
especially inside the first power play. Very, very tough. You need to be a very smart operator to be able to do that. Once again, now I'm starting to realize that's the reason why he's bowling little shorter than going fuller, going for good length, cramping the batsman up so far. Not successful.
I was a little bit disappointed to see the defensive mindset of the captain here. Yeah, just you got there's no mid off, there's no mid on. They're both quite deep, and it gives that easy single down the ground.
So already a very good over. 6 runs off, diving effort in vain, well placed. I thought each and every time, just like that, ball comes off the bat really, really nicely. Very good over. 6 runs off.
Now we got one more delivery just because we had that wide off the second ball. But yeah, 75 so far, and nearly 10 overs done.
So it remains 6 runs in the over. Fairly good one by Jeffrey Van der Sey. 10 overs done, 75 for 1.
Second power play.
Outstanding start for Colombo Cricket Club, 75 for 1. Good short pitch delivery, very sharp, good height. Dulaj, someone who can surprise the batter with a little bit of pace. Fairly decent spell so far in comparison to two opening bowlers. Inexperienced, young, but sticking to basics. Eric once again joining me in the comm box.
Yes, try to see how the spinners will operate and fare on this track. Almost played on inside edge. But these are used tracks as well. And we've seen some of these tracks that take a lot of spin and turn and bounce as well. And could the spinners get some purchase of these tracks?
In comparison to tracks we saw during this tournament, this is a much better surface. Ball comes on to bat really nicely. And so far, two batters enjoying their stay in the middle. That one almost dragged on to the stumps. So, bit of confidence for the youngster. Oh, lovely hands. Straight to the field at mid-off. Therefore, no runs. So, they've laid out a solid foundation. Excellent run rate, 7.14. Very strong batting lineup. Plenty of good batters coming down the order. CCC pretty much did everything right. The wrist protection should only be a single. So it's going to be tough work for the visitors. I'm thinking they perhaps decides to bat first, but instead inviting the opposition into bat. And so far, decision didn't go on according to a plan. Just a single wicket. Thinking behind, putting your opposition into bat is to pick up at least 2-3 wickets inside 10-15 overs.
See a few dot balls coming in to the equation now. That will really help the bowling side because they went for quite a few runs in those first 5-6 overs as well. But again, the equation here is how well could Bloomfield pick up wickets and contain these batsmen, because it depends as to what type of score the CCC can get on this track and whether they'll be able to defend that. Can Bloomfield get there? Those are questions to be asked later on.
Gone aerial, there are no slips, straight to third. Another single. Living dangerously, Madhushka getting closer towards his 50. Batted so well, just 35 deliveries. Some of those boundaries, lovely. 11 overs done, 77 for 1.
So some of the work that Sri Lanka cricket is doing around the country, in the provincial sides as well. Look at that, all the coaches being used there, the girls going through their motions as well, teaching them to play the game. That's really good, because don't forget that women's cricket has taken off in such a big way at the moment that this is what Sri Lanka needs. There you are, going through all the basics of how to play the game. And you can't wait until they're 18, 19 to teach them the basics of cricket. You must start young.
Very well bowled. Experienced bowler Jeffrey Van der Sey seems to have found the right line and length. Now he pretty much get 4 fielders to patrol boundaries, a little bit of room to work his magic. Oh, inner part of the bat, little hesitant to start with. Anyway, they had very little trouble completing the single. Now, as you can see, run rate slowly but steadily coming down. This is the way to go about things. First power play, very well utilized by Colombo Cricket Club. And now it's up for these two to face out the middle pace. Very good. Ball comes on to bat really nicely. Gentle little dab and picks up a single. He moves to 30. Skipper, I'm thinking he's trying hard to get back into the white ball format. He was trusted and played fairly well, but not in the white ball side. Like many experienced players, I'm sure he'll be looking to get back into the white ball team. Very good. Good hands. Will they come back for the second? Just a single. Good cricket. The sound of the bat tells a story, which means ball comes on to bat really nicely. I'm thinking 280 plus par score.
Come boy.
As the googly, a wrong un, deceived the experienced campaigner, but going down the leg side. So pretty much Van der Sey, he's the mainstay when it comes to Bloomfield bowling. It's just about the rest of the bowlers rally around him and delivering a good performance with the ball. Another single. Gently pushed down the ground. So they've been ticking the scoreboard over without any problems. Fairly decent over.
So there are the visitors to the Sri Lanka Cricket Museum as well. Lots of interesting things to see there. It's worth a visit, in fact, to the museum. The 96 World Cup also on display there. And all the school kids brought in. Pretty worth a visit there, that's for sure. Tour groups enjoying themselves. The kids also in there. So Monday through to Saturday.
There you go, someone walking right in front of the side screen. We see that from time to time. Dhananjay De Silva spotted that immediately. Getting out of the way. Looks focused. Looks determined. And this is a fine opportunity. Playing in their home. The track is good. Against a very strong team like Bloomfield. Cut away. Straight to the field in the deep. Just a single. Sounded really nice off the bat once again.
Yes, once you get the timing right and then the placement right, everything seems to be working well for a batsman. And this is what it's all about, the game. Confidence levels should be high. And when the confidence levels are back again up, batsmen will tend to score runs. They'll make fewer mistakes.
Almost a Yorker. Fine delivery. Dulad Samudita. Very impressed. I mean, we saw two fairly experienced bowlers Neither Madhushankar and Ishan Malinga gone for runs. But this youngster seems to have figured out a way to keep these two batsmen quiet. Very, very pleasing to see. Very sharp bowler. Roam outside the off stump, hammered away. Straight to the fielder. Just a single. So run scoring, not all that difficult. Singles, pretty easy. And for the time being, boundaries have dried out, understandably. Few fielders patrolling the boundaries in the deep. Sweeper cover. Deep backward square leg. Deep third man. And fine leg. So plenty of protection in the deep. Oh, lovely hands. Gets it into the gap. There's no stopping. Fabulous full pull shot by Dhananjay De Silva.
Yes, true shot indeed. And he knew where the fielders were and just pulled it around the corner. And the timing was so good, and the pace of the ball helped it to run away to the boundary for 4 as well. So after quite some time, a boundary for the CCC.
Just as we're starting to praise this youngster for his good bowling, a long hop down the leg side, really easily worked away by the experienced campaigner Dhananjay De Silva. Always good to see youngsters like Dulaj coming up, representing top clubs in the country and doing well.
So second time in this over, he has been stopped with somebody crossing that side screen. That's not good for the game, because when you're a quick bowler and you're fairly a long run up and you have to re-bowl those deliveries twice, that's a lot of effort for the bowler.
Taking a lot of your energy out. Way outside the off stump. Overcorrecting himself. Couple of deliveries down the leg side. Youngster must have thought pushing few deliveries outside the off stump would be the way to go. Touch overdone. Absolutely no way for Dhananjay De Silva to reach that one. So let's it go. Another run to the total. I'm start to sensing that Bloomfield fielders already under a little bit of pressure. Very good hands. Well taken single. Excellent cricket. Coming back for the second? No, they won't.
Yes, quick singles always to be taken. Keep that run rate going. Rotate the strike. That's what they say it's all about. And look at that. The pick up, the throw. Well, he would have been home in any case.
He was in. Good running. Madhushka played really well during the T20 series and looking for runs in major club 50 overs tournament. Hitting the stumps would have been a single at least. So stumps doing a little bit of favor for Bloomfield. Dhananjay was inside the crease, and a very productive over for Colombo Cricket Club. 13 done, 89 for 1. Eric, this live broadcast so vital for the youngsters, giving them the due recognition. Yes, Lions, national cap players, we all know about them. It's always good to see. Oh, how about that? Straight over the bowler's head for another boundary. Dhananjay increasingly looking good.
Yes, certainly. I mean, one of the safest shots to play in cricket. Look at that over the bowler's head. And just a one bounce to the boundary for 4. And that will give him a load of confidence as well to play those shots and keep the scoreboard moving. He moves to the 40s, 42 of 35.
So got a boundary, got a single. The patterns they've adopted really, really good. If youngsters are watching, this is exactly the way to build up partnerships. 79 runs of 70 deliveries. CCC in the box seat. Now they've been picking up boundaries, field pretty much spread out, just 5 fielders inside the 30-yard circle. So tough times coming up for Bloomfield fielders as well as bowlers. Excellent delivery. Just about half a foot outside the off stump, turning away from the bat. They must be feeling pretty good. It's a nice feeling when two batters building up a partnership already beyond 50. Great. Excellent delivery. Cannot ask for a better delivery.
It's not easy for leg spinners to operate in these type of conditions, but Vanderse has done exactly that. 16 of 2.5 overs.
So fairly good over, 7 runs off. After 14, CCC 96 for 1. So Eric, there are a few more matches in and around Colombo in SLC Major Club 50 Overs Tournament 2025. 2 more weeks to go, 2 more rounds to go, including today's matches. And this set of matches pretty much decides who will remain in the top. Ravindu Fernando, right arm off break bowler, thought bowled really well the other day against Nukeguda. And room outside the off stump, hammered away, picks up another single. This is all too easy for 2 experienced campaigners. Dhananjay moved to 45, 40 deliveries. Nishan Madhushka, 45 of 42 deliveries. Both of them maintaining good strike rate. Things looking up, it's just about maintaining the momentum. 82 runs of 75 deliveries.
So wicketkeeper is very vociferous, trying to help his teammates along as well.
Picked that one from outside the off stump. Made good connection but straight to the fielder. Nishan Madhushka is someone who's very strong against spin bowling. Good sweeper. There you go, immediately moved outside the off stump. Good cricket. Gentle little flick and picking up a single. Ravindu, very quickish off spin bowler. He's got few variations, a slider and good speed variations. He's a good bowler, performed really, really well for Bloomfield Cricket and Athletic Club. Lovely hands. Worked away and picked up another single, moves to 46. So both the batters moving along really, really nicely. Ominous signs for Bloomfield Cricket and Athletic Club. So that's a better delivery, a dot ball. Ravindu settling into good lines and lengths, always important. Getting in few good overs, stem the flow of runs and apply a little bit of pressure. Coming down the track, a good delivery. Getting it across the batsman. So completes a very good over after a while. 3 runs off, 15 done, 99 for 1.
නෑ සර් එදත් 300ක් ගාලා මදි වුණා. ගරුන් විකට් තුනෙන් ගැහුවා. එක මැච් එක.
මේ කවුද අපේ හේරත්ක කියනවාද මම කිව්වා කියලා එහෙම තියනවද? මොකද කියන්නේ? මෙන්න මෙතනට කාවරික් කෙනෙක්ව දාන්න කියලා මේ කරා මම ඉස්සර එහාට ගහලා තියනවා. ඔය දානවා.
අපි ගන්නාරි කියමු සර්. අද පුළුවන් නෝටුවක් ගහන්න කියලා. දෙන්න බෑ කිව්වා. ගන්න එපා. මොකෝ මේක කවුරු හරි එන්න ඕනේ කිව්වා. කවුරු කිව්වේ? සසංක. හරි. කියන්න. ගන්න එපා. මේ නාලට මොකද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා? එතන කවුරු හරි කිව්වේ ඉතින් ඉල්ලුවා අට්ටියක් දින් යනවා කියලා. ඔව් අර පොන්න පකයි මේක යනවනේ. ඒකනේ වැඩි.
Next time.
Renda.
Nipun. What's the upper line?
Right, so there we are. CCC, that's the lineup of the team today. They're put into bat by the Bloomfield. Bloomfield, the visitors in this game. And the man out was Lasit Crospool out for 4. Excellent catch from Dulaj, running back from mid-off. But then Nishan on 46 and De Silva on 46 also held the innings together.
Yeah, that wicket seems quite a long time ago, Eric. This pair have since really taken the attack to the Bloomfield bowlers. And on this particular wicket where the batting has seemed exceedingly easy, the ball's coming on very nicely. There doesn't really seem to be too much threat.
Nicely played. The fielder won't get into the boundary, an extra cover for 4.
A stunning cover drive there. And it's a 50 for Nisha Madhushka. A very well played knock. He gets warm applause from the dugout. This was again a touch too full from Jeffrey Van der Say, and Madhushka seeing it like a football out there. Just drives this past the man at short extra. And it races away across this rapid outfield.
So 1 6 and 5 4s in Madhushka's innings.
Ball, guy.
And that's what these two have done so well over here. You've got the boundary, and I know it's a cliche to say that you take the single off the next delivery, but they've taken singles whenever they can. The dot balls have been few and far between, and the run rate speaks towards that.
Yes, as far as the Bloomfield is concerned at the moment, their primary objective will be to protect the boundaries, not to concede too many boundaries to the CCC batsmen.
Again, there are big gap on the onside. Easy single. And this is not easy for Van der Sar. He's showing some good control with his deliveries, but again, not much in it, not much in the wicket for him.
Ball.
That one there skidding on, the top spinner. Off a good length. And perhaps Madhushka had to get his bat down quickly there. But yes, 16 overs done, 106 for 1.
So Dhanan De Silva is on 48 of 44. Nishan's on 51 of 14, and the partnership 91 of 86 balls for the second wicket.
Yeah, this pair going in lockstep here. Both batters comfortable taking the lead when required. And Bloomfield here just going through their repertoire of bowling options, just trying to get something going their way, trying to get the breakthrough. But really, only batter error here could see some change. Again, just easily knocked away into the onside. Casual single. DDS moves to 49, just one away from another 50.
Yeah, both batsmen so comfortable to push those singles. They've got plenty of time to play those shots as well.
And the conditions too, Eric, very comfortable conditions. It's been overcast all morning. Not too much threat of rain, you imagine, but you can never tell in Colombo. But it's meant these two batters have had a very easy go of it, a nice breeze blowing across. They've been quite comfortable. And there we go, the 50 up for DDS, 4 to 6 deliveries, warm applause. And these two are going great guns over here. Nice strike rate there, 108.7, just 6 boundaries. It's been an exemplary knock from the captain. Just too easy there. There's two fielders in the ring, square on the offside, but just no urgency. It's just been dropped and run, and they're just so happy to let them take that single. A lot of chatter from behind the stumps. The keeper trying to keep the morale up for Bloomfield. Bit of an effort delivery there from Ravindu. Bit of extra bounce, but again well negotiated, tucked away into the onside. And that's 111 for 1 after 17 overs. Nelson on the board.
The run rate 6.53 for the CCC.
Just looking at Nisha Madhushka's 50 over here, some lovely shots on display. Picking that length nice and early, crunches to the offside, flicks on the onside, drives through cover. A real 360 innings from Nisha Madhushka, making a strong case for return to the national side. We've got a change in bowling now. Nirmal into the attack. Some more off spin on display here. Can he do something? Can he make the breakthrough here? It's right arm slow. They keep going for the spin, but there's really nothing in it for the spinners over here. No grip, no turn. The ball just skidding through quite comfortably. This one again, easily worked through the offside. These two very happy to do it in singles.
Your CC must be having some type of plan about the score they've got in mind. Is it 250, 260, 280 or 300?
At this rate, Eric, I think they might be going even higher. 330, of course, is the current projected score, and I think they do quite well to get there.
It'll depend on if they lose any wickets. That's the key. Now we build a partnership, we lose a wicket, and suddenly you find you lost 2 or 3 quick wickets.
Absolutely. We'll only know the true nature of this pitch when we get another fresh batter in, and just to see how it pans out. Oh my goodness, what a hit. That's nearly out of the ground over cow corner. He's just picked that up. There's really nothing in the surface for the spinners. He can hit right through the line. That's a monster strike.
Yeah, that's what Dhananjali Silva is good at. Look at that again. Got the elevation going, got the distance going as well. He had everything in that shot.
Yeah, that's gone out of the ground, I think. Bit of time taken to locate the ball. And that brings up the 100 partnership as well. 104 of 96. It's been rapid between this pair. And DDS now has taken the lead. 58 of 50 in that stand. Madhushka not far behind. 44 of 46. They've really been in total control. A single to end the over. 120 for 1 after 18. Eric, do you feel that Bloomfield might be regretting their decision to bowl first here? The pitch looks an absolute belter, and I feel like their batters would have liked to bat in these quite comfortable conditions. Pretty humid, but not much sunlight out there.
Right, so highlights of Dhananjay's 50. There we go. Nicely played on the onside to mid-wicket. Then opens the face of the bat, runs it down towards backward point before. Again on the onside.
And there it is. A bit of a brain fade, and Nisha Madhushka has just thrown it away. He sauntered down the track, and there was a little bit of grip and turn here. This spun right through the gate, and it was an easy stumping. He doesn't even attempt to make his ground, having missed that. He just stands there and watches.
Yes, he was far down the track. In fact, he had no chance of getting back.
Sorry, that was DDS.
Yes, DDS was the man out, stumped. And the CCC lose their second wicket. Now, Dhananjay De Silva gone to 59 or 53 balls. This is going to be an interesting phase of play. New man comes in. What will he do? Build another partnership? Well, the Bloomfield will look for wickets now.
Yeah, they'll definitely want to get at least one more over here. They don't want another partnership. But for Colombo, the plan is quite clear. The platform has been set, and Anjala here will just want to rotate the strike, get Madhushka back into it.
Let's take a look at that last wicket. Dhananjay De Silva. There we go. Down the track. Beaten all ends up. He smiles as he walks back. So 120 for 2 is CCC. We're in the 19th over.
So the new batter in is Anjala Bandara. He has a century, just 2 matches back, an unbeaten 101. He's a lefty as well. So they're going to have the left-hand, right-hand combination to deal with going forward, which can only be a positive for Colombo. And indeed, Anjala Bandara has been a man in form. His first class, he's got a century, nearly a double century in his one of his recent first class matches as well.
We could keep at it. Lots of words of support to his bowlers and fielders. Perhaps a disturbance to our overseas listeners who don't understand Sinhalese.
Yeah, you can just see, Eric, after 1 wicket, how much louder the chatter has gotten. All of a sudden, there's a pep in everyone's step. Ravindu there, you can hear the grunt as he bowls. The keepers there's a bit of chatter. The fielders have a little bit of a pep in their step.
Yes, there's a question of body language as well, because the moment you pick up a wicket, you can sense that the body language picks up. The fielders will be on their toes. They'll want to pick up more wickets. And especially with the big partnerships going, you find the shoulders dropping.
And this is where you need a bit of support from the fielders as well, where they close in, cut those angles and save the singles. And there we go, just as we say that. Backward square leg just rushing in and stopping that single.
Quick single. Oh, if that hit the stumps, perhaps he would have been a goner.
Oh, that was a direct hit was needed, but again, you can see that just the pressure begin to tell there, an ill-advised single there, drop and run into the offside. The keeper takes off his glove, turns around, and in one fell swoop throws it at the striker stumps. He wasn't even in the picture, Eric.
That's right. So there we are, 19 overs completed, and CCC 122 for 2.
Oh, that's been cracked away. A lovely shot. Nisha Madhushka not really phased by the loss of his partner there. Again, picking the length so early, shifting his weight nicely and just punching this through the covers. This partnership here, Eric, is quite crucial because the next two batters are Sahan Kosala and Shamindu Vijayasinghe, both who haven't been in the runs lately. So you would imagine this pair will want to take it a little bit deeper.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Annari ball. Niyama. Enna.
This is where keep the scoreboard moving. A boundary followed by a single.
Come on, boy. Come on.
Yeah, that early boundary just takes the pressure right off the batters and puts it on the bowlers. Now the margins for error are quite low. Another boundary in this over and it becomes a pretty big one. And any singles just supplement that early boundary, and it's already, we've got 5 off just 2 deliveries. And the run rate keeps ticking at a healthy one, just above 6.5 and over.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
It's those sort of easy singles that they can't really afford the new batter. Long off is back there, and it gives a pretty simple single down into the V. You want to keep the right armour bowling against the left-hander, but Angela getting off strike fairly easily there.
Yeah, the field is well spread out. No close catchers or any fielders to prevent the single being taken. And the Bloomfield quite prepared to give the single away. As long as they don't really concede the boundaries, I think they're more worried about the boundaries and sixers.
Yeah, I feel like they should, at least against Angela, they need to bring in those close infielders, cut off those singles and force him to take an error. He's not the set batsman. He hasn't got his eye in yet. And again, that the fielder is deep at long off, easy single, easy get out delivery. And that's 20 overs done, 130 for 2. So we're 20 overs into this Colombo innings, 130 for 2, a very healthy run rate of 6.5 and over, and we have Dhammika back in our commentary box. Dhammika, some easy going here for Colombo. What can Bloomfield do to bring this game back in their favour?
Would have been even more easier had Didier stayed. It was 59 and looking good. Thrown his wicket away. Whichever the case now, provided a little bit of a opportunity for the Bloomfield bowlers as well as fielders. You can see immediately springing their heels, a little bit of confident. And Angela Bandara, a centurion during this tournament, if I'm not mistaken, was against Boers. And Nishan Madhushka looking good. Still things moving along really, really well for Colombo Cricket Club. It's about time for them to get in few economical overs and try to put a bit of pressure on CCC batting. But based on what we've seen so far, things moving along according to a plan for Colombo Cricket Club.
Yeah, this is what they need to do. They need to starve Madhushka of a few runs, get him to play that risky shot. Because if they can get the wicket of Madhushka, then you kind of expose that soft middle order.
Nicely smashed away and gets a couple quite easily. This is good cricket. Intentionally played in front of the square and got the placement, went for a couple. Good cricket, and Ravidu meanwhile comparatively very economical in comparison to all the other bowlers. There you go, good work by Minith.
So you could hear that from the keeper after that last delivery where he kept saying in Sinhala that the players are running, and I think that's a reference to the number of singles, the ones and twos that all the Colombo batters have taken. And I think they're aware that needs to be cut out, but just unable to stop it. There again, easy one to mid off.
Beautiful hands, isn't it? Just pushed down the ground and picking up a single. He's growing in confidence, and youngster Angela Bandara, it's a grand opportunity. Conditions fabulous. Team in a very strong position and dictating terms. This is the moment for young man to shine once again. Already a century. Good cricket, proper techniques, outstanding. Fairly good 21st. Just 4 runs off, 21 done, 134 for 2. There's a bowling change. Sean Marling back into the attack. Trying out different tactics. Things looking all too comfortable for CCC batters. Skipper deciding to bring in his trusted fast bowler. Went for 30 runs in his 3 overs. So it's about time Sean Marling getting in few economical overs and settling in for a good finish. And as we speak, there are few matches worked in Colombo, Panadura and Kurunagala. Punched off the back foot straight to the fielder. Ishan Malinga, not the tallest bowler, but someone very, very nippy. He can surprise you with his pace, got all the variations, particularly the slower delivery. Very, very effective in T20 format. Nishan Madhushka going at a runner ball. 65 of 65.
Just to go back to what you were saying, this is a really good opportunity for Angela Bandara here. Very low pressure, the platform has been set, and he can really boost that average. He's on just around 38. Just around 38 list A average. So he can boost that up to close to 40 hopefully very soon. There you just saw Malinga trying something a little bit different, going for the bouncer, but again, bit of a spongy bounce, loops over, easily ducked under.
Good cricket, Angela Bandara, yet another player who represented Sri Lanka under 19 and done exceedingly well. So representing CCC goes to tell you that he's a very, very talented youngster. Down the leg side, really neatly worked away. Will they come back for the second? No, they won't. Just a single. Ishan Malinga bringing in few economical deliveries, already given away 2 runs of 4 deliveries. Projected scores have come down. Earlier on, it was beyond 400 runs. That's understandable. They were going around 9 and 10 and over. Now, things seem to have settled down. They are focusing on scoring something around 300 at this stage. just about bringing in few good overs in order for Bloomfield. Good cricket, punch off the back foot, gets another single.
Just they're getting two over here. And again, Esham Malinga, he's been expensive today. And I think one of the things that he's maybe failed to do a little is stick to a concerted line and length. He's bowled both sides of the wicket, and the batters, despite having a few decent deliveries, the batters have been able to just move him around quite comfortably. Even in this over, you can see now, they've got 4 runs off 5 deliveries. So not much threat being shown.
Right about that, one outside the off stump like that, one down the leg side, and made run scoring all that easy. Gets another single, very good over, 5 runs off, 22 done, 139 for 2. Well, we've spoken about the rest of the matches played simultaneously today. Ace Capital taking on Police at Police Park. Should be a good one. Panadura versus Chilamarians. Another very interesting game at Panadura Esplanade. NCC versus Baduliriya. Available live on SLC official YouTube channel, just like the one we are focusing at the moment. And Kurunagala taking on Nugegoda at Velagedara. Down the leg side, poor bowling.
You can't be bowling there to Madhushka. I mean, you can't be bowling there to anyone. That was just a gimme ball, down leg, easily helped on its way, and it's yet another 4 to the catalogue of boundaries, and Madhushka is not going to get much easier than that all innings.
Says thank you so much. They've been struggling to pick up boundaries lately. Down the leg side, easily worked away, and once again, scoreboard moves along, getting close to 150, 300, pretty much on.
Yeah, I would say Bloomfield need to be very careful over here, because it's one of those situations that they've won 43 for 2, not even halfway through the innings, and this is the period where you would expect Bloomfield to maybe keep things a little bit tight. But if Colombo keep going at 5-6 runs and over, getting the odd boundary in as well, by the time they get to the 40th over, they'll be ready to launch, and they'll have well in excess of 200. So I think even beyond 300 is very much on the cards over here.
Not just the runs and the ease in which these two batters accumulating runs is the concern for Bloomfield. Just as you mentioned, it's just the time for them to bringing in few tight overs, very, very tight overs. But they have the bowling resources, but largely due to good batting. Nishan Madhushka, fabulous today. I mean, timing, placement, just like that, picking up singles at will. He looks good for a big ton.
And I think something that Bloomfield have probably missed a trick on after getting that wicket of Dhananjay, which was very much against the run of play. They've not managed to keep Angelo on strike for any concerted period, because that's what you want to do. You want to keep the set batter off strike. You want to starve him off the strike, get him a little bit frustrated, get him a little bit cold, and then when he comes back on strike and he tries to play, maybe he makes a mistake, maybe his judgment fails him.
Enticing the batters to make mistakes, that's what you're calling. At the moment, it's all too easy. Steered that one towards sweeper cover region and picking up a single. Angela Bandara also looking good. Take a look at it.
Yeah,
a boundary, 4 singles, 8 runs already taken, and they've been moving along really swiftly.
Exactly. The partnership is nearly run a ball, 27 off 28. Angela Bandara hasn't had too much issue rotating the strike, 7 off 11.
And at the same time, I failed to mention BRC playing Moors at BRC ground, so plenty of matches. Exciting time for cricket-loving people as Madhushka gets another single. He looks fabulous, moves to 75. 9 runs off the over. I'm thinking the only rationale behind deciding to bowl first, there was a 300 plus runs chase right here. Moores getting over the line against very strong CCC. Just maybe the thinking behind coming up with a decision like that. I was surprised because the pitch looks good. Yes, just a bit of dampness, maybe due to pitchers being under cover for a long period. That's good cricket. Lovely clip on his hip. Getting a single. Bowlers at the moment finding it very, very tough to contain Nishan Madhushka.
That's a very interesting point you made about Bloomfield maybe being a little bit more comfortable chasing, having a target in mind. That said, that defeat that CCC had, I think they'd be very wary then of not getting enough at the dead. So I imagine they're going to want to push. And looking at this platform, if these two can play a little bit of low risk cricket up until the 40th over, 35th, 40th over, I think with the power hitting they have a little bit lower down the order, there could be a very, very big total on the cards here.
CCC know for a fact this is a good track. It's get better as the day progresses, apart from spinners getting a little bit of purchase due to natural wear and tear. So they are aware about the fact, the possibility of team chasing down well. So keeping up the run rate is above 6. Things moving according to a plan. And I'm thinking 310, 320. They can go there pretty easily. Good cricket. Gets it over the infield. There's no stopping. There was a element of risk, but no half measures.
Yeah, this came off the bottom of the bat. It was in the air, but in the gap. Mid-off, really not having too much chance. And Madhushka there, that's a trademark Madhushka shot. Not much by the way of footwork, but he's got such great hand-eye coordination. He just reaches out and then slaps it over that infield. Lovely shot.
335, the projected scores. Eshan Malinga, very, very expensive. Just 3 deliveries already, 6 runs off. Good cricket. Gentle push towards sweeper cover. Gets another single. Take a look at it. Without even we noticing it, 35 runs of 33 deliveries. Outstanding.
And that's the thing over here. Like, they are getting a boundary every over almost. And that just makes the scoring so easy. 155 for 2 now, 23.4 overs. This is some very low risk but very impactful cricket taking place here from Colombo.
I have no doubt you said it right. It's psychologically draining when 2 batters out there in the middle scoring runs far too comfortably. And the bowlers pretty much trying out every trick in the book. Nothing seems to have worked so far. I thought Dhananjay De Silva and Lasith Cruisepulle, they must be disappointed. Some fantastic batting conditions. A bumper should be a wide.
Nope, just one for the
Just
over
one
call.
for the over. I'm thinking was too high, but borderline.
Yeah, that was
too high.
that was
I'll tell you.
well over the head of Angelo over there. Pretty fortunate to get away with that one, Malinga.
I'm thinking he needed a ladder to get to that one. Beautifully worked away. Will they come back for the second? He easily does. 9 runs off. No risk at all. Excellent cricket. 24 done, 156 for 2.
Small break in play here. I think the batters are getting a bit of a change of gloves. It's a pretty humid day. It's not too hot, but The humidity is there. You can see it on the players' forearms. A lot of sweat glistening. So unsurprisingly, they're getting a change of gloves and sneaking in a little bit of a drink as well. You know.
Not a bad time. Humid. I'm thinking at least 70 to 75%. Fairly good breeze, 16 kph, keeping things a little bit comfortable for the players out there. All in all, very comfortable day for the fielders out there in the middle. Leading up, we had a very, very hot week.
Yeah, it's actually quite pleasant Thursday morning here in Colombo. We're nearing noon now, and it's still, the overhead sun isn't that bad. We've got some nice fauna over here, some birds chirping away, some crows, you can hear them in the background.
Good ball, still pushes away for a single. This is good cricket. I'm thinking Sri Lanka cricket deserves a huge credit for getting this live coverage to the cricket-loving audience. 2 matches in a day. If I'm not mistaken, NCC versus Badurulya game televised live together with this game between Bloomfield and CCC. 2 very good games, expecting a good fight. And I'm thinking, will they be up for the task? Bloomfield, they batted so well. Ron Chandragupta, Tarindu, done a fantastic job. And
yeah, Ron Chandragupta will be key to Bloomfield's response. Of course, the 2017 Emerging Player of the Year for Sri Lanka cricket.
And how about Lahiru Madhushankar? We saw a blistering 47 runs against Nugegoda. Just 20 deliveries. Huge sixers. He came in, changed the complexion of the game. Someone like Lahiru Madhushankar should get his normal game underway. So that's the only way Bloomfield can think of having a good chance of doing well. Good cricket. Solid forward defense. Whenever a good delivery is presented, you should be aware to treat them with respect. Just listen to the sound of the bat, cracking sound, and finds a boundary. Fabulous cricket, Nishan Madhushka. He's in for a big one, I can tell you.
I have to say, maybe the fielder at sweeper cover could have done a little bit better there, but then again, like I mentioned earlier in the day, the grass around the boundary ropes, near the boundary ropes, it's not really conducive for a dive. So you can see here, the man gets around, and right there, he's a little bit hesitant to put himself over. He does eventually follow, but yeah, it just trickles over the ropes. And that's, again, some brilliant placement from Madhushka. He's done that all day. He's found the gaps. He's found the gaps for the singles. He's found the gaps for the boundaries. And again, it's a boundary in the over. So the 3 dot balls prior to it spoiled. 5 runs now.
You said it right. Boundary per over. CCC, they've been doing that very, very successfully. Another very good over. 5 runs off. 25 done. 161 for 2. Excellent partnership already, Eric. 41 runs of 41 deliveries. So they've been moving along really nicely. Under huge pressure, Bloomfield inviting the opposition into bat. I'm starting to wonder whether they've done the right thing.
Well, these are chances you take. Sometimes you expect it to work off, but it doesn't come off because the batting side also does really well. And Madhu Shankar, he's picked up 1 wicket in his 4.1 overs. 11 dot balls, that's what he's bowled. Economy rate is not too bad at 6.83. But again, the CCC batsmen have done extremely well in getting these runs going, because 166, 161 for 2. We're in the 26th over, just past the halfway stage of this innings. And if you look at what is available for the batsmen in the batting side, they've got some good batsmen. Some of them not in form at the moment. That's the only problem the CCC has. And can they build up a total to exceed 300?
They should be able to do that, not under any pressure. Dhananjay De Silva, Nishan Madhushka does the job. Fantastic partnership. And these two youngsters somehow managing to get it over the infield, living dangerously. Angela Bandara is a free-flowing batsman, likes to get after the bowling.
Yes, that's right. Sometimes the batsmen, what they do is they take some chances. They think that, today is their day. Go after the bowlers, get runs, and hit it in the yard, because it will not carry to a field or it will carry to a boundary. Now, these are all the assumptions that batsmen undergo when they are trying to build up an innings. But in the meantime, Nishan has batted extremely well for his 85 of 79 balls.
CCC bowlers, faster bowlers, spin bowlers, all of them struggling to keep Nishan Madhushka quiet, picking up steady stream of singles again and again, and boundaries from time to time. Fairly decent over at the moment.
The run rate is 6.35. It's going to over 7 runs and over at one stage. It has dropped in the recent overs.
It's about 2 set batters out there in the middle doing the job. You mentioned few batters not in form. So when you are settled, you occupy the crease, eating up large number of deliveries. It's about making big. I thought grand opportunity for Test skipper Dhananjay De Silva to make an impression, but he missed out. Just 59 runs. Nishan Madhushka marches on. Always good to see.
Yeah, sometimes, we have this problem of, we'll come to that in a moment. So 26 overs completed, and CCC 165 for 2.
Those are the highlights of Nishan Madhushka's batting today. Started off really well, timing each and every shot through the gaps. Fabulous. Just 13 runs short of a well-made century, and he'll be hoping to go big. 26 overs done, 165 for 2. They are in the box seat, there's no doubt. It's just a matter of how many runs they get on the board.
Well, we're talking about batsmen doing well in domestic cricket. When it goes to international cricket, sometimes it doesn't really work in their favor. We find that they make a lot of runs on domestic scene, but internationally, they don't really come off. That's one of the problems that Sri Lanka has been having in recent times. They want to right that at the moment.
Change bowler right arm round.
You said it right. There are players scoring truckload of runs in domestic cricket whenever opportunities are given, not taken. Good cricket. Beautiful hands, pushing it down towards wide long on region and picks up a single. So things going according to a plan. Young partner Angela Bandara, 12 of 19, just about doing the same thing right. You mentioned until the 40th, maybe 39th over, and see, there you stand. If they want to press the accelerator, they've already laid a very, very solid foundation. Good cricket off the back foot. Steering it away towards sweeper coverage and gets a single. Plenty of fielders hovering around the boundaries. And it's tough. It's all come down to the tactics and the consistency of bowlers.
Oh boy, Danny boy, come on Danny boy.
So these middle overs, certainly the important overs in any innings, when you want two batsmen to settle in and build up a partnership, pick up the singles, keep the scoreboard moving, not lose wickets. That's what it's all about. And then you come to the slog overs, when you got wickets in hand, boy oh boy, you can really go after the bowling.
Absolutely. Especially during the slog overs, you need someone who's set. Just imagine a situation where someone goes past 100 runs and still being there. See the ball, gotten accustomed to the pace of the pitch, and pretty much handled each and every bowler well enough. So that's the ideal situation CCC is looking for. Once again, worked away really nicely. He looks increasingly good, just needing 11 more runs to register his first century of this tournament. This is SLC Major Clubs Limited Overs Tournament 2025. 14 teams, 2 groups. This is the tougher group, in my opinion. Group B. Plenty of very, very strong teams like Coles, Moors, CCC, Bloomfield, all of them in fight. Quite easily picks up another single. Fairly decent over for Bloomfield, just 4 runs off. 27 done, 169 for 2.
So nice afternoon here at the CCC grounds. No great sunshine. The sun has gone behind some clouds. There's no threat of rain, but it's becoming a pleasant conditions for the players. There was a nice breeze earlier this morning across the grounds as well. And today being a working day, it's Thursday. The city is busy.
We are very pleased to see large number of cricket fans joining with us on SLC official YouTube channel. This live coverage also available on www.talenttv.lk on OTT platforms. So exciting stuff for the youngsters. Players like Angela Bandara already made an impression. This is ideal opportunity for the youngsters to knock the door and made a statement. Century, plenty of runs, looking good. Goes aerial, almost, not quite.
Good effort. Diving up towards the ground. Look at that. That's how it goes. In the air. Acrobatic effort, but couldn't get on, hang on to that.
Variation in speed. Bailaru Madhushankar, very experienced player, been in the domestic scene, played white ball cricket, the national setup, and once again looking for the opportunities of getting back into the side. He mentioned that during a discussion, and he's doing well, especially when it comes to his batting, scoring big runs in quick time.
Yes, this tournament is ideal tournament for the youngsters as well to showcase their talents, to come good in this tournament. But don't forget that the national players on duty up till last night, and then the Sri Lanka A team in Australia, in Darwin, put up a good show in that match. Well run. The Fernando did well in that innings.
Excellent century and 2 half centuries. And century for Sonal Dinusha, recent test cap, and he's been impressing each and every one away from the country in domestic cricket, playing for the national team. Gritty performer, Sonal Dinusha. So Sri Lanka, first unofficial 4-day test against Australia A ended in a draw. Oh, sounded really, really nice. Just cannot stop it. Too much power.
Cracking shot, in fact, on the onside. Along the ground, the field had no chance at all. He was diving to cut that off. Look at that. Too short. And just cracked away on the onside. It traveled like a tracer bullet. The field had no chance.
Absolutely none. He probably thought for a split second he'll be in with a chance. And just 6 runs short. Excellent pull shot. Madhushanka under huge pressure now, already 7 runs off. This is his 6th over, given away 39 runs. Expensive. Good cricket after picking up a single. Always good to see. And the partnership, 56 runs off 57 deliveries, 58 deliveries in fact. This is excellent.
So 176 or 2 out of 27.4 overs. Run rate is 6.36. They'll like to increase that to 7 or just go above 7 as well.
They are in with a chance with 8 wickets in hand. 22 plus overs still remaining. Oh, played it up easily and straight to the hands. Once again, against the run of play, experienced campaigner Lahiru Madhushanka picks up a wicket, a vital one.
I think that was a poor shot. In fact, he didn't know where the fielders were. He should have known there was a third man in place and tried to open the face of the bat and run it down towards third man. And he played it straight down the throat of the fielder. There we go, short. Look at that.
Just helped it on its way to the third man fielder's hand. He says thank you so much. 3 wickets down for Colombo Cricket Club. Angela Bandara, the man, out for 16 of 24 deliveries.
Come on, boy. The ball, the ball,
Madhushka moving along his own way. 95 of 88 deliveries. Excellent strike rate. Eric, both teams knows the importance of doing well in this game to keep their chances alive if they are to reach semi-finals, because Coles, after registering 4 powerful victories, they are on the top. It's just about winning this game, and both the teams have another match to play. Sahan Kosal, left-handed batter, right-handed he should be. Good cricket. Gentle little tap, gets off the mark, gets the experience. Nishan Madhushka on strike, who's on 96.
It's important now for the batsman, the CCC batsman, to build further partnerships with Nishan. And Nishan should bat as long as possible through this innings, so they can post that over 300 total.
That's more like it. Getting it straight in line with the stumps, and that's the replay of the last wicket. Just help it on its way. No real conviction. We saw Dhananjay Lakshan played a 6-over point region of similar delivery the other day for calls. That one came off the edge. Going past the boundary anyway, came off the edge, which means a century. Fabulous knock, well-deserved one. Nishan Madhushka, take a bow.
That's right, 100 of 91 balls. There's no real emotion from him as well, even though he's got to 3 figures.
He looks determined. He looks determined to go even bigger. Should be the way to go. There you go. Gentle push straight to the fielder. Calm and composed. Knows exactly the importance of staying out there in the middle for his club, CCC. I mentioned that already. T20 champions and one of the stronger teams for the 50 overs title. Somehow managing to get past the fielder. Gets another single. Excellent over. 7 runs off. 29 overs done. 184 for 3. Now Eric, 21 overs remaining, which means 126 deliveries. Even they moving along runner ball, they still get to 310. So it's just about their mindset. CCC, apply yourself, stay out there as long as possible, especially Nishan Madhushka, who's on 101. Gets it in the air, but no risk involved. Straight to the field at deep backward Sportylk region and picks up a single. Lahiru Madhushanka, those 2 wickets, priceless under the circumstances. Things would have been even worse.
In most cases, we notice that batsmen who get to 3 figures and then they take it very lightly and play some fairy shots and throw their wickets away. I hope that Nishan Madhushanka doesn't do that, and he just goes on batting and batting a long period to get that total over 300.
Absolutely. It's all about the temperament. Sahan Kozala, get off the back foot. Treated that one with a little bit of respect. Lahiru working out good pace. He's definitely 30 plus, but still looks to be in good shape. Nice run up, good energy. Sounded nice off the bat. Plenty of pace. Ball comes on to bat really nicely. This is a good pitch. Make no mistakes. When you get yourself in, it's about making big. Nishan Madhushka, this is their home ground, so he knows exactly what's on offer. Digging himself deep, staying out there for a longer period. Still only 94 deliveries. Nicely pulled away towards deep backward Sportylk region, straight to the fielder. Just be a single. Sounded nice off the bat.
Yes, bowling short on this track, I don't think it's going to really help the bowlers, because the batsmen will hit you around the park and they'll play along the ground as well. They won't want to play it in the air. And of course, at 186 to 3, the CCC in the 30th over will feel very comfortable indeed to get to a big score.
Just about not making silly mistakes, keeping enough wickets in hand towards the end especially. So unless they go on to make terrible mistakes, they look good and on course for 300 plus runs. So that will be a big challenge. Pulled away. Straight to the fielder. Should only be a single. Projected scores 320. I'm thinking CCC will take that. Fairly decent over under the circumstances. Just 3 runs. Lahiru Madhushankar in his second spell getting in few very decent overs. He was very, very expensive after picking up a wicket. Dhananjay De Silva took to him few boundaries, few exquisite looking cover drives through extra cover region. Pulled away. Finds a gap. Another boundary. Spoiled a very good over. 7 runs off. That was really nicely played. Intentionally played in front of the square, so got the placement. Absolutely no stopping. Sahan Kosala. He looks a very, very good batsman. So 30 overs done, 191 for 3.
So 30 overs down, 191 for 3, and CCC are very well placed here. The traditional logic is that you double your score in the final 20 overs, and at 191 for 3, that would take them to 382, which would be a monumental total. I don't think they're going to get that far, but Eric, do you think 350 is on the cards here?
Yes, I think so, very much. And look at the scorecard. Nishan not on 103, faced 95 balls. Lasik Rosepool, the only man who was really, really unfortunate to be out. A superb catch from Dulaj, running for mid-off, running back. In fact, he's out for 4. And Dhananjay De Silva made 59 of 53. Anjana made 16 of 24. I thought he played a poor shot to get out at quarter third man. And San not out on 6 of 5. 3 extras in the total of 191 for 3 in 30 overs. There's the bowling card coming up as well. Ishan 5 overs, none for 43. Lahiru 2 for 47 from 7. Dulaj none for 21 from 4. And Jeffrey Vandersay none for 24 from 4. Ramindu none for 1 for 28 from 6. And Nirmal none for 28 from 4. And there we are. The follow wickets is 15 and 120 with the third at 177.
Yeah, you can see just a lot of good partnerships there. The first was just 15, but after that you had some solid ones. 105 for the second and 57 for the third. Oh, and then just look at Nisha Madhushka's century over here. Shots all around the wicket. He's looked very comfortable and he's put away any of the bad deliveries. You can see it here again. Lovely drives through the covers, and then he's not afraid to go get onto the back foot, punching it in front of square, behind square. Bit fortunate at times, but you make your own luck, and he's showed some really controlled aggression across this knock. He's going to prove vital to this CCC innings. Even now, despite their platform, you imagine if Bloomfield were to get Madhushka out, that would significantly dampen CCC's hopes of getting to that 350 mark.
Yes, possibly, because they have a couple of batsmen who are not in the best of form, unless they come good today, because of the top order batsmen who have come good. But then all that depends as to how they will apply themselves. Bloomfield, on the other hand, they've shown patches of being in good spirits, because sometimes their shoulders have dropped and we don't see them really doing the best of the field. But when they pick up a wicket, of course, then the spirits rise straight away looking for more wickets, but then a couple of boundaries come in, and then again they go into a shell. So all this depends as to how the Bloomfield bowlers and fielders also will really look at things out in the middle.
Absolutely. Great point you made there, Eric, about this middle order not being in the greatest of form. Good opportunity for Sahan Kosala to get some runs under his belt. He's gotten a few starts in the last couple of games, just not been able to push on, but over here he's got a really well set partner. All he needs to really focus on is rotating that strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking, and then once he gets his eye in, it's the death overs, and then he can really try to utilize those long levers.
Right, so there we are. That's the view of our commentary position as well. Hi to all of you. Where we're watching this live telecast, from whichever part of the world. Oh, lucky, it didn't really carry. That was in the air for a while. It was that short, fine leg, one bounce to the fielder there.
Yeah, you feel like watching this Nisha Madhushka innings that is the kind of delivery that might get him out, where it's so straightforward to put away, and maybe a little bit of complacency sneaks in and he just gifts his wicket away. That's how Dhananjaya got out early on in the day, just sauntering down the track and then playing all around one that turned through the gap. Oh, that's lovely, lovely, lovely pull shot there. Finds the field at deep mid wicket, but again, a little bit of a fumble in the deep and some really good running as they come back for the second.
Yes, what happened was that the batsmen are ball watching instead of looking at really getting those runs. Look at that, the effort. A slight fumble there, but he recovered well to collect and throw the ball back to the keeper. White called.
Not sure if this is the line Dulaj ought to be bowling. There's two men out on the leg side. In fact, there's three men out on the leg side. There's protection on the square leg boundary, so he's trying to get the shot. He's trying to get the pull shot, but oh dear, fine leg is in. And this was always the risk when you try that short leg stump line. If you err a little bit too far down, it's just an easy put away. Too simple there for the set Madhushka.
Yes, look at that. Just open the face of the bat, flicking it off his pad down the onside, down to fine leg. The short fine leg had no chance in cutting that off. This is such a fast outfield as well here at the CCC grounds. In fact, most grounds have very fast outfields because of the weather conditions in Sri Lanka and particularly in Colombo area.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good value for your shots, and it's meant that Madhushka really hasn't had to hit the ball too hard, just working on his timing and placement.
Now you've got to be careful. I mean, it's two batsmen who are both looking to pick up runs. You got to call for those runs. You can't be just taking a false start sometimes. The chances of a run out very, very great when you don't have any call between the two batsmen. Too wide so far in this over.
Yeah, Dulaj just not finding that line. I think he could be struggling with the breeze here, the cross breeze, just seeing him drag the ball a little bit down leg side. And he's got protection on the square leg boundary, but again, that line means the batters can really pick their spot. That one there was an interesting one. Perhaps sticking a little bit in the wicket. Dulaj might have taken a little bit of pace off. In any eventuality, Madhushka there a little bit early on the shot, and he chips it towards mid-on. One bounce to the fielder.
Cracking shot down to third man. Did well to get his hands to it and get his body behind the ball. End of the over as well. 31 completed, and CCC are 200 for 3. So it seems like Van der Sar coming on again for his second spell. The 32nd over the innings. His first spell was a mixed spell, in fact. None for 24 from 4 overs.
Yeah, he wasn't getting too much purchase off the wicket, and he wasn't really getting that much turn. The ball was skidding on quite nicely, and as you can see by his economy rate, it really allowed the batters to work him around fairly easily. Oh, there we go. A little bit of grip and turn, certainly more than what he got. I think with the older ball and maybe the wicket breaking up a little as the play has gone on, this could be an interesting period of play.
Come on, boy, go, boy, go, boy!
So this partnership between Hassan and Nishan put on 20 runs, in fact, so far. And look at that run rate, 6.41 at the moment. So easy. Get on the back foot and push it out on the offside, down to sweep of a single.
Yeah, that line and length against the new batter is definitely not something Van der Sar will want to persist with. Very easy to get off strike. And this is a mistake they made with Anjula Bandara as well, giving away too many easy singles. And like you were pointing out, the partnership 25 off 21 now, coming along pretty rapidly, and that's something CCC have done really well here. Just lots of quick partnerships. So just 2 runs off the over. A nice start for Van der Sar in his second spell. Can he end this over productively?
Guy.
Yes, he can. Just a single. 32 overs done. 203 for 3.
Right, just a couple of overs more before the umpires will call the captain in and ask them to select one ball. They're using 2 balls, 2 white balls at the moment, but after 34 overs, it'll be 1 ball till the 50th. Play and a miss from Nishan.
That one might have kept a touch low there. But this will be worrying signs if you are Bloomfield, because in the last Van der Sar over, there was a little bit of turn, and now you had one that kept a little bit low. And you're wondering, have CCC got the best of the batting conditions here? Another one short and wide, easily punched down to deep point. Just a single. Bit of a lull in the last couple of overs after that wicket. These two consolidating. I imagine they won't want to take too many risks, but push the score along up until the 40th over. And then launch.
Almost play down. Just over the stumps, and pretty lucky that time he didn't really ricochet onto the stumps.
Yeah, too close for Sahan there to try and cut this. And a bit of extra bounce as well, so even though Sahan is quite the tall lad, he tried to get over this, but again, cramp for space. Nice bowling from Dulaj.
Good control there. Well done on the boundary. Just conceded a single. Excellent cricket. Look at that. Dropped the ball as soon as he caught it, thinking that he'll run over the ropes.
Yeah, nice little bit of spatial awareness there from the fielder in the deep. We've not seen enough of that from Bloomfield. There have been a few misfields, a few lax efforts in the deep. But that was nice to see.
The flick of the pads on the onside. Always good shot to play because it's such a safe shot to play as well, and when you perfect that, you can always pick up a single. Sometimes if there are gaps in the field, you can run down to the boundary.
Yeah, it highlights Madhushka's really good use of the wrists there. Nicely rolling it over, always finding that space square on the leg side.
Wide, down the leg side. You're talking about keeping wickets intact, getting to about the 40th over and then launching in the last 10. Well, don't forget, Sri Lanka Cricket has hired a person to come in and work with the power hitters in Sri Lanka.
That's right. Julian Wood has come down. He's a professional power hitting expert. And that's definitely something our batters will be keen on utilizing.
Hit away in the air.
It's in the air. Oh no! The man is rushing in from deep backward square leg. He throws himself forward, but the ball just hangs in the air. I think it was against the breeze, and he's just unable to hold on. A lucky escape for Sahan Kosala.
Yeah, went hard and high. There we are. That's how the effort was coming in.
Yeah,
just couldn't get that.
Yeah, that was definitely the breeze there. I think Nirmal ran up. I think he thought he had a little bit more time or a little less time than he realized.
Right,
And
so it's a 209 for 3 after 33.
So a missed chance at the end of the last over. top edge from Sahan Kosala, but deep backward square leg, unable to get there in time.
Nearby!
Not the easiest catches, but he certainly made a good effort to get there.
Yeah, definitely can't really put that under a drop category. Don't even think he got his hands to it in the end.
See, the calling is so important for the batsman. Nishan calling out loud and clear to Sahan, saying, no, it's only one run.
A few changes in the field taking place now, and we've had cover coming in, and he's moved to slip. And the man at point has moved to short extra cover. So we've got backward point, short extra cover, and slip. But Van der Sar, they're just missing his line a little bit, tossing it up. It's on middle and leg, and it's an easy single. Pretty big gap there at mid wicket on the onside.
Right, so 2 balls left until they use 1 ball for the rest of the innings. The captain will be called in to select one.
A strong breeze has just entered the field of play. You can hear that over our stump mics. Van der Sar there on that last delivery also floating it up a little bit more, perhaps looking to get a little bit of drift.
Come on!
Nice to play again for the single for the last ball of the over. So 34 overs completed, and CCC 213 for 3. Right, so the umpires are giving the captain of the Bloomfield a chance to select which ball he'll prefer to use right to the 50th over.
And now just looking at the worm over here, you can see those healthy partnerships, and it's been a steady state of scoring, consistently above 6 and over, always on an upward trajectory, sometimes touching 6.5. This has been a very well planned out innings from CCC. Dulaj to continue. He nearly had a chance at the end of his last over, but can he create another opportunity here? That one was a length ball and wide. Sahan unable to get it away. Bit of a bottom edge. Dulaj will want to keep Sahan on strike as much as possible over here. Just work on the new batter, who's probably not timing it as quite as he would like.
India.
Oh, and this time it's a fantastic take in the deep. It's Ramindu. This was another short one. And Sahan is looking to just drag this from outside off. But he gets it off the toe end of the bat. It hangs in the air. And it's brilliantly held on the dive by Ramindu near mid-wicket. You can see, oh, it's a brilliant cat. He's running backwards. It's over his shoulder. And he judges that to perfection. Reminiscent of Dulaj himself, who took the catch to dismiss Lasit Cruzpulle early on in the day.
That's right. So San Kosala goes for 12 of 13. So the poor form of San Kosala continues even in this innings. And Bloomfield has picked up one more wicket. Now, this is where it becomes important for CCC to have wickets intact and allow the informed batsman to really score the runs and just give him support. There's no need to play big shots, because if you want to make the 300 run total, you need to have wickets in touch.
Yeah, well said, Eric. It's a very interesting period of play because you have the set man Nisham Madhushka, who is playing so well and timing it so well, but he's now been saddled with a middle order that is maybe not quite in the form that CCC would like. That said, with a potential semi-final coming up, this is the sort of set that you want your middle order tested on.
So Pavan, the new man in. And we're in the 35th over. Pavan Sandesh, right-hand batsman as well, from the CCC.
Send her. 4 more to come.
Yeah, Pawan Sandesh had a 50 couple of innings back.
Poor down the leg side. You can't afford to bowl wides. You pick up a wicket and the next ball you bowl a wide.
Yeah, Dulaj has been a little bit guilty of going down that leg side a little too often. Not too many extras in this innings, but I think Dulaj is about responsible for nearly half of them.
Good shot delivery.
Much better from Dulaj. Well directed. Sandesh is weaving out of the way. So Sandesh, of course, just a 21-year-old player. This is one of his early seasons. He's only played 14 list A matches and 15 first-class matches. So he's still very young into his first-class career. So not much we can read into his statistics. But his recent form hasn't been that bad. He's got a 52 matches back.
Edge down to third man. Will be off the mark with a single. As dropped to the sun has gone behind the clouds once again. No threat of immediate rain, but it'll be the comfort levels of players will be very high now with the sun behind the clouds. A nice breeze blowing across the grounds.
That said, I'm just looking at the horizon, Eric, and there does seem to be a bit of a grey cloud. It's a light grey cloud, but it is grey nonetheless. And the wind, as you can hear through the stump mic, it's really picked up.
Well played. When you're on 116, you play a forward defensive stroke, I think you're done extremely well.
I think he played it just to see if he could. But again, it goes to us to show how wickets can even change the mindset of a set batter.
Yes, of course. Suddenly, even the singles seem to have dried up, playing it straight to the fielders.
Yes, a very productive over. Just 2 runs off it. And it's with a wicket as well. Oh, we're not done yet. There was a wide in the over. But yeah, 2 runs so far, including the wide.
But there we are.
There we
35 completed and CCC 215 for 4.
Welcome back, Dhammika. We've got Bloomfield over here trying to chip back, trying to find their way back into this match. They've chipped away with a couple of wickets in the last few overs.
You said it right. By doing so, they pretty much build a very quiet passage of play. No boundaries, a couple of wickets, and just about Nishan Madhushka moving along really nicely, and we can see Chaturanga de Silva.
Yeah, Chaturanga, the brother of Wanidu Hasaranga de Silva, the elder brother.
Boy, come on!
Another national capped player. Plenty of national capped players in CCC ranks.
Yeah, Chaturanga is a very, very exciting all-rounder. A veteran now of the game. Oh, that's a beauty. That one had a bit of drift, a bit of dip, and then it rips past the outside edge. That is, we've not seen enough of that from Jeffrey Van der Sey today, but wow, that really shows what he can do. And if he can keep the ball in that area consistently, this is going to be a tough couple of overs for them.
34 plus overs done, which means this is the ball they'll be using for the remainder of their innings. New batsman Pawan Sandesh, a product of Devapataraja College, Radgama, very talented. This time pulled away into the gap. Fielder comes around, picks it up, just a single. Now, as you can see, the run rate steadily declining. 90, just about around 90 deliveries remaining. 216. If Bloomfield can build few quiet passages, they can challenge CCC, pushing up towards 300 plus runs. They were well on course to go beyond 320. Whichever the case, another very good over done. 36 overs completed, 216 for 4.
Just the one run off that last Van der Sey over, and yes, the run rate has dropped down to 6, and this is the lowest this run rate has been since the very first over. It really shows how well Bloomfield have come back into this game over the last 8 overs or so. Madhushka though still there. CCC just need to make sure that they keep support for him.
This is the ideal opportunity for Bloomfield bowlers to bringing in few economical overs, bringing in few changes. Ravidu Fernando done fairly well, picked up a wicket, given away 28 runs under the circumstances. That's good.
Not only that.
Oh, an opportunity.
Oh my goodness, that just needed a better throw. The call was Madhushka's, but Pawan Sandesh on his heels, not listening to the senior player, maybe a little bit guilty of ball watching over there. Yeah, definitely it was not his call. And he's well shot. If that throw had been anywhere near on target, he was well shot.
Just gets into the hands of the bowler. There you go. Opportunity being presented. That opportunity created by the pressure built up by Jeffrey Van der Sey during the previous over. Once again, steered away for another boundary. He's the mainstay, there's no doubt. Picks up another wonderful boundary.
That is poor from Ravindu. He did really well earlier to help create the wicket with that wonderful catch. But this one was short, and it was really in the arc for Nishan Madhushka, who swivels back. And again, you can see that he has to adjust his shot late there because he's a little bit early. So the ball is starting to hold up a little bit on this surface. So...
Oh, that's a fabulous shot. Cheeky little reverse sweep. Well contacted. Gets it over the infield for back-to-back boundaries. Superb.
Nishan Madhushka there showing his class, showing that international level quality that he possesses. Finds the gap behind backward point, targets it, and executes this to perfection.
He looks increasingly good. The top score during this tournament, 2025, 158 runs, goes to Sitara Gimhan. Playing for Moore Sports Club, very talented youngster. And Nishan Madhushka. Ideal opportunity for him to go big. Excellent over already. Now they break broken the shackles. 10 runs, 11 runs if I'm not mistaken. 10 runs, you said it right. And run rate is up. Just about that, that'll do it.
Nicely done there by Sandesh, just getting Madhushka back on strike. Madhushka is so important to this CCC innings right now, because like I was saying a little bit earlier, the ball, especially from the spinners, it's the older ball now. It's softer, it's starting to hold up a little bit in the surface, and you need that batter who has been set if you want to keep this rate of scoring up.
And apart from Madhushka, the rest, they've been struggling a bit. Gets another single, gets to the other end. Excellent over, 11 runs off. 36 done, 228 for 4.
Come on, Lamai. Come on, Lamai.
All of a sudden, things looking a little overcast. A grey cluster of clouds rather, right above us. There you go, beautiful hands. He pretty much moving along according to a pace he set for himself. Pawan Sandesh, another youngster. You mentioned a half century already during this series, and it's just about giving up the opportunity for his experienced partner Nishan Madhushka, who's on 127 and looking for a big inning. See that? Lovely. Proper batting. Yes, he scored 128 runs, but still, whenever opportunity provided, demonstrating proper techniques. Lovely. Straight in line with the stumps. Played accordingly. Brander says he's been getting in few economical overs, and the batters, especially the new batters, finding it little tough to handle him. You saw a couple of deliveries went past the outside edge against Pawan Sandesh. But this man, been there for 123 deliveries. He's been setting the platform. I'm still thinking they are in with a good chance of going beyond 310. But if they lose a couple of wickets, especially Nishan Madhushka, things will be a little tricky. There you go, fabulous delivery outside the off stump, little bit of turn.
Yeah, absolutely, Dhammika. It's Madhushka is the key here. He's taken the best of the batting conditions, but now as it's getting a little bit more difficult, and over there you see Van der Sey slipping in the googly there. We've not seen too many googlies, or maybe he's attempted it, but he's just not got the turn. But right now, this pitch, the way it's gripping a little bit more, that googly is going to come into play. So we'll continue that train of thought afterwards. It's 231 for 4, 38 overs done.
Two umpires officiating today's game, Rasanjana Dulsiri and Chandrika Amarasinghe. That's another good shot down the ground, picks up another single. And our match referee for today's game, Vanessa De Silva.
So just as this over begins, that grey cloud is now centered right over the stadium, but maybe it'll pass without causing too much damage if we're fortunate, because it doesn't seem to be a very heavy one.
Pitched outside the line of the leg stump and immediately taken out the opportunity for LBW. Ravindu, I thought he's done fairly well considering how much of a pressure they've been under, especially when that partnership is prospering between skipper, and going straight is the way to go. Couple of bounces and goes past the fence. 4 more runs.
Pawan Sandesh, they are not getting all of it, but the placement was perfect. Straight back over the bowler's head. The safest spot in the ground, apart from behind the keeper, honestly. And yeah, this couple of bounces over the ropes. And there's a little bit of disappointment there from the bowler and the captain. Because I think
overran it.
He overran it, yeah.
And a little bit of spin at the same time. These things happen from time to time. 5 runs already. It's a good one. And Pawan Sandesh getting comfortable. 9 runs of 14 deliveries. Good cricket. Worked away and picking up another single. Madushka, 129. This is by far the best we've seen from Nishan Madushka during this series. Ravindu, as we were trying to praise him for bowling economically, conceding a boundary, already given away 6 runs, and fabulous shot, but straight to the fielder.
There was a bit of a drag down there from Ravindu. He was going for something a little bit different. I think he went for the leg spinner, but he was short on the pads. Swivel pull from Madushka just for a single.
There you go. Playing each delivery on its merit. Worked away for another single. He'll do that all day. Pawan gotten into double figures. 11 for 16. Now 39 done. 239 for 4.
So, bit of a conference there at the start of the over, where you had Jeffrey Van der Sey having a chat with the keeper and his captain, formulating some plans. Van der Sey's, of course, only got 2 overs remaining in this spell. He would love to get a wicket here.
That's some improvisation down the leg side and picking up a single. Wind definitely has picked up. You can see our cameraman finding it little tough. And 240 runs on the board. 40th over in progress. I'm thinking there is a possibility weather intervene. We're hoping that the weather stays clear so we could get this game done. Good hands, good calling between 2 batters. Sharp singles, always important.
Yeah, the running between the wickets has been one of the highlights of this Colombo innings. Though in the last Van der Sey over, there was a near wicket, I think, or a couple of overs back. There was a bit of a miscommunication in the running between this pair, but it's improved since then.
Bloomfield definitely missed out a chance. Good delivery and try to push that one towards, steer that one towards super cover, but finding the fielder. Pawan is providing that much needed support for Nishan Madushka, who's on 131. And Jeffrey Van der Sey, he's got 9 deliveries remaining. Oh, excellent piece of bowling. Not too far away from the stumps and the outside edge.
Van der Sey using the conditions there nicely, using the cross breeze, getting a bit of drift, some dip there, and Pawan sweeping over this one, looking for the big slog sweep into the space. There is protection out on the square leg boundary, but Pawan was, I think, looking at cow corner.
Pawan Sandesh, known to be an aggressive batsman, especially during the school days, playing for Devapati Raja, scoring runs very, very quickly, especially in the white ball format. So that's the reason why he's been entrusted with the duties of playing for a top club. Never easy. Very good cricket. Gentle hands, gets a single. Still a very good over, just 3 runs off. 40 overs done, 142 for 4.
End of second power play.
CCC started off this tournament on a higher note, beating Colombo Coals comprehensively. But they bowed 403 runs and getting them inside 15.1 overs. And after that, their only defeat came in the hands of Moore Sports Club. At the moment, it's a 4-horse race for the top 2 positions. I'm thinking Colombo Coals and CCC in with a very, very good chance. Still early days. There's another round of matches remaining. Pawan Sandesh on 13, Nishan Madhushka on 131, looking very, very good. Ishan Malinga. Gentle little dab and gets a single. Way to go, Pawan Sandesh. Very keen on getting Nishan Madhushka on strike, as Eric once again joining me in the com box.
Yes, talked about also the scores of 370, 380. But now things are slowed down for CCC. They're on 243 for 4 in the 41st over. They could get to past 300, but 300 plus I think will be about the maximum they'll get.
There is a good opportunity. Even they move at a runner ball. Oh, that's a good shot in the slot. Given the treatment. Gone all the way. Oh, what a shot.
Great shot, no doubt. A man who's in form, man who has seen that ball so well, like a football at the moment. And treating every bowler with contempt at the moment here. And Ishan, none for 50 or 5.2 overs, being expensive. And Ishan Madhushankar moves up to 137 of 127 balls. And look at that again. There we go. Effortless. Got the timing perfectly. The placement was superb.
There you go. Ball comes out of the bat really, really nicely each and every time. Nishan Madhuskar gets it into the infield, through outfield. Happy camp. CCC. 250 runs on the board. Magnificent batting efforts. They knew they've been given the opportunity of piling up runs. They did just that. Nishan Madhushka took the opportunity. You can remember, after scoring a century, not much of celebration. This is why. He's after big runs. Once again, really nicely played down the ground. Pawan Sandesh gets another single. Already a very good over, 9 runs off. This is the 41st over, in fact, in operation. 4 deliveries, already 9 runs. Way to go.
Yeah, the partnership was also runner ball partnership, 38 runs of 38 balls. And Nishan Madhushankar on 138 of 128 balls. Oh, that's a wide, big wide.
That's pressure. That's pressure. Both the batters now looking to go after the bowling. Malinga trying his variation. Puts it way outside the tram line. An extra to the total. Oh, that's a 6. There you go. Fielder had the opportunity of getting underneath, but squandered the opportunity. pulled that one away for a 6.
Now the excellent stroke, no doubt. Made full use of that. And look at that. Textbook, as they would say. The fielder was running across, but got his hands to it.
He was anyway touching the boundary. Even if he caught, would have been 6 anyway. Oh, lovely. This is excellent cricket. This is the best I've seen Nishan Madhushka bat so far. Direct hit. He's in. Chandrika Amarasinghe stays calm.
Yes, there's no third umpire.
Very interesting replay coming up.
Yeah, the umpires will have to be on their toes more or less, because when you don't have a third umpire, this is what could happen, those close calls. And let's see what happened here. Here he is. He's returned on his way. Batsman was home.
Absolutely fine. Excellent on-field decision by umpire Chandrika Amarasinghe. Very experienced. That's a good over. Good over for CCC. 41 done. 260 for 4. Van der Zee tossing it up and opportunity spilled. Gone aerial, Pawan Sandesh living dangerously, and yet another opportunity gone a begging.
How close was that? Just take a look at that again. The fielder came in. There we go. Thick outside edge.
Should have taken. Definitely should have taken at this stage. Oh, a little bit of bounce, and man who's batting for 131 deliveries on 146 got surprised. There you go.
But this is Van der Zee's final over. He's got 4 balls left in his 10-over spell.
Oh, the googly Belred off the back foot, pushed away for another single. He's been very economical, but ideally Bloomfield team management and the coaching staff expecting him to pick up at least a couple of wickets, but not to be. Misses yet another scoring opportunity. Pawan Sandesh, you can see clear contrast between two batters. Try to hit it too hard, maybe even trying to get the placement right. Excellent delivery in line with the leg stump. Batsman little apprehensive, pushing that one towards leg side. Good bowling. Short outside the off stump, punched away. Will they come back for the second? And in fact goes for another boundary. Would have been a great over. Given away 6 runs. There you go. Room outside the off stump, asking to be hit. And Sandesh obliges, gets another boundary. CCC marches on. Whichever the case, excellent spell, very economical. Overall innings run rate beyond 6. He's conceding just 4.4. 42 done, 266 for 4. Smashed away. Fielder comes around, should only be a single. Sounded really nice off the bat. Just 3 runs short of a 150. Nishan Madhushka, what a player.
That's correct, 121.
Slower delivery from time to time. We see this from Yashan Malinga. Very effective. A bye.
Yeah, Sean trying different things, trying to bowl the slow ball, trying to deceive the batsman. He'll want to bowl that shorter ball, the little bouncer as well. Just to mix up things to make it a bit different. But there's been no success for him so far. None for 62 from his 6.2 overs. He's going at over 10 runs and over at the moment.
Good shot. Worked away towards the bigger region. Just a single. Especially as someone known to be very, very economical. Conceding too many runs today. Yes, it's a good pitch. But today, I thought he's experimenting a little too much.
Okay, another short one. That's what he's trying to do, to tempt the batsman to go for that hook shot.
Madhushka on 149. Fabulous knock. Just taken him 134 deliveries. Partnership 56 runs in no time. Just 50 deliveries. Outstanding. They've laid out a solid foundation. Looking at the way things panned out so far, 300 plus inevitable. Cut away. Gets it for 6. A huge 6. Over sweeper cover region. How about that? To get over 150. Brilliant.
Very short indeed outside the line of off stump. But look at that. Look at that. He had plenty of time to get on that back foot and punch it on the offside. Well, the fielder got his hands to it. Tried to throw it into play, but not successful.
Correction, that one came off Pawan Sandesh's bat. So Nishan Madhushka remains on 149. Apologies. Good cricket, glide away for another single. 62 runs of 51 deliveries. Excellent partnership. So that's the completion of the 43rd. 176 for 4. Correction, 276 for 4 in a commanding position. Things went according to a plan. The opener, their mainstay, batted superbly, and Pawan Sandesh down the order, providing that much needed support. 27 runs of 31 deliveries. That's 6 over extra cover. Fabulous. Sanat Jayasuriya, someone who plays that shot really, really nicely. This young man done fairly well. 5.43, good economy, picked up a wicket.
Yes, 1 for 38 from 7 overs. Particularly how things are panned out for CCC. That's good bowling figures from the Bloomfield.
Anything under 6 considered a good job. Oh, over the bowler's head. No need to run. Timed it superbly. 153.
It could go down as a chance because that was just past the bowler's outstretched hand. There we go.
Once again, Sandesh. I'm so excited to see Nishan Madhushka get over the line, getting past 150. Pawan Sandesh does the job. 31 of 32 deliveries. Excellent way to start off the 44th. 280 runs already on the board. Bloomfield now under huge pressure.
So that partnership grows from strength to strength. 67 of 53 balls for the fifth wicket.
Good delivery, well worked away, straight to the fielder for no run. Always good to see youngster taking up the mantle of being the aggressor. Nishan Madhuska pretty much moving along better than a runner ball. So Pawan Sandesh started a little slow, now catching it up. 31 of 33 deliveries. Whipped away into the gap for 4. Fine shot, some improvisation.
Tight legs, that's what it's all about for Bloomfield. Even the bowlers dropping short, trying to bowl on both sides the wicket, in fact. And one bounced the boundary that time for 4.
Our youngster, 35 runs off 34 deliveries, better than a runner ball. This is good. Just a single, now gets Nishan Madhuska on strike. Take a look at it, 72 runs, just 56 deliveries, outstanding partnership.
Yes, it is. We've had so many partnerships today that are better than runner ball. Nishan and Dhananjay Silva was better than runner ball.
Finally, that's the 150. Brilliant knock. The best I've seen from Nishan Madhuska in this format. 150 of 135 deliveries. We can remember when he completed the century, not too much of celebrations.
Yes.
It means he's determined to go past 150. Now does it. Maybe, just maybe try to hit it too hard. Single nevertheless. Excellent over. 11 runs off. 44 overs done. 287 for 4. We better have a look at the highlights of Madhuska's magnificent knock. Committed, focused, outstanding techniques. Worked away for 4. Smashes away for another boundary into the gap and gets it over the infield from time to time and does it very, very successfully. Oh, that's a lovely shot over the fielder's head for 6. He was not in chance, and that one cut away towards extra cover region and picking up another boundary. Majestic knock. Once again, 135 deliveries. Look at the strike rate, 111.11. 3 sixes, 14 boundaries. Well paced. Once again, slammed that one towards extra cover region. Only a single this time. Ishan Malinga already gone for 71 runs. Never a good sign. Your front line fast bowler conceding beyond 10 runs and over. Oh, struck that one very, very powerfully. For a moment, wondering where was that one heading. Over the boundary line, into the stands. Yet another huge six.
Yes, this man is going from strength to strength, in fact. Nishan. Another big six to his credit. The bowlers have no answer to curtail his free run scoring.
Finding it very, very tough. Another one worked away. Will they come back for the second? No, they won't. Already got 8 runs in this over. Ishan Malinga got some serious work to do. Working on his economy. He's a T20 specialist. We mentioned played for Sunrisers Hyderabad. So someone knows how to handle. Excellent Yorker. Just about managing to get the bat down right in time. Gets another single. That's more like it. At this stage, 2 batters well set. Pawan Sandesh on 39. Pushing towards yet another 50. And what a delivery. Just about managing to get the bat down right in time. Slower bumper. Another trick up the sleeve for Ishan Malinga. Only a single.
He's considered 80 runs so far of 7.5 overs. That's a lot of runs, in fact, over 10 runs and over. So I don't know how he can play T20 cricket. Difficult.
Yeah, someone who considered as a T20 specialist. VP action, worked away, a full toss. At this stage, sometimes full tosses are more productive. Whichever the case, 11 runs off Ishan Malinga's 8th. 45 done, 298 for 4.
So we're 5 overs remaining, 298 for 4. Colombo really well placed here. And both these batters now throwing their bats at most of the deliveries. And why not? 6 wickets in hand, Eric. This platform is absolutely perfect. And you'd imagine 330 minimum here. 6 runs and over from here gets them to 330.
They should get there quite comfortably if they don't lose any wickets. And that would be a very good score indeed. But don't forget, this is a very fast outfield. Anything that beats the fielder is down to the boundary.
Some good death bowling here by Dulaj. 2 Yorkers back to back. Not much the batters can do with it, but 2 singles on the taking, and that's a 300 coming up in 45.2 overs. 300 for 4. This partnership racing along, 87 off 66. And Pawan Sandesh, 41 off 40. But he's really, what he's done is taken the pressure off Madhushka, and that's allowed Madhushka to really go on the attack.
Full toss. Didn't quite get hold of it. We'll pick up a single in the meantime.
Yeah, that was just below waist high, I think. Just about. Madhushka would have wanted to put that away, but he really didn't get a hold of it. Down to long off. But again, 3 singles from the over. Not too bad from Dulaj, but you just feel like there's a boundary ball just around the corner.
Yes, at this rate, for sure, there'll be a boundary ball coming up. Oh, another full toss. Look at where he had bowled that. And look at where it has gone.
Oh, that is brilliant batting from Madhushka. And it's a no ball as well, because this was the second waist high full toss, and this one's above waist high. Madhushka is actually premeditated that. He's gone across the wicket and he's punted that over long on. Wide long on there, diving backwards, but getting nowhere near it. Oh dear, oh dear. That, you can't be bowling there. That's almost a beamer. That's a beamer.
So the free hit coming up. And look at that. Look at the fielder.
A valiant attempt, but there was no way he was hauling that one in. Free hit to the set man, Nisha Madhushka. What an innings this has been.
Again played uppishly. One bounce the fielder this time and long off.
That's another very good delivery from Dulaj. He's been trying those Yorkers. He missed the last two, but this one he gets it on the money and just the one run off the free hit. But 10 runs already off the over. 4 deliveries bowled.
So Pawan trying to do a few experiments, but doesn't come off.
Yeah, Pawan getting a little bit fancy there, premeditated, moving across the line, trying to just paddle that fine because both short third and fine leg are in the circle. So the gap is there behind the wicket. Oh, another really, really well-placed Yorker. This has been some very nice death bowling despite the runs off this over. That was a arrowed in Yorker on middle and off. All they can do is just get it away. Look at that. Ooh, beauty. Does well to get a single off it. And on that note, it's 46 overs done, 310 for 4. Being wary of the commentator's curse, Eric, is there an outside chance here for Nisha Madhushka to get one of those rare ODI doubles?
Good slower ball from Dulaj. Beat the batsman, who's trying to whack that away on the offside towards that sweeper region.
Lahiru Madhushanka, in fact, back into the attack. Bowling his 8th over, which means he's not going to bowl out today. Which is unusual because he's picked up 2 wickets.
Another big heave. Gets some back to it. The ball runs out towards deep mid wicket. So projected score is 343. Could get there.
I think they'll want 350, Eric. 10 and over gets them there. Very nice Yorker there from Lahiru. I have to say, this death bowling has been pretty on point. Barring for that high full toss that went for 6, every other delivery has been in the block hole or thereabouts. Wide given. That was a short one. Earlier one was a slower bouncer. This one was pace on, but it looped well above Pawan Sandesh.
No, this is where the bowlers have to be careful. Look at that. Definitely a wide.
Some very good fielding there. Jeffrey Van der Sey at extra cover. This was coming at him at a rate of knots, but he sprung to his left. and done excellent. Has he hurt his finger there? I think he's hurt his left hand a little bit, stopping that. Bit of a grimace on Van der Say's face there after that stop.
But that's caught, in fact. Look at that.
Oh my goodness, yes.
It traveled like a bullet. Van der Say got his hands to it.
I didn't think it carried, but that is an incredible take from Jeffrey Van der Say. My apologies to Jeffrey watching. And Pawan Sandesh falls just short of another 50, 45 or 56. A fantastic knocks, and really, it came at a crucial time for Colombo because Bloomfield had just been getting back into the game, and Sandesh took the pressure off Madhushka, allowing Madhushka to continue playing his natural game. Now, it's time for Chamindu Vijay Singh, who's the new man. Vijay Singh, of course, got his T20 debut very recently. He's been there after the LPL. It was a very impressive LPL for him last year. He's got a free hand here.
Let's take a look at that last wicket. Look at that. From the toe of the bat, straight to the extra cover. Van der Say did extremely well to hang on to that. It came like a bullet, and that was when the wicket fell. Pawan the man out.
Another short one there, slower one. Does well to wait for this, get over it, pull it behind square. Pretty close, that I would imagine, to being overhead height, but it was just about okay. And that's the end of a very good 47th over by Lahiru Madhushanka. 315 for 5, just 5 runs and a wicket off that one. Oh my, and that is the man in business? No, it's not. That is beautifully done. Nishan Madhushka take a bow. Steps across the line, premeditated, but this is a low full toss around off stump, and he's just absolutely monstered this over deep mid wicket. Beautiful ball striking here. Oof. Not much more Dulaj can do there. Goes for the wide Yorker, but Madhushka is waiting for it. Gets low. Nice low center of gravity. Lovely hit. And again. Oh, but this has gone in the air. This is straight up. And it's held on. Madhushka's innings comes to an end. It's a very, very well judged catch in the deep.
Yes, Ron Chandragupta, the man who took the catch. And this magnificent innings comes to an end. Look at that. Batting outside the line of off stump. Tried to hit it on the onside, but perhaps got a leading edge on that. And there's Chandragupta under it. Makes sure that he holds on to it. Dives down to the ground, but keeps the ball safely in his palms. And Madhushanka, 174 of 145 balls, has really given the CCC innings great impetus.
What an absolute gem of an innings that was. 174. Nisha Madhushka, you could hear the anguished cry after he played that shot. The minute he hit it, he knew he had mishit it. But it was one of the few deliveries this all innings that he mishit. It truly was a phenomenal innings. Really made use of the conditions, and he's put his club in a fantastic position here. 321 for 6. Inuka is the new man. Oh, nearly a run out there. Better throw might have done the business. I think the bowler was caught on the wrong side of the wicket there in collecting the ball. That's right, he didn't collect it clean, he didn't break the stumps. He was just not in position. Good run.
Full toss again outside the line of off stump. Got the treatment.
That's gone all the way.
Yes, it has gone all the way. You can't bowl those full tosses outside the line of off stump. The height of it, look at that. Look at where he bowled that.
Yeah, I think Dulaj, you can see what he's going for. He's trying for those wide Yorkers, which are traditionally quite difficult to get away. But if you miss that line, if you miss the length and it becomes a full toss like that, you just have to get bat on it into the space, and you just see it's a wicket over, but 2 sixes already.
Another full toss. Where's this gone?
It was a scuffed one, didn't really get much elevation on it, bobbles away towards deep mid wicket. But it's some good running. Did they get the 2? No, it's just a single,
So 14 so far off this over with the wicket.
Dulaj now about to bowl the final ball of his spell. He's picked up 2 wickets. He's been expensive, 75 runs. Can he end it here with 1 more? Swing and a miss. Just shaves leg stump there. And that's the end for Dulaj. 2 for 75, 48 overs done, 329 for 6. Colombo have paced this innings to perfection. You have to say it's 2 overs left. 350 still very much on the cards, but these two are the new batters. And yeah, Lahiru Madhushankar there bowling it well, nice and full, not really giving Chamindu room to swing his arms, inside edge, and they just sneak a single.
Yeah, the problem is that the Bloomfield bowlers bowled far too many full tosses. Allowed the CCC batsmen to free their arms, play shots, get big sixers. That's what really happened. Maybe they were trying to bowl Yorkers, but you don't bowl genuine full tosses when you try to bowl Yorkers. In fact, even a bowler Yorker is an art. You've got to practice that all the time. If you don't practice bowling Yorkers, you can never get it right.
As always, Eric, it's execution over the idea or over the attempt. Execution is key. That was well bowled from Madhushankar. He saw Inuka lining this up, settling on that back foot, and he just took the pace off a little bit, bowled it around off, and it forced Inuka to just adjust late on.
Down to the boundary again for 4.
Oh, that is really well played from Chamindu. This was the slow bouncer, but he's found the placement really well. There is a fielder at square leg, but he's quite square. And he gets this nice and fine. Pass short, fine leg.
Yeah, the field had no chance here.
Yeah. It was really well placed from Chamidu. This is a good knock. Oh. Stand and deliver, or has... Oh my goodness. Think he's holed out.
Yes, he sold out on the boundary. So Ramidu takes the catch here. Didn't have more range, in fact.
You can just tell the situation of this game from the muted celebrations from the Bloomfield players. This was hit straight to Ramidu at wide long on. But really, no one is celebrating, not the bowler, not the fielder, because there's plenty of runs on the board. Very well judged though. Nicely balanced. Chamidu perhaps could have hit through the line a little bit. He kind of checked his shot there. But a nice little 13 off 6. Didn't really waste too many deliveries. Just what his team needed at that point. Quick runs.
right arm over, full more to come.
Situm is the new batter and he gets off the mark straight away. A wicket lost in the over, but still 7 off it. All runs from this point onwards are a bonus for Colombo, you would imagine, because this is a pretty imposing total already. Goes for the reverse. It's premeditated and it's right through him. Just can't get the connection. Ends his stint today, Lahira Madhushankar, with the dot ball. And it's been, I mean, it's a bit of a crime that he's only bowled 1 over. Oh, sorry, only bowled 9 overs. 4 for 59. Definitely the best of the bunch. 49 overs done, 336 for 7.
Right, so the last over coming up. We're into overtime at the moment.
So just having a count, it looks like they have been penalized for their slow over rate. Just 4 fielders allowed outside the ring at the moment.
Yes, we're into overtime at the moment. They should have completed the 50 overs by 1:15. They're now at 1:32. Look at that. Almost a wide.
Very marginal there.
Another full toss. Couldn't get it away, just played it to mid-off.
Yeah, we're into the tail end territory here. These two are not expected to get too many big hits away. So anything from here would be bonus as far as Colombo are concerned. Malinga really should be trying to keep it nice and full in that Yorker length and away from their swinging arc. You can see Inuka standing with a pretty open stance.
Give it up, give it up.
Again, they were looking for 2. The fielder put the pressure on the batsman for sure. Now that's what we wanted to see from Bloomfield. For the fielders to put the pressure on the batsman, not allow them those easy 2s.
Yeah, that's definitely something that was lacking in those middle overs when CCC had it all their own way.
Again, a player and a miss. Another dot ball. So this angle is working really well for Ishan into his 9th over.
But you just have to feel it's all a little bit too little too late. 338 for 7 against the tail. You don't necessarily expect them to get it away. So this has been good from Malinga, but it's been a poor display overall.
Now the full toss. Hit to deep mid wicket again. Only a single. So the last ball of the innings coming up, 340 for 7. We thought the CCC will go past 350 at one stage, but not to be. The last few overs, quite a few dot balls as well. In fact, a couple of sixers came in. But the dot balls put the pressure on the batsman and went down to the tail, in fact.
So last ball of the innings coming up. And it's a big swing and a miss. A dot ball to end the innings. But CCC finish on an imposing 340 for 7, anchored by Nisham Madhushka's impressive 174 of 157. It was an innings to be remembered, and CCC having been put into bat. Remember, there's no toss in this game. Bloomfield were the away side, and they decided to put CCC in. And CCC have made hay, I would like to say, while the sun shone, but it's been a pretty gloomy day. Cloud cover, 340 for 7. Nisham Madhushka 174, and we're going to get the scorecard soon, but it wasn't a pretty sight for the bowlers.
Right, so the batting card for the CCC, to see how they've gone. There we are. Nishan 174, the top scorer of 145 balls. Lasit cross-bowler didn't last long. Was well caught by Dulaj, running backwards. And Dhananjay De Silva 59, Anjala 16, Sahan 12, Pavan 44, Chamindu 13, Inuka 3, and Situm not out on 4. 11 extras is a total of 340 for 7 in 50 overs.
Oh, Bloomfield will not want to go through this bowling card too deeply. Eshan, his 9 overs, 85 runs at an economy rate of 9.44. A day to forget for him. Dulaj, but Lahiru and Dulaj were the key contributors. 4 wickets for 59 for Lahiru, the best of the innings. 2 for 75 for Dulaj. Both of them proved rather impressive also at the death, keeping things tight despite the leaking runs earlier. Jeffrey Van der Say was the most economical. His 10 overs going for 44. Unlucky not to get a wicket after there was a drop off his bowling. Ramidu took a nice catch to go with his 1 wicket. And there was Nirmal, who was the 6th bowler. His 4 overs went for 28. And you can see at the bottom there the partnerships. Couple of big ones for the 3rd wicket. There was a 50-run partnership after that, and another 100-run stand for the 5th wicket. A couple of late blows reduced the damage, but 340 for 7 means it's a tough get for Bloomfield coming forward. Here's a deeper look at those partnerships. It's the big one right at the top. There was an early dismissal, but you can see there Madhushka and Dhananjay 103, followed by another 57, 33, and then 95. Really solid couple of middle order stands, and that one with Pawan Sandesh really set the finished up the platform that was set earlier. And you can see how they planned this innings. 10 extras. There were a couple of wides as well.
Right, so the highlights of this CCC innings. There's the CCC batsman coming in, and there's that first catch being taken though. Because the first runs being scored, hit away on the offside. Lovely shot, it went down to the boundary before. The timing was perfect and the placement. And this one in the air, and look at that catch. What a catch that was taken by Dulaj. Running backwards, kept his eyes to the ball and made sure he held on to that. So runs start to flow for CCC with Dhananjay De Silva also coming in. And this is where CCC did extremely well. Made use of some loose bowling as well. Hit the ball around the park and really got the scoreboard moving. Look at that. dive but couldn't stop the ball. This one brilliantly played again on the offside towards Sweeper Cow for 4. And the runs are coming thick and fast for CCC, and beat Bloomfield could not pick up any wickets at that stage. And this one hit down the ground, one bounce to the boundary for 4. And there we are, diving fielder couldn't stop that, and there we are with the Nishan making up his 50 very easily from that. And then he went on solidly from that point on, but Dhananjay was the man who was stumped running down the track trying to play one on the onside. And then more runs started to come in. The flow of runs increased, in fact, for the CCC. And off the toe of the bat, hit away on the offside. And lovely crashing drive on the offside between point and extra cover. More runs when he beats the fielder to the boundary. And look at that. It was really helped away down towards the short third man. And this one again, a thick edge down towards third man for 4. As the CCC just went on a rampage and built up partnerships as well. That was pulled away nicely on the onside. There's another lovely catch being taken, this time by Chandra Gupta. And he took the danger man's wicket, that is not Shankar. And towards the end of the innings, not really big sixes, but the runs were just coming in singles and twos. And the CCC did well to get to the total of 347. Look at that, poor effort. Off the fingers into the boundary for 6. And this one again, a diving stop, couldn't stop the ball from going over the boundary line and picked up 4. So a couple of close catches as well going a begging. And then this is another good shot played on the offside. Beats the floor. Jeffrey Battersea did well to hang on to that. Good catch taken. And look at that, it was outside the off stump. Hit it away on the onside and found that 6 region very easily indeed. So there's Chandra Gupta taking that catch, straightforward catch, but made sure he didn't pop the ball out. But that was the big wicket of Madhushka, and that was the end of the CCC innings at 340 for the loss of 7 wickets. We'll take a break from here. Be back when the Bloomfield innings commences in about maybe 30 minutes from now. Until then, stay tuned to our transmission as well, and we'll be back after lunch.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to the CCC grounds, Colombo 7, where Colombo Cricket Club taking on Bloomfield. It's a big chase on the card for the lads from Reed Avenue. Bloomfield deciding to bowl first. I thought they just maybe made a mistake, but whichever the case, now they will have to chase down a mammoth total 345 to win this game. Should be an interesting chase. I'm joined by Madhushka in commentary.
Thanks, Hemantha. So we got Asitha Fernando, Sri Lanka's strike test bowler, starting things off for Colts with the ball. It's Tarindu and Ron Chandragupta, of course, the prize talent of this Bloomfield lineup. He's been in some good form. He's got a couple of 50s under his belt, and he's now a veteran of the domestic circuit, and they'll need a big performance from him today to chase down this big 341 run target.
There's that customary shape by the experienced bowler Asitha Fernando, preferred in test format, so he's a wicket taker, and they'll be eyeing an early wicket because these two batters have batted so well for Bloomfield, if I'm not mistaken, during one. That's another look way outside the off stump, not the way to start things. Chasing down 180 plus runs for no wickets. So both of them, Tarindu getting into triple figures and Ron scoring something like 85. So they've been performing consistently. Excellent line and length. This is the length he's adopting in test match cricket. Back of a length, pushing the batsman back, trying to extract a little bit of movement.
Yes, these two definitely have the pedigree to go after this target. But in Asitha, they have an opponent that is extremely formidable. You know what you're going to get from Asitha Fernando. He may not consistently hit those 9s out of 10s, but he is always a 7 out of 10. You're not going to get a bad day at the office from Asitha Fernando. So they have their work cut out most definitely. 2 slips in place.
He's a sort of a bowler, even if he goes for runs, he picks up wickets. In a game like this, early wickets do matter. Tarindu, plenty of runs. If I'm not mistaken, both these batters inside top 20 batters in this tournament, left-handed, product of Trinity College Kandy, performing outstandingly well for Bloomfield Cricket and Athletic Club for a couple of years now. Very consistent performer. The other day at Coles, batted superbly well against Kurunagala YCC. Let's it go. Very watchful. Still early days. Required run rate 6.83. They'll be tested. There's no doubt. It's going to be one heck of a chase, I can tell you.
Asitha also the exact kind of bowler you want when you have this sort of total on board on a pretty flattish deck. He's going to keep probing those channels. He's going to keep asking you questions as a batter, and you're going to have to take him on. You're going to have to get into those uncomfortable zones in order to score runs off him. He's not going to give you too many gimme deliveries. And there we go. There we go. Just as we said, this was a little bit full outside off, drawing the drive, shaping away late, and Tarindu has taken the bait. He's gone for it, thick edge and gone.
Probing line and length outside the off stump, enticing Tarindu to go for fishing outside the off stump and finds the outside edge. He perishes. Not the start Bloomfield would have hoped for.
Just look at that seam there. Beautifully upright, getting that late movement. That is the quality of Asitha Fernando. That's why he's become borderline undroppable for the national side. He was rested for the recent white ball series, but really, he is at the top of his game at this moment, and he has given Colombo the big breakthrough that they wanted early on. Bloomfield right in the thick of it now.
Having scored 340 plus, picking up an early wicket, now immediately dictating terms on your position. It will be testing times, usually two openers, duo, did a fine job, and that's the dismissal once again. Lovely shape. Just go for it. Very tentative. Look at the hands in awkward position.
Sender.
So wicketkeeper says thank you so much.
Right arm over.
First wicket down immediately under huge pressure.
That was a good spot there, Dhammika. The hands definitely, the bat handle twisting in it. He was not in control of that shot. And he paid the price.
Young man Asita Wanninayaka, left-handed batter, playing for Bloomfield number of years, a product of St. Anthony's College. Kandy played for Sri Lanka under 19s, solid performer, plenty of runs. And today, I have no doubts he didn't expect it to walk into the middle this early. For the same reason, huge responsibility for the youngster. This will be testing times.
Oh yeah, number 3 is a vital position. And he has got his work cut out for him, especially against Asita, especially with this target on the board.
That customary away movement becomes a leg stumpish delivery for the left-hander. Wholehearted cricketer Asita Fernando always gives 110%. That's the value you've spoken about. Undroppable. You said the right word. Even on a docile, flat tracks, somehow managed. Prime example in goal. Still manages to pick up wickets. Goes to tell you he's got big heart.
Oh, what a beauty there. He brought the earlier one in, and this one just keeps going on across the left hander, nearly squares him up, beats the outside edge, and that's a lovely end. Just 3 runs off the over, 3 wides, nothing off the bat so far. Oh, a beauty.
So the first over done, 3 for 1.
Midland leg. Midland leg. හරිද? Thanks bro.
To Fernando starting the hunt for Colombo Cricket Club. Vishwa Fernando, another bowler when conditions right, unplayable, getting that lovely shape away from the left-hander. Ron Chandragupta, sound techniques. It will be interesting to see his approach against this experienced campaigner. Played county cricket, vastly experienced nowadays.
Just to put this into context, this is Sri Lanka's first choice test opening bowling attack that Ron and Asita have to deal with. It's oh my goodness.
Excellent take. It was going away from Nishan Madhushka, having scored a century high on, confident. Grabbed it out of thin air.
What a phenomenal take at second slip there. Spring into his right. This was flying at a rate of knots. And it's a dream start for CCC. They've got the big fish. It's Ron Chandragupta fishing outside off stump. This wasn't a particularly great delivery from Vishwa. A bit of a loose actually. Short and wide. Moving away, but when it's going for you, it's going for you.
I really enjoyed the smile on DDS's face. I really enjoyed that. He was relieved.
And as that second wicket falls, still no runs off the bat in this Bloomfield innings. And now Mineth comes out.
Very young man, played for Ananda. Also a wicket keeper. And another youngster who's got solid techniques if he stays. And once again, we must have another look at that wicket. Brilliant. He probably picked that one touch late, but made it up.
Yeah, look at the look on DDS's face. He is. I think he saw how close Nishan was to. I think actually the conversation is maybe DDS thought maybe he should have gone for it, but Nishan throwing himself to his right, taking it really well, and DDS very grateful for his opening batter.
When you feel confident, things will fall into place. That's the name of the game. High on confident, battered superbly. Breathtaking knock. Some of those shots. How about that? Played for in-swinger. Serious pace. Went all the way.
That's raced off the edge, but this didn't really deserve a 4. It squares him up. It just, if you look at it here, it just nips away a touch off the surface. Just getting the leading edge, but it races away. There's a third man in place, but he's got no chance.
Good pace, very sharp. Always good to see Vishnu Fernando bending his back and delivering some fiery deliveries now. Wicket being taken, he too high on confidence. Testing times, 2 down for 7. Oh, lovely shape, I can tell you. Curving in towards the stump, started off just about an inch outside the off stump. Ideal length. Anxious looking faces immediately found themselves under serious pressure after doing all the chasing. I mean, they were put to the test. Quite a few boundaries, diving around in the field for a long period. Now, hope for their two most experienced, two most productive batters to do something customary. There you go, balls literally flying out of the bat. Good pace.
Those 2 early wickets, it goes without saying it wasn't what Bloomfield wanted, but more than anything, it makes it so difficult for the rest of the batters to use these fairly good batting conditions because the ball is still coming on quite nicely. Yes, there's a bit of lateral movement, but ideally what you want to be doing is you want to be hitting the bowlers off their lengths, off their lines. But right now, if you're either Asita or Mineth, you're just thinking about survival. You're not thinking about counter-attacking. You're not thinking about taking them on.
Well bowled. That impeccable length outside the line in the off stump, not providing any opportunities to free his arms. I think the Vananayaka is someone who's known to spend time in the middle, ideally at this stage. Therefore, Bloomfield, I have no doubt, will be relying on him. Good shot straight to the field at point region. Excellent over. 5 runs off and wicket being taken. 2 overs done, 8 for 2. Maldushka, when you are chasing a score beyond 340, you need an outstanding start, which is not to be thanks to Asita Fernando and Vishnu Fernando, accounting for 2 wickets to have fallen so far. And they have a very strong bowling lineup.
So the key here, I would imagine, for both Mineth and Asita is they need to be rotating the strike. They can't get bogged down because while the boundaries, they might not be coming, if they're not getting the singles, the run rate is going to get to untenable proportions. And that is absolutely what Bloomfield do not want in this scenario.
As they call it, fight hard, going down fighting, whichever way you may call it. Oh, beautiful. Testing times, there's no doubt. Minith as well as Asita finding it really, really tough at the moment. Asita very consistent. So is lovely, isn't it?
Just amazing shape away, and Asita will bowl that line and length all day long. You don't need to ask him. He wakes up and that's the first thing he visualizes. You can just imagine Asita going to sleep dreaming about those lines and lengths.
More in line with the stumps. Shapely negotiated by the youngster Minith. And you said they can't bob down the chase. They got to keep the chase on track. Yes, they've lost a couple of wickets. It's just about spending just about 4 to 5 overs and see where you stand. And there's no point of hanging around, because if they go down in this match, there are chances of progressing into semi-finals pretty much out of the window. Ooh. I probably thought that one came off the edge after past the outside edge.
It was very close.
Swung away.
It was very close. It was very close. Bit of look at the carry through there. Nice little bounce, right?
That moment
Late
after passing the batsman.
Late movement off the edge. And for those wondering, on the back of Asita's shirt, that's not a typo. So this tournament, a lot of the player names, they get to choose their own nicknames. So Asita is very commonly known by his teammates as Asia.
Hopefully no one puts K in front of it.
Only right arm over.
Still or not, Asita Vanninayaka. Tough times against a premier fast bowler. Very unassuming. Not the tallest bowler, not the quickest, but very, very deceptive.
And there we go. Another one nicely in the channel outside off. Watchfully left. Just one run off that Asita over. It's 3 overs done. 9 for 2.
There you go, immediately required run rate above 7. That's not a good sign. It'll be interesting to see the approach by Bloomfield. I thought they made a mistake by putting CCC into bat. Had they batted, they probably had the opportunity of going past 280, maybe close to 300. But just let the opposition dictate terms on you. Invite pressure upon you. Ooh, how did that miss the outside edge?
I have to say, this is quite the test for both Minith and Asita. I don't imagine they're going to come across this caliber of opening seam bowling very often in the major club tournament.
Not often, I can tell you. Because most of these players basically out for national duties time and time again. And as a result, these youngsters not getting an opportunity to face these caliber of bowlers often enough, as you rightly called. Came off the meat of the bat. First shot of real conviction out of the meat of the bat.
That's a very good point you made earlier about the national players. So as we get to the business end of this tournament, we're getting a lot of national players who are going to come back into their club sides, which means the quality of cricket that we're going to be seeing in the semi-finals and the finals is going to be of a very premium standard. We already had Jeffrey Van der Sey showing a great amount of dedication playing the T20 last night and then turning up this morning.
They're giving us a realization how well he bowled after the conclusion of the innings. Oh, that one came off the edge. Loud shout.
Not out, says the umpire, but there was a noise. There was a noise as it passed the edge. Minette hanging a bat out there. Of course, no DRS reviews here. Let's have a look.
No, that one too. When swing past the right-hander. After getting past the outside edge, swung prodigiously towards the wicket-keeper. He thought that one came off the edge, which wasn't the case. Whichever the case, fine piece of bowling. He's into his second over, already picked up a wicket. Looking good for the second.
A minute there, just making the cardinal sin of just searching for the
Well
the
kept.
ball.
I tell you, well kept. Could have easily gone for a boundary, 5 byes. Pawan Sandesh, the wicket keeper, diving to his left. Very well done.
Yeah, Pawan Sandesh also having a very good game today. His earlier 40, 44 proving pivotal in CCC's innings. It really restarted the innings after it had started to stagnate a little bit. And now he's doing the job behind the stumps.
Lovely bowling, I can tell you. On 3 occasions he went past the outside edge. He's getting closer and closer. Beautiful.
Both these bowlers, both Asita and Vishwa, they got this ball on a string. They're shaping it in, they're moving it away. And these batters, they just don't know which way it's coming or going.
Shot of the slip fielder, shot of the second slip. He's getting closer and closer, probing over. Just a singer.
I have to say, Minette did well there. He didn't push hard at it. He played it with soft hands, and that made it fell well short of second slip. But again, Nisham Madhushka reacting well, diving low to his left. So just the wide coming off this over as we come to the final delivery.
When you have enough runs on the board, it's a different feeling. Came off the pads, it seems. Given a wide.
There seemed to be some sort of noise there as it passed the pads, but the umpire says that went through clean. Let's have a look again. Yep.
Very close, but the right call was made.
Almost half of Bloomfield's runs coming in wides this innings.
So glide that one away for a single to complete the over number 4. 12 for 2. There you go. Getting past once, twice. And going for the in-swinger again. Oh, this is lovely. Just about a couple of foot short of the fielder.
It's such smart bowling, Dhammika. And honestly, it was just a bit of execution. Those in-swingers on target would have proved quite difficult for the batter to get away. And again, just look at that on the money, tight line on off.
Just cannot ask for a better line and length, basically. Keep things very tight, testing the batsman out time and time again. Minette very watchful on 7-15 deliveries. Astawani Nayaka yet to open his account. Target 241. Long way away.
Oh, that's very well played there. That was a bouncer. dug in short, but he gets on his toes, gets over it nicely and runs it down. Mineth getting his eye in a little by little. Asithawan Inayaka though, still to get off the mark.
After the fall of second wicket, we mentioned just about spending time batting out for 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 overs and assess the condition and try to ease off these two bowlers. It's been proven very, very tough against Asitha Fernando and Vishu Fernando. Very, very consistent line and length. Maintaining very high standards. That's the secret. Once again, really nicely played. I mentioned this youngster got all the right techniques, got all the right ingredients to be a good batsman.
When you are two youngsters like this, kind of thrown into the deep end on a big chase in a game your team has to win, how do you approach it, especially against this caliber of bowling?
It's a challenge and at the same time an opportunity. Well bowled, well handled, good cricket all round. Asitha Waninayaka in particular looks determined. I mentioned about having the right technique and the temperament. Just imagine a situation where scoring a century against this sort of a bowling lineup, you will be immediately ranked right up there as a player who can handle pressure. That's exactly what you need when you go on to represent the country. Handling pressure, that's the crucial element.
And there we go, first runs for Asitha Waninayaka. This one is just knocked away into the onside of the pads. But you made a very good point there, Dhammika. This is such a great opportunity for these two guys, especially against a test level bowling attack. We've spoken about mentality, we've spoken about the importance of putting your name in the hat and taking these opportunities. And if these guys, like you said, can show their worth, and even if they don't chase these down, because this is quite a gargantuan total, if they can revert some of the pressure, that could go a long way.
2 wickets down, still not out of it. Very well bowled, time and time again, testing the batsman out, and so that's the completion of very good 5th over. Just 2 runs off 14 for 2.
Thank you, sir.
It's been an outstanding start with the bat for CCC, and even better start with the ball. Look at the movement. Moving away from the left-hander rightly as the Waninayaka decides to let that one go. He looks determined. It looks like the batsman who got the technique. 2 youngsters in the middle. Challenge and a great opportunity.
So Vishu Fernando, a man who got a wicket in his very first ball in Test cricket. That's a dream start to get a wicket in the very first ball you bowled in Test cricket.
Absolutely not too many bowlers in the history of cricket attained that. So steadily. Partnership progressing 11 runs or 25 runs. Major contributor. Extras. Oh, once again. Not too far away from the outside edge, I can tell you. He's been testing the batsman out again and again. That probing line and length, test match length. Take a look at it.
Good movement as well, half-play pitches. Look at the movement. Wow. Just a little tidbit that all our listeners and viewers would like to hear about. Visha Fernando is the elder brother of Nuvenendu Fernando.
And Nuvenendu Fernando is the one who looks like a fast bowler. 6'4" plus.
Yes, and got a century against Australia A for Sri Lanka A yesterday.
He batted outstandingly well. I mean, those are evolving moments for players like Nuvenendu Fernando, and I mentioned Sonal Dinusha scoring a rescuing mission, scoring a century in the first innings. Sri Lanka bundled out for 272 runs. So Sri Lanka A done reasonably well against a very, very strong Australian A team. Plenty of good fast bowlers. Good cricket into the gap, picks up a single. That's more like it. Now the target is 341 runs. So for the viewers' sake, for us up here, would love to see a little bit of fighting spirit going after the total. Perhaps after the spell of Visha Fernando and Asitha Fernando, they've been proven very, very tough to handle. That nagging length outside the off stump, and they've been threatening to youngsters, taking their time, understandably, but the required run rate already 7.38.
But don't forget that Bloomfield lost two quick wickets and one of their star batsmen as well.
This will be even more testing times for them due to that reason.
Right, 6 overs completed and Bloomfield 15 for 2.
I was about to mention that bulk of the runs for Bloomfield coming off the bats of two openers and the skipper. Skipper Nipun Karunanayaka, if I'm not mistaken, amongst the top 10 run getters, scored 3 half centuries. Very consistent performer. So they got batting left. Oh, that one kept touch low in comparison to all the deliveries from Asitha Fernando. Inside his 3.1 overs, given away 6 runs and already picked up a wicket and looking good to pick up another wicket. He's been threatening right throughout his spell. Down the leg side, offline. You'd expect from a wicket-taking bowler from time to time, trying to get in his variations. This time, putting it down the leg side and moved further away. Lovely hands, gets it into the gap. Should at least be a couple. They're running fast. Not coming back for the third. Good shot. A punch off the back foot.
The difference you notice from Bloomfield and from the CCC batters is The moment the CCC batters got back to ball, the ball raced to the outfield. It's a very fast outfield, and now the last shot played by Bloomfield, it didn't really have the power that we've seen earlier today.
At the beginning, DDS and Nishan Madhushka, they were, two of the best timers of the cricket ball. Lovely hands, gets it through the line of the delivery. Oh, going for a big booming drive. That one shaped in.
Yes, you have the player in a miss all the time. Look at that again. Went for the drive. Didn't really keep his eyes on the ball. And the ball through to wicket keeper straight away.
Both the bowlers maintaining good speeds. We saw one came off the outer half of the bat and went past the third man fielder in a hurry. Third man fielder was in no chance of stopping that one. Well bowled. Pitched outside the line of the leg stump and going across the batsman. Excellent over, given away 3 runs so far.
This is the difference between the Bloomfield and the CCC bowlers. The CCC bowlers very much on target, keeping things nice and tight, always looking to pick up, because the Bloomfield bowlers, they were all over the place in fact at the start of the innings, and throughout the innings that's how CCC raced to 340 with 7 in their 50 overs.
You said it right, they had two of the most experienced bowlers, Eshan Malinga and Lahiru Madhushankar. That's good bowling. Across the left-hander, once again getting past the outside edge. Both the bowlers. Looks to be in great shape. Take a look at it.
Yes, the weather conditions do not permit them to bowl too many overs now. And Austin Fernando into his 4th over. The last ball is 4th over coming up. I wonder if they have a break now or bowl one more over. The same with Vishwa Fernando. It saps the energy of the quick bowlers.
Oh, lovely bowling. This time shaped in towards the batsman. Excellent over. 7 overs done. 18 for 2. So the chances of chasing it down for Bloomfield steadily diminishing. Required run rate well above 7 and over now. We are just into 7th over, already 2 wickets down. 2 Fernandos. I mean, the batters found themselves in spot of bother when it comes to handling them. Swung the ball both ways, once again getting past the outside edge as we speak about it. Eric, wouldn't be a bad idea to go for a kill, getting in few closing in fielders, because 2 batters out there in the middle not going for shots, and fielder like forward short leg, perhaps short mid wicket, and trying out different methods to pick up a couple of more wickets inside 15 overs, which will make their efforts even more easier. Inside edge for 4. Lucky break for Minette. Not the prettiest way to score a boundary, but at this stage they will take it.
Well, there we are. Look at that. Inside edge, past the leg stump, down towards fine leg for 4. The batsman had no idea where that ball was. And the next he realized that the ball had crept over the boundary line for 4. So 22 for 2 of Bloomfield. We're in the 8th over. Minette moves on to double figures. He's on 12. Asita is on 4. going for these two batsmen as well.
It's been very, very tough. They started off on the right foot. Both the bowlers threatening Bloomfield batters. They are most enterprising run scorers back in the hut in no time, and immediately topple them out of the track. It will be very, very hard for them to get their campaign back on track after this. Going for a quick single, always good to see. Gentle little dab. Playing it late, right underneath the eyes. Minute as well as Asita, equipped with proper techniques. Youngsters enjoying good game of cricket in the middle of CCC grounds.
So a lot of noise in the middle. I'm pretty sure that all our viewers are hearing all the going on by the wicket keeper and the slips. A lot of talking.
Just to maintain high energy levels. Well bowled. Constantly hitting that nagging line and length. Brilliant. This is proper test match bowling.
So this partnership has yielded 20 runs of 39 deliveries for the third wicket. But it's not a great partnership for Bloomfield. Struggling, in fact, at the moment. Their target is 341, along with the go for 341. Over 300 runs still to be scored.
In swinger. Almost dragged that one onto the stumps. Inner part of the bat. Picking up a single anyway. I'm thinking both these youngsters waiting till two veterans finishing their quota of overs. There you go. Brilliant. Beautiful shape. One in Aiga. Just about managing to get the bat down right on time. 21 runs is the partnership.
So the last ball of Vish Fernando's fourth over.
That's a good shot. Gets it through the infield and fielder at deep point region comes around. Mr. Fernando sends in a good return. Very good over. 8 runs off. 8 overs done, 26 for 2. As you can see, two batters taking drinks, and with that, I'm sure, a message from the dressing room. Just maybe to wait, occupy the crease until Vishnu Fernando and Mr. Fernando taken out of the attack and do something different. Looks like we got the first bowling change for CCC.
Yes, we expected that to have the first bowling change now because Mr. Fernando it bowled 4 overs on the trot, and it's very hot conditions out here at the CCC grounds. So another right arm medium fast bowler, Chamindu Vijayasinghe to bowl. They have to rotate their bowlers. That's what CCC will do.
Immediately punches it through the gap. The chase is on, and just about managing to pull that one inch inside the boundary line. Well done.
Not too sure about that.
Me too.
Let's take
11
a
on the
look.
look. Perfectly timed. Young man hot in pursuit.
The ball really
But
crossed the
he
boundary.
was unsighted. Had he known it, would have given the message to the umpire in the middle.
Well, I hope they will do that.
Chamadu Vijay Singh, another fine all-rounder, a product of Nalanda College, Colombo, been in the scene for a fairly long period now. Superb wrist action, but all the variations, in-swingers, out-swingers, cutters, slower bowls, ideally suited for this format. Well ball, right on the money. Always good to see. Starting off his spell, finding the right line and length. That's the basic when it comes to fast bowling. If you start to spread it all around, it will eventually become pretty easy for the batters, and you're going to lose the grip you had on this game. There you go, 7.54 already. This is getting out of hand for Bloomfield.
I think where it really goes for hand is when it creeps up above 8 runs and over. 7.57, well, gettable with some luck as well. But 8 is going to be make it difficult. And at the way it's going now, it will get to 8 very quickly.
And someone will have to bat as well as Nishan Madhushka did.
Oh, even better.
Absolutely. Down the leg side, going for variation, going for slower delivery, miscuing it, spreading it down the leg side, given away, get another extra. At this stage, they wouldn't mind. Got enough runs on the board, high on confidence. All the bowlers on display. He's after wickets. Good cricket, straight to the field. Lovely techniques, lovely hands by Asith Vandinayaka. He promises a lot when he played for Sri Lanka under 19s. Scored very consistently at the under 19 levels. There you go. Lovely techniques. Played run right underneath his eyes. Good footwork. But today, it's a huge ask. Finds the same field, a diving effort, prevented a single. Another very good over. Just 3 runs off, 9 overs done, 29 for 2. The run rate isn't great. 2 of their main batters already back in the hut. Skipper bringing in more changes. Enuka Karannagoda, left arm orthodox spin bowler, into the attack.
Yes,
Yet another-
double bowling change. Both the opening bowlers taken off. Both Fernando's taken off. And I suppose it's good thinking because it's far too hot for a bowler to operate more than about 4 overs, particularly the quicker bowlers. And what could the spinner bring to the game? Let's wait and see. That's going to be interesting. We saw a few balls turn when Bloomfield were fielding.
Right on the money straight away. That is something customary with this young man. Played for Mahanama College, Colombo 3. Done outstandingly well. And during this tournament as well as previously during the T20 tournament, performed very, very consistently in Dipper.
So a quicker delivery. Forced the batsman to the back foot. He had to hurry on his shot, in fact.
Loud shout. I think the impact outside the line of the off stump. There you go, the indication by the umpire.
So they're having a chat with the batsman as well. Look at that. Definitely outside the line of off stump. There's no way you can get LBW decision on that.
A minute was advancing down the track at the same time. Going for a cheeky little paddle sweep. I'm starting to wonder, is that the right option at this stage? Anyway, Inuka Karanagoda shaping all his deliveries in towards the batter. Meeting the ball outside the line of the off stump. Even he misses. Gets the pads behind it. Oh, inner part of the bat onto the pads. Very good over so far. Excellent start.
The off stump, I wouldn't know. So close to the off stump.
So it's a maiden for Inuka Karanagoda to start up his spell. 10 overs done, 29 for 2.
So current run rate is 2.9 by Bloomfield.
It's been quite the consolidatory effort from Mineth and Asita. However, yeah, this run rate is definitely not something they would want to persevere with. 341, of course, the target. And you get the feeling with the spinners coming in, the ball getting a little bit softer and older. It's only going to get harder from here.
Yes, also we must not forget they're using 2 white balls up to the 34th over. And when you see that on the screen that 10 overs have been completed, which means that each ball has been used for 5 overs. And it's only after the 34th over that a single ball is being used till the 50th over. So the thinking was that the quicker bowlers never had good use of the ball because they couldn't bowl reverse swing and things like that. Let's see how it goes. There are the little ones coming into the grounds for their little coaching classes. Nice to see them. Well decked out. This has been one of the strategies from Nelson Mendes. You have to come in white. You have to wear their cap. The rules and regulations.
Yes, in my youth, I learned under Nelson Mendes, and he was quite the hard taskmaster, but also very good with an arm around the shoulder once in a while. I still remember bowling a wide and an O ball in the nets back to back and getting a nice smack on my boots.
Yes, many of Sri Lanka's players have been through Nelson.
Sharp bouncer there from Chamidu, and that's it looks like it's got the under part of the grill, and it sent a piece of the helmet flying off Minet's helmet there. I'm sure there's going to be a quick concussion check as well.
Yes, mandatory. There we go. Haven't seen that before.
So I think that piece that just went off, that is the piece that they have put at the back of the helmet following the untimely passing of Phil Hughes. So that's the protection right under the back of the skull. So once he got the knock on the grill there, it's just flown off. So the players understandably taking this time to have a bit of a break, recalibrate, have some drinks. Oof, that was a fierce bouncer from Chamidu.
Yes, got him on the helmet, no doubt. He seems fine, seems okay, but a new helmet is coming out for sure. And we'll take a look at the batting card up to now. 2 wickets have fallen in quick succession. And that's put Bloomfield on the back foot, in fact, straight away. There we are, Tarindu. Asita picked up the wicket, out to no score, just faced 4 balls. And Ron Chandragupta's the big wicket that they picked up. Vishwa Fernando had that wicket, out to no score, faced just the 1 ball. And now Asita is on 8 with Minette on 15. 8 extras the total of 31 for 2 in the 9th over. And there's the bowling for CCC. Asita is 1 for 9. Vishwa Fernando 1 for 17. Chamindu none for 4 for 1.3. And Inuga, that 1 over was a maiden for him.
It just goes to show, Eric, how tough these two have found batting out there with a quarter of the runs coming from extras.
Yes, that's right. It's not easy to bat on because when you bowl well, you bowl wicket to wicket, it's really difficult to move on. All set for play to resume. It's bat to ball, but sweeper tidies up. It's not going to be easy for Bloomfield for sure. The CCC not prepared to give too much away. They know they need to qualify for the semi-finals.
At this point, sorry to interrupt, Eric. At this point, I don't know what Bloomfield's plan is going forward. They don't seem to be in any sort of urgency. The run rate keeps rising, and the current run rate is on 3 and over. And they just seem to be playing the ball on its merit, defending it away, knocking over the singles. I'm struggling to remember the last boundary.
Long time ago. But don't forget, even though you're an underdog sometimes in a game, you don't want to throw it away. You want to play the full 50 overs and keep the opponents on the field, not give them the advantage of an excellent run rate. These are things that go through people's minds.
Just down leg, little offline from Chamidu. And just on the topic of boundaries, just 2 boundaries in the innings.
Yes.
So it's been very hard going, and one of those boundaries was an outside edge, in fact.
That's down the leg side for a wide. So more extras adding up to the Bloomfield total, 33 for 2 in the 11th over.
So another single just knocked away into the onside. 11 overs done, 34 for 2.
Another part of the game strategy or strategies from clubs playing this tournament now, like Bloomfield for instance, is for the youngsters to really build confidence, to bat a long time, take on the top bowlers in cricket, like the international stars as well, go through the motions of seeing them through and bat a long time. So that means it gives you a lot of confidence.
That's a fair point, Eric. I think that might be what's happening over here with these two youngsters, where they're taking this opportunity to take on some international caliber bowling and just get some time out there in the middle. Nice sweep shot there. Well connected, but there's protection out on the square leg boundary.
He is picked up from outside the line of off stump. Well played indeed. Along the ground was that sweep. So Minette moves on to 17. He's faced 33 balls. Brings Asita to take strike.
That one there, on with the arm from Inuka. Playing for the turn, doesn't find it, beaten on the outside edge. That one spun back in. So there is a bit of natural variation taking place here outside the left-hander's off stump, which is only going to make batting a little even more difficult.
Nicely played. Picked up inside the boundary. Only a single.
Playing with the turn there, very safe shot, nicely executed sweep. But again, yes, like you said, lots of protection on that square leg boundary. If they are to find the boundaries and the gaps, they're going to have to take a few risks. But right now, like you very rightly said, these two just happy to bat time.
Again, a good shot. Made room for himself. It's important for youngsters also to realize that they can't throw their wickets away to more experienced bowlers and the likes. They need to really ride out the tide. Need to bat well.
Inuka though not really giving much away. He's keeping a very nice tight line. Even those earlier cuts, it required Minette to make a bit of space. 12 overs done then, 38 for 2.
So this partnership for the third wicket is 35 runs. Take a long time, but more importantly, came at a difficult time when then Bloomfield had lost 2 quick wickets, struggling with 2 wickets down very early. That was in the second over.
Yeah, this is a strange one because this is one of those partnerships where you would expect it to come from a side that's batting first when they don't have a target in mind and they are trying to consolidate after a few early wicket losses. However, when you are chasing something along the region of 340, in this case 341, and now the required run rate has jumped to 8.01 and over, it does seem a little bit of, it's neither here nor there. Both batters, of course, also having faced 35 and 34 deliveries respectively. I'm looking forward to seeing the first real shot of aggression from this pair.
I think you've got to wait a little bit more longer because you're not going to have those shots coming in when the bowling is tight. And it's a matter of survival for these two batsmen at the moment. I think they've done well for the youngsters. They've really been good to ride the tide.
Oh, there we go, there we go. Short, wide, thought about taking it on, but I think he was just beaten by a little bit of extra bounce.
Yes, this pitch has been surprising. It's had that extra bounce as well. Some balls did turn.
It's been a pretty good pitch, all things considered, because as was rightly pointed out by both you and Dhammika early on, these pitches don't really get that much care because there's a lot of cricket taking place over the year. So in that sense, this has been a pretty sporting track. There's been something in it for the seamers, later on for the spinners, and right throughout for the batters.
I was talking to the ground staff this morning and talking to them about how difficult it must be to prepare wickets. With so much cricket being played, and yes, they agreed. They said it's difficult to make these tracks because there are so many matches being played and the break between games is so short. Now don't forget, the two semi-finals and the final of this tournament, the Sri Lanka Cricket Major Club Limited Overs Tournament 2025 is going to be played at these grounds.
Well, if those semis and finals are on a pitch similar to this, I think we'll have some good games.
Nicely played. Worked off the pads, just a single.
Just the one off the over though. 13 overs done, 39 for 2. So Inuka to continue. We've got a slip in place. There's a short extra cover and a short mid wicket. Aside the short mid wicket, there's no one really else on the onside, so there's an easy single into the leg side.
And we're talking about the semi-finals and finals of this tournament being played at this CCC grounds. All three games will be played under lights.
And that'll be quite nice, honestly. We're looking forward to seeing this stadium under lights.
Quick single, well run. The call was early. Non-striker responded well.
Inuka has his hands on his head. He does think there was a chance here. Oh yes, oh my goodness. Angela has not collected that throw cleanly. If he had and broken the stumps, that would have been wicket number 3. But yes, the semis and the finals at this ground under lights. It's in the heart of Colombo 7. Nicely played there. A nice fine paddle sweep, and that's running away. And that's the third boundary of the innings and the first in many an over. We've lost count of the deliveries. But he's taken that well. It was fired down leg, but you still got to pull off the shot. Very delicately played.
Kamu kara. Mari. Ekai. Dangin na macan, dangin na kara.
That was the first boundary since the 8th over.
And now we're in the 14th over. Indication how difficult it is to get boundaries with the bowling.
Good ball, kara. Good ball, kara.
Picked up from outside the line of off stump. Well played. Pick up one more run for that. That'll end the over 14 completed. And Bloomfield 46 for 2. Also, I'd like to remind all our viewers that the semi-finals and final of this tournament, which are day-night games, will be covered live on television. You can watch all the action as well of the Sri Lanka Cricket Major Club Limited Overs Tournament for 2025. We've covered quite a few games, in fact, in this tournament, and I'm pretty sure that some of the interesting games are covered as well, so that people have a good understanding of Sri Lanka cricket as well.
Yeah, credit to Sri Lanka cricket. A lot of games being broadcast. It's on terrestrial TV. It's on YouTube, on the Sri Lanka cricket YouTube page. And there's a lot of talent on offer over here.
That's right. It's a case of all the viewers also identifying the talent that is around. And the youngsters can showcase their talents and show the people what they're capable of. I think that's very good for cricket. And there we have the comparisons.
Yeah, so you can just see there the brown worm far, far below the blue worm of Colombo Cricket Club. It's almost stagnating over there. The run rate is well below the required amount. Those two early wickets really hindering their progress.
Yes. There's the Manhattans as well for Bloomfield and the CCC.
And again, if you just look closely there, you can see just 3 overs with at least 5 runs scored. And only 2 overs with more than 5 runs, and the latest was the last over where it went for 7, the highest being 8 runs off the over. By comparison, if you look at Colombo, it's just a bunch of skyscrapers in those early overs and right throughout the innings.
Energy drinks as well for the batsmen. In today's day and age in sport, quite a lot of energy drinks being taken. There we are. That's the 4 wickets. The first wicket to fall. Asif Fenner picking that up, and then the stunner of a catch. What a catch that was taken. Ron Chandragupta played the first ball outside the line of off stump, got that edge. The ball flew to second slip, who just held on to it. I suppose those are catches that either stick or fall off or drop off.
It's quite funny actually, Eric, because the 2 wicket deliveries weren't all that great. They were kind of wide. They were wide. One was full and wide, one was short and wide, and they picked up the wickets. But after that, both Asitha and Vishwa bowled several deliveries to both Mineth and Asitha with regard to the beating them on the outside edge, bringing it back in. And they were struggling early on, but they survived. And they've got through that difficult period. And now they're settled in. So I think the message might be to up the scoring rate a little bit now, following this drinks break.
So there we are, needed 295 more from 216 balls. Required rate is 8.19. They've got 8 wickets in hand. That 8.19, that's the troubling factor, because the moment it goes above 8, sides struggle to get runs. Anything in the 7 region is gettable, no doubt. And half the drinks break, right? The umpire calls play. Here we are.
Oh, and there we go. The dreaded drinks break in concentration. This was good length, outside off, angling away. Not much movement off the surface, but Asitha just shakes his head as he walks off. He knows he's thrown it away after all the hard work.
That's right. Done all the hard work. But they'll learn from these mistakes. Asitha Vandinayaka made 13 of 43 balls. It's not the number of balls it's taken to make this. It's when they came in, the Bloomfield was in a hopeless situation. They had lost 2 quick wickets. And they rebuilt that innings. But he will learn from these mistakes for sure, the youngster. So Bloomfield lost their 3rd wicket. Nipun, the new man coming in. Touch of gloves.
It's the skipper coming out to the middle. Another lefty.
Sender. Hey, right arm over. 5 more to come.
If I was Bloomfield in the think tank right now, the plan would be you gotta just keep the score within touching distance. So you can't keep it at 3.25, maybe increase it up to 5 and over, 6 and over from this point. And then you gotta hope that the power hitting lower down from the likes of Lahiru Madhushankar can get you close.
Playing a miss outside the line of off stump. That's where the problem comes in. To try and up the scoring rate. When the bowling is good and the batsmen struggle to make contact as well. That's the last delivery.
Oh yeah, just look at that. Just a little bit of seam movement. Nice carry through. It's that wobble seam that's causing so much difficulty for the batters. And another swing, another miss. So the skipper is here. He's not here to muck about.
Right, the comparison. Colombo were 97 for 1 at this same stage. So they were much ahead of what Bloomfield are. Play and a miss again outside the line of off stump. So Bloomfield 46 for 3. Colombo were 98 for 1 after 14.3 overs. Look at the difference in the terms of runs, the wickets.
Usually those sort of comparisons can be misleading. However, in this instance, Colombo, they kept that scoring rate right throughout their innings. So Bloomfield really have it all to do here. I think there was a little bit of a slip over there from Chamidu. Bit of an effort ball. They did some work on the bowling and batting crease during the drinks break.
Here, all the loose part of the soil over there tends to come off. So 1 ball left in the 15th.
It just goes to show the dominance and the aggression shown by Colombo over here. We're into the 15th, but we're almost done with the 15th over, and there are 3 men covering inside the ring on the offside. There's one man on the leg side and a slip.
Pulled away on the onside in the air for a while, but safe. They'll pick up a single for that. And that'll end the over as well. So 15 overs completed, and Bloomfield are 47 for 3.
Welcome back, Damika. Bloomfield here really struggling to get a foothold in this game. Colombo not letting up on the pressure.
You said it right, it's been a struggle. Not keeping up with the run rates, losing wicket at the same time, and two batters out there in the middle not looking convincing. This man scored a lot of runs for Bloomfield during this season, 3 half centuries, and hoping for a different approach, because there's absolutely no point of just spending time out there in the middle. Take a look at the run rate, 8.44 required, and they have to maintain it best part of 35 overs with only 7 wickets in hand. This is getting out of hand very, very quickly.
And again, just looking at the field setup here, there were 5 fielders in the ring for this one, including the slip. There are gaps to be taken, but for that, Bloomfield need to take risks.
It's all come down to their decision-making process. Coming down the track, blasted that one away, but straight to the field at mid-on region for no run. Minute, relatively comfortable now, spending time in the middle. 38 deliveries, 24 runs. He's ready to press the accelerator. Nipun just came in, ready to cross the line of the delivery. There's no fielders, found the gap, much needed boundary.
Finally, a shot in anger from Mineth Premaratna. A lovely shot there. Taken this nicely in his arc, and he's absolutely nailed it off the middle of the bat in front of square leg. We need to see more of that. You need to find a way to get Colombo to spread the field.
You can remember CCC pretty much scoring a boundary per over. They are trying to make a conscious effort to make, go for a boundary during first 3 deliveries and milking singles and twos afterward. That way they maintained a run rate of 6 constantly right throughout the innings. So that's a good completion to the over. 5 runs taken, 16 done. 52 for 3. I'm thinking someone will have to give something very, very special for Bloomfield. Otherwise, it'll be just a formality. I mean, Chamita Vijay Singh, 4 overs, 9 for 1. Outstanding. Off the back foot. Good hands through the line of the delivery. Somehow managing. No, they've decided not to go for a single off the missed feed.
You have to admire the cohesive approach from Colombo here. It's a really professional display. The captaincy has been top-notch. Dhananjay has not let up. We still have a slip in place. We're in the 17th over. There's a short extra, mid-off, backward point, got a deep point, and we've got 2 men catching on the leg side boundaries. So everything's been covered, and they're just challenging Bloomfield. Take your shot.
Struck well into the deep. There is protection, just a single. At this stage, CCC can do pretty much everything they want. They can bring in even more fielders inside the 30-yard ring and go on the attack if needed. Enough runs on the board. That's the name of the game. I mentioned, I thought tactically they made a mistake. They had the opportunity of deciding to bat first. Surprisingly, given the opportunity to the home side, and they immediately grabbed the opportunity with both hands, scoring 340 runs. That's a huge total, mountain to climb. Gotten into very awkward position, still managing to fend that one away for a single.
That was well run, but also you could see the plan there. They took the slip out and they put them into short leg, right? And immediately he follows it up with a bouncer. So you see the wheels turning, and that's because, and that's the set batter they're going after.
Just as I said, they can do pretty much whatever they want. A huge total on the board, and I wouldn't mind bringing in another catching fielder. Well ball, squaring him up. Tap that one away towards third man region, picks up another single. Nipun Karunanayaka batted so well, usually starting off very, very strong, but today surprisingly looks very tentative. This is what happens when you're under huge pressure. Yes, CCC were the favourites starting off this game with few Lions back in their setup. 2 test match opening bowlers done a fantastic job. It'll be very, very tough to recover after getting 2 wickets. Oh, good bumper. He's not the tallest bowler, but I can tell you he's very, very deceptive.
Yeah, that was a sharp bounce over there. Angela had to jump up, leap up just to grab it. One for the over signal.
Now, whichever way you're looking at CCC squad, I mean, they have the likes of Pawan Ratnaik coming back, Sonal Dinusha coming back, Vandu Hasaranga is injured. So much strength. Oh, this is lovely bowling.
The question is Mineth going to take the bait? They're going to throw in that bounce every once in a while. There's a big space. We can just see it from here. Huge space on square and in front of square on the leg side. There is a fielder patrolling the backward square leg fence, but there is room. He can take it on anywhere in that arc through deep wicket, but that means he's got to take on that short ball.
You have to take a risk, and captain for CCC. Coming back to that point, I mean, skipper for CCC pretty much can set a trap, opening up gaps and inviting to go against the the line of the delivery. Situm Bihanga, slow left arm orthodox bowler, another youngster.
Another lanky left arm spinner that they have in their ranks. Always nice to see with those high arm actions.
Little leg stumpish, given away the opportunity of working that one towards leg side and picking up a single. Singles at this stage not going to do the job. 8.67, that's a huge ask. Situm, like you mentioned, tall, lanky, pretty similar to Inuka Karanagoda.
Just getting back to DDS as captain, he's done such a splendid job with the test side since taking over. And you can see the wheels turning even now. He must genuinely be licking his lips, because not often do you get this situation in a one-day match where you have so many runs on the board, the opposition completely behind the proverbial 8 ball, and you can just set your traps like you so very rightly pointed out, Dhammika, and really get the batsman playing to your tune.
They're right about that, extending the invitation to go over the top and enticing a mistake. They got the total, got the type of bowlers they need. Good variety. 3 seamers and lineup of spinners. Inuka Karanagoda, very consistent performer. This young man looking to make an impression. Good line and length down the ground. Nipun Karunayaka, very strong player against the spin bowling. They pretty much brought up playing spin, so comparatively they can breathe little easily, but looking at this run rate, I mean, way off the track. Oh, lovely delivery. Turned a fraction. Had it turned little more, would have been a clear stumping opportunity. Partnership, 12 runs of 22 deliveries. That's Chandrika Amarasinghe, very experienced umpire, been in the scene for a fairly long period. Cut away into the deep, just a single. So single to complete another very good over for Situm. 4 runs off, 18 done, 59 for 3. As we move along with this live broadcast, from time to time, we get a chance to give you an update on the rest of the matches in SLC Major Club 50 overs tournament rather. Mineth on 31, Nipun on 6, new to the crease, and skipper into the action, DDS.
There's of course other matches going along as DDS takes the ball, takes the leadership. Police are in the midst of a... Oh, and that's been paddled fine. Gives the man at fine leg some work, and he can't. He tries to do a little bit of footsie. Vishwa not willing to bend over there, and he just can't hold it in.
Understand with that part of the field, pretty rough. If you go for a dive, pretty much guaranteed to do some damage, at least to your skin. So, trying out his foot bowling skills. Was it effective? Boundary after a long time.
But just going through some of the other results, Police are in the midst of with what's shaping up to be quite a nervy, tight chase against Ace Capital. Then we've also got Panadura in the midst of completing a very, very easy chase against Shillong Marians. Just 24 runs needed from 18 overs over there.
So that's a good shot down the ground and picking up a single. Mineth Premaratne increasingly looking good after spending time in the middle. Now he has done the hard work. This is time to cash in. 36 or 51.
Absolutely. And then you've got Baduralia going hand in hand with Bloomfield actually. They've also got a hefty chase on their hands. Hunting down 328, a 329 target, but they're 62 for 4. That's looking good.
Not looking good. Just pretty much what we are witnessing right here at CCC ground. Whenever he comes into the attack, DDS getting through the overs, double quick time. Very short run up, neat and simple. There you go, just like that. Push that one down the ground and picks up another single. DDS concedes another single and given away 6 runs already, courtesy of that boundary. Neat little paddle sweep.
And we got a couple of slow burn, low scoring thrillers to finish off. We got Nugegoda chasing down just 173, but they're 87 for 5. And we had Moores coming through against BRC, chasing down 126 but losing 7 wickets in the process. On that note, it's 19 overs done, 65 for 3.
So once again, BRC Grounds Colombo 5 proven a very tough place to bat. You know, chasing 130 something, 7 down, clear indications. We found that how tough it was for Coles the other day. Well, ball worked away and picking up a single. Fairly comfortable against spin bowlers, but looking at the required run rate, CCC under no troubles whatsoever. A win here, I'm thinking CCC will go into the semi-finals, considering how good their net run rate is.
Yes, it's been that knock from Nisha Madhushka today was a net run rate boosting knock if I've ever seen one. Absolutely crucial in the context of the game and the tournament, and I don't think anyone will want to be facing this CCC side. They seem very well rounded, and once they get their other national talents coming in, it's going to be quite the formidable force. Oof, bit of grip and turn there for Situm.
So it's fair to call the favourites in 50 overs format as well, champions of T20 version. I thought they pretty much ran through all the teams unbeaten, done everything right, and apart from one hiccup, got their campaign right on track. On that count, most should be very, very proud about their performance, chasing down 315 plus against a very strong CCC side in their backyard. It's another team to watch out. So, start of the day, it was 4 horses race. Now, it came down to just 3 horses.
That's well said, Dhammik. I do think I'm struggling to see how Bloomfield come back into this game. It'll be one hell of a show if they manage it. But right now, the run rate, the required rate has shot up. It's above 9 and over.
And we can't see any intention from the batsman
absolutely
to change
none,
gears.
None whatsoever. They just happen to knock it around and maybe just get a few consolatory runs on the board. Keep it from becoming a humiliation.
That's lovely. Good hands down the ground, picking up another single, completes another very good over, just 4 runs off. It's been a formality. 20 overs done, 69 for 3. Eric once again joining me in the comm box. Eric, just delaying the inevitable. Can't see any fighting spirits. Someone will have to do something miraculous.
Well, I can't see that also happening at the moment. And look at that target, 341. They're 70 for 3 after 20.1 overs. Long, long way to go, and I don't think they can ever get to the 341. Required run rate now climbed up to 9.08. Ooh.
My goodness, that's tough. And to maintain it over 30 overs with only 7 wickets in hand, 3 of your top batters back in the hut. So it's fair to call Bloomfield just delaying the inevitable. Flighted, invited, gone for a big booming drive, came off the inner part of the bat. He was safe, DDS, getting through overs double quick time with the introduction of spin. Very good. Look away. And still no is the call by Minit Premaratne. Now they can work on personal milestone, getting a good score, a half century. That's about it. Nothing to gain. And just as I mentioned, if they go down, their chances of staying in the contest, reaching semi-final, is out of the window.
I think more than reaching the semi-finals now, the intention maybe from Bloomfield is let the youngsters have a go in this tournament. Let them bat out, get some experience to play against good quality fast bowlers and spinners as well, and enjoy their cricket out. That's the most important thing.
You said it right. That's one way of looking at it. DDS completes another very economical over, just 3 runs off. 21 done, 72 for 3.
Well, I can tell you for sure that in lots of the grounds, calculators are out, calculating the required run rate and things like that, because it's now boiling down to that part of it. And I'm pretty sure that we're going to see some startling results when those run rates are discussed.
Yeah, lineup of good matches next week. Now, usual suspect performing outstandingly well during the course of the day. Once again, just a single. Singles not gonna harm CCC at all. Situm, meanwhile, getting in few economical overs into his 3rd over, given away just 9 runs. So just trying out few different options. Wouldn't be a bad time to give the opportunity for your younger bowlers, just as you mentioned. Plenty to gain, even in a completely... Oh, that one went down with the arm, very close to the outside edge. Reaction, I hope you heard it. By the wicket.
There we go. Well, player a miss again.
Oh, not very far away, I can tell you. Situm is getting closer and closer. And Nipun Karunanayaka looks very tentative for the first time in the tournament, I reckon. There you go. Very tentative looking jab. Oh, that's good. That probing line of length, teasing.
Yes, the spinners also created some problems for the Bloomfield batsmen, no doubt. Interesting lineup at the moment.
That one didn't turn, came off the leading edge. Still managed to pick up a single. Excellent over so far, given away 2 runs. Situm looks good. Another promising youngster for CCC.
Yes, Nipun, I think he thought of using his feet because getting beaten when he's playing from the crease. So use your feet, much better option.
A little bit of room outside the off stump, punched away towards extra cover region and picks up a single. So that's about it. Another over comes to an end. Just 3 runs off, 22 done, 75 for 3. Ball of wickets first, and the score was just 2 runs, 346 respectively, and finds a boundary after a long while.
Yes, a little tickled actually, past the slip and the wicket keeper to the boundary for 4. And the minute moves on to 45. Look at that. Opens the face to the bat. No great pace on that, but the ball had enough legs to reach the boundary.
This is a very fast outfield. We saw, you mentioned one point, the timing from Nishan Madhushka, the likes of Dhananjali Silva, Pawan Sandesh. You saw how quick the ball was travelling across the field. But when you are tentative, you are timing out of the window, you are fighting for survival. 45 runs of 61 deliveries. In any case, half century wouldn't be a bad result for young Vinith Premaratne.
Yes, it wouldn't be a bad result for him, particularly against a good bowling attack like the CCC. It will be a feather in his cap, in fact, for his playing career. Rest of his days at the Bloomfield as well. 6 boundaries in that. 46.
And also important going on to play calls next week. He looks good. Picking up singles at will. Gets another one down the ground. DDS getting through his overs very, very quickly. Very short run up. He's been very sharp and accurate. Good cricket. Pitched in line with the stump. Little bit of turn in towards the batsman. Lovely hands by Minit Premaratne. 4 short of a well-compiled 50. Teasing delivery. Tossing it up above the eye line. Minit Premaratne coming down the track. Gets another single. Fairly decent over. 7 runs off. 23 done 80. 2 for 3. At the beginning of the day, the tournament's leading run scorer still Sangeet Kure, and that's good hands. Picking up another single, he moves to 48, 2 runs short of a well-compiled 50-minute Premaratne. It's important. The next opponent is very, very strong Colombo Coals, so getting some positives out of this game and try to do your best to cap up the series. Just you're not gonna move on to the semi-finals. It's a disappointment. Oh, very close to the stumps. Gentle little dab straight to the field at short third man region. Taken out. Inuka Karannagoda out of the attack and given the opportunity of Situm, and so far he's been very impressive. Good cricket, sharp turn.
Yes, even the CCC will have to give a run to all their spinners, their bowlers, get them in fine fettle. Perhaps they're looking to qualify for the semi-finals. There are big games coming up, and those games also being played at the same grounds under lights. So this is why give all your bowlers ideal opportunities to turn their arms over.
Bounce ones is the call by the umpire. Very good piece of bowling nevertheless by Situm. Nipun on 13 usually. Getting on with it. Minit Premaratne getting closer toward his 50 runs. So it's been very, very tough. Very clinical performance by Colombo Cricket Club.
That's right, for sure.
That'll do it. Coming down the track. And a huge 6. Enough is enough. Nipun Karanayaka, in fact, is a strong striker. That 6 completes the over. 7 runs off. 24 done, 89 for 3. Eric, we had few big hits right throughout the day, and that previous 6 is definitely one of them, right on top of us.
Yes, on the roof on top of where we are at the moment. Quick single. Yeah, I think Nipun realized that there's no point in playing for the crease. Use your feet, get to the pitch of the ball, free your arms, make sure you get some big shots going. That's exactly what he did. And that helped him as well, and helped Bloomfield as well reached 90 for 3 with Nipun on 19 on strike now.
The most experienced batter. Once again, good hands. Just as I mentioned, one of the most experienced batters for Bloomfield, and this tournament has been a very good one for him with the bat. Going down the leg side, wry smile in the face of DDS. 44 runs, impressive partnership. So there are some positives. 90 for 3. Definitely at least 6 inches down the leg side. Well bowled and played it late straight to the field at short third man region and picks up another single. Nipun is on 20 and one short of a 50. Bineth Premaratna. That's the half century. Yes, circumstances not right. Out of contention, 50 nevertheless. That feel-good factor for the youngster is very, very important.
Quite right. Well played to young Mineth. 50 of 67 balls. In the circumstances, he batted superbly.
Yet another fine delivery to complete the 25th 90. 2 for 3.
So Mineth there reaching his 50. It's his first 50 in list A cricket. His previous best being 48. And showing a little bit more confidence there, using his feet to the spinner. Nicely spotted though by Situm, who drags the length short.
So Nipur on strike, the captain. He's on 20 of 35. The partnership is 47 of 66. Once again down the track, lofted. Where's this gone, Shem? Oh, on the roof again.
That's on our roof over here. We can hear it right above the commentary box. That was a monster hit from the skipper. Lovely follow through on the bat.
So both balls that were being used are on the roof above us.
Looks like there's going to be a break-in play as they bring out some new balls, I imagine.
Yes, that's the standby umpire has a box of balls. Look at that. Good use of feet. Now that is what they should have been doing to the spinners early on. They allowed the spinners to dominate them as well. But 99 for 3 in the 26th over. Nipun moves on 26 of 36. Mineth is on 51 of 68. And the partnership moves on 53 of 67. And Situm's figures have been somewhat tarnished. None for 25 in his fifth over, 4.2 overs. But a long way to go for Bloomfield. The target is 341 because CCC made 340 for 7 in the 50 overs. And of course, Madhushka made a mammoth 174 in that total. That led the way for the CCC. And there's Mineth's 50, how it's come up. The highlights of the 50. The one ball that really beat him and beat the leg stump as well down to fine leg for 4. Gentle little sweep down towards fine leg again. Picked up 4 more runs and there we are. On one knee, hits that hard into mid wicket. Another sweep. So he's very confident with the sweep shot. And he reaches the boundary again. Mr. Fernando unable to get to that.
Yeah, all three intentional boundaries coming off the sweep. The other two, the initial two, very nervy. One off the outside edge, one off the inside edge. But he's gone through that patchy period. He's moved across and now he's looking a lot more confident. I wonder if he can start to show even more aggression.
So 99 for 3, the Bloomfield.
There you can hear Angela, the keeper, the Colombo keeper. Oof, now that was a ripper. That one spat out off the rough. Inside edge, but just safe. But yes, before that I was saying, you can hear Angela, the keeper, asking his teammates to pipe up, to keep the morale up.
So brings up the 100 for Bloomfield, 100 for 3 after 25.5 overs.
Yes, it's been slow going, Eric. Very slow going. Still a touch under 4 and over.
End of 26 and Bloomfield are 100 for 3. Right there we are, 241 runs required of 144 balls, required rate over 10, 10.04. I would say it's almost impossible now.
It would require a monumental effort, especially in the now in the final 10 to 15 overs. Even by T20 standards, even if they take this game as a T20, it's really asking quite a bit to even get close to Colombo's score of 340.
Yes, Bloomfield never recovered from losing those 2 early wickets. That's what really happened. The 2 quick bowlers, Asif Fernando and Vishnu Fernando, had Bloomfield in all sorts of problems. And then the spinners came on and also put the screws on the Bloomfield batsman. There he goes again. And where does that go? 6 more.
Well, the skipper hasn't given up.
The third 6 of his innings. He raced his way to 33.
But this is another thing that I think Colombo did a little bit better than what Bloomfield are doing. They supplemented their boundaries with the singles. But over here you can see that 6, it's surrounded by dot balls. And 6 and over is not going to do it here. You need to be a little bit more progressive. You need to be moving those fielders around.
So 27 completed, Bloomfield 106 for 3. So current run rate 3.93, they require 10.22 from this stage onwards. That's a big ask indeed. And Vishnu Fernando comes back into the attack. His figures 1 for 17 from the 4 overs he's bowled so far.
So this is a key point in the game. Vishwa and Asita both were very, very miserly early on. And now you would imagine both these set batters will want to take them on.
There we are. Edge and gone. Minute is gone this time. Vishwa Fernando strikes first ball of his second spell. And that's the breakthrough that CCC wanted.
Yet another one that's short and wide that does the trick. He's trying to drive that on the up. Probably not the ball to be trying that particular shot. It wasn't as short as initially thought. A little bit of a back of a length. A well played 51 off 70. One for the record books for him personally so early on in his domestic career. But Colombo march just that step closer to a crucial semi-final berth.
There we go. Going for a big booming drive outside the line of off stump. Got the nick. So 106 for 4 in the 28th over. 27.1 overs completed. New man is Ravindu. He joins Nipun on 33 at the non-strikers in.
Ravindu Fernando was impressive with the ball today. Kept things tight as you could have in that very, very aggressive Colombo innings. Picked up a very nice catch as well. And he's handy with the bat. Ravindu, of course, from the Mauri Stella College, Migambo alma mater.
Cracking shot. Into the boundary at backward point for 4.
Well, what a way to introduce yourself to this game. Just short of a length and just cracked away, like you said. Behind point, no chance for the fielder who tries valiantly. And for the first time since the second over, the run rate has gone above 4. Immediately after that boundary, Vishwa has moved around the wicket.
Slow ball, but well driven on the offside, straight to mid-off. They were looking for a single, but they didn't change their mind. The captain himself, Penipun, who was down the track, turned and got back to the non-strikers end. Again off the back foot, this time crashed away. Sweeper cover has no chance in catching that up because into the boundary it goes.
So finally we're seeing some true intent from these Bloomfield batters. Ravindu has come out on a mission. Dhananjay persisted with 4 men in the ring, including a slip, or excluding a slip, 5 including the slip. But Ravindu now on a mission to get this field a little bit spread, finding the gaps.
Lofted over the head of mid-off, is it? No, catch taken. Well, not a good catch.
And it's the skipper himself leading by example. The trap was set. He did not take the bait. He kept the space open in that extra cover region and tempted Ramin to keep going. And he did. Got the toe end of the bat. Beautifully taken, running back over the shoulder. Not easy, especially with the sun right in the eyes.
Yes, we've seen a few good catches today. There we have. Let's go with that again. There's that shot from the toe end of the bat. Boom. Up it goes. Dhananjay after it, look at that, kept his eyes on the ball, and when it's coming down, put his hands out, hung onto the ball, so good catch being taken. And Ravindra Fernando faced 5 balls, got 8 runs. He made his contribution known, 2 boundaries coming off his bat. He let this spark of fire onto the grounds here at the CCC in the last few minutes with those boundaries.
He'll be disappointed though with that. That ball was there to be hit. He'll be disappointed he didn't connect as well as he would have liked. But he is a man who we know can connect with it. It's Lairu Madhushankar. He had a fantastic outing with the ball. Went it under 6 and over, just 5 point. Well, it was a little bit over 6 and over. It was 59 runs off 9 overs, but he got 4 wickets. And now he's out here with the bat, and he's got a monumental task on his hands. But he is someone that can really take on the bowling.
Once again, that shot from Fernando. A skyer, in fact, and allowed Dhananjay enough time to run across to take that.
Right off the toe, and he was reaching for it.
So 114 for 5 out of 28 overs. Madhushankar, the new man in.
Madhushankar though had the non-strikers in first up.
So Dhananjay into his 6th over. Just getting through his overs so quickly. Puts the pressure on the batsman all the time because he's at the top of his mark so fast.
Yeah, that's what he does so well. He's done that in Tests for Sri Lanka. He's done that in T20s, in ODIs. Right after a wicket, and when the other team, the opposition, is looking to consolidate, that's when Dhananjay is there. He's either there to break up a partnership, or he's there to just get those quick overs in, and before you know it, the run rate's shot up. Although in this case, the run rate's already through the roof.
The smiling assassin. So wicketkeeper has woken up as well. Not a chatter going on in the middle of the grounds. There's a leg slip in place for Lairu Madhushankar. Plays gently on the offside. Non-striker wants a single, that is Lairu. That will end the over as well. So 29 overs completed and Bloomfield 115 for 5.
Looks like Asitha is now back into the attack. This is going to be a keen contest. Madhushankar is not the type to want to hang about too much. It's of course Nipun on strike first up. But Asita has been very difficult to get away. Just 9 runs off his 4 overs. He picked up that early wicket as well. And look at that, 20 dot balls in those 4 overs. That is seriously impressive. And again starts off right on the money. Ever so reliable, Asita Fernando. It's so nice to have a player like that in your team where you just know you can throw in the ball at any point in the game and he'll do exactly what's needed for that particular requirement.
That's what players are meant for. Oh, there's a visitor in the grounds as well, who's injured and not playing. There was a visual of him a few months ago, Vanidu Hasaranga.
Yes, Vanidu of course suffering a setback, that pesky hamstring of his.
There we go. On the left hand side of your screen, watching his mobile phone at the moment. Loves that mobile phone.
Don't we all? Oh, a slip there from Nipun Karunanayak, and it nearly cost him his wicket. He had set off for the quick single, but Lahiru Madhushanka had sent him back. He's nearly halfway down the pitch. He could get back, but oh, he slips. Oh, and if that throw was on target, he was a goner.
Well, there we are. That's how the game goes out.
Lahiru happy to just defend, get his eye in. But how much longer can he proceed in this manner? The game just petering out to a close here. Really nothing taking place. CCC happy to keep things tight, waiting on Bloomfield to make some sort of move. Required run rate above 11 and over now.
Thick edge down to third man. Picked up inside the boundary. So Lahiru Madhushanka off the mark with a single.
Very well fielded there in the deep by Chamindu Vijay Singh, I think, is the fielder. Putting his body on the line. Chamindu Vijay Singh, of course, coming to prominence during last season's LPL. Earned himself a spot in Sri Lanka's white ball squads.
Oh, shot pulled away again down towards fine leg. This time into the boundary for 4. And Nipun makes no mistake about that. Very poor delivery from Asita Fernando.
Yes, a rare poor delivery from Asita. You could see what he was trying there. He's got the protection on the leg side boundary, but this short one is just not on target. The line's bad, and it allows Nipun to just pull it fine.
He has made full use of that. Look at that down the leg side.
Yeah, wildly down the leg side.
Right, ends the overs. So 30 completed and Bloomfield 121 for 5.
Welcome back, Dhammika. We've got DDS continuing here.
As they say, wouldn't be a bad idea to have some fun. Nipun Karunayaka, 39 of 51. Lairu, he can hit it a long way. One of the cleanest strikers in this tournament.
You know he's going to be itching to just get something away.
My call, just have some fun. Try and see, get few boundaries. Already towering sixes, two of them above us. And one to the Maitland place, which means Nipun Karunayaka is well settled. 40 runs of 52. And Lahiru, he is capable. Just give it a go. Yes, it's gonna be very, very tough. As you can see, 11.08, never easy. Treat it like a T20. Yes, they have just 5 wickets in hand.
Even if it's a T20, that's a 220 run chase. That's quite the chase for a T20. I think this game, the result is a foregone conclusion. At this point,
it was a foregone conclusion just about 10 overs ago. But always love to see. He's a clean striker. Wouldn't be a bad idea to entertain the crowd, to entertain the viewers, and to get some runs under the belt.
I wonder if there was, maybe in hindsight, someone like Madhushanka could have been sent, or even Nipun Karunayaka, if they could have been sent up the order when those 2 early wickets fell, just knowing that someone needed to keep the scoring going. Because both Asita Waniarache and Mithun just continuing that train of thought, because both Asita and Mithun, they just didn't seem like they were able to get the run scoring going. They were not able to turn over the strike, and they were not able to find the boundaries for sure. So I wonder if someone like Nipun Karunayaka or Lahiru Madhushanka could have come up the order following those early 2 wickets as some sort of counter-attacking measure.
Spot on, just as I mentioned, something special has to give. Out of the ordinary, think outside the box. That's what in call, but that really didn't happen. 124 for 5. Just 5 wickets in hand. DDS going for the kill. Asita back in action. Superbly bowled. Time and time again. Like a proper test match bowler. Toured England, played county cricket. He's a different bowler. Now much more craftier. Figured out few ways to pick up wickets consistently.
It's that seam control, Dhammika. He controls the seam so well. And now, like I said earlier on, he's a 7 out of 10 bowler. You're never going to get a performance below that. And what that means is, even to take him on, you need to be doing something quite special. Oh, look at that.
Beautiful. Almost castled. Lahiru Madhushanka just about got the bat down right in time.
He sneaks in those Yorkers so deceptively.
Ooh.
Inside edge, into the toes.
Madhushanka knows it. From here, 150 more runs would be a bad idea, even 100 runs, just to keep things flowing, because they got another game to play. Superb bowling. I mean, not giving an inch. So he's been brought into the attack with a purpose in mind. He's sticking to it. Asita Fernando searching for his second wicket. I'm thinking he deserves more than 2-3 wickets.
He's definitely done enough to earn more than that, but he's just been so difficult to get away. And this is something Sri Lankan cricket has benefited from for the last couple of years. And that just shows, because he started off as a test specialist, but now he's almost an all-format bowler.
That's a
but
good
there we
shot.
go.
Gets it into the gap, and always good to see boundary. Lahiru Madhushanka gets another boundary and moves to 7. Score moves up to 128. That's a good shot.
That was very nice. He moved onto the front foot, but he saw the length was just slightly short. Shifts his weight back and just a nice short arm jab through mid wicket. We've needed to see more of this from Bloomfield, I'm afraid, and it's just not been there consistently enough.
We've spoken about it. They had set pattern where their two openers scoring bulk of the runs and finishing duties were done by the likes of Lahiru Madhushanka, Nipun Karunarayaka, 3 useful half centuries. Well bowled, looking for a single which isn't on.
Yeah, I think that's a very salient point. Those 2 early wickets really just killed the chase. When they lost the openers, especially Ron Chandragupta, who's been their guy, their go-to guy at the top of the order.
And he's the one who's guiding youngsters along with him and build good totals for Bloomfield right throughout this tournament. They've won enough games to stay in contention, but today it was a pretty disappointing effort. We were hoping for a very, very close finish, remember?
Absolutely. It's something that they've struggled in this game right from the first decision, which was... Well, I'll get to that thought later. It's 32 overs done, 129 for 5.
Just as you say, this track is a good one. Hard one. Thin layer of grass, well rolled into the pitch, and I immediately spotted that the ball will come on to bat really nicely. The bounce will be even. Now compare this with the track at BRC. Complete contrast. So plenty of opportunities for the batsman to get a good score. Nishan Madhushka done it. DDS, half century. That's the batting card.
Yeah, you
2
can see-
ducks to start off the proceedings. Never a good sign. Paninayak out for 13. Minute, half century, 51 of 70 deliveries. And Nipun Karunarayaka, skipper, looking very good on 40, just 52 deliveries. And Lahiru just picked up a couple of boundaries. He looks good with 9 extras, 129 for 5. Not in contention.
And on the bowling front, a sharp change from what we saw early on in the day with Bloomfield's bowling card. Asita there, right at the top. Look at those dot balls. 27 dots, just 1 wicket, yes, but he's just barely given anything away. And even Chamidu, Vishwa, 20 dots each off just 5 overs. Vishwa, of course, doing the damage, getting those key breakthroughs. And then you've had the spinners keeping things tight and really not being taken on too much. And
Christian Fernando, pick up the bowlers, picking up 3 wickets. No real partnerships, and things immediately fallen apart. No real partnerships. Take a look at it. Just we're looking at the partnerships for CCC. In fact, that 103 run stand, outstanding. 95 runs, Sandesh and Madhushka. So they've done everything right, but disappointing performance so far for Bloomfield Cricket and Athletic Club. Expected this one to be a very close one. As you rightly mentioned, right from the word go, they made a mistake. Had they batted first, let's say, going on to score 280, 270, they got a fighting total on the board, and winning margin wouldn't be such a huge one. Right now, they are looking at a huge victory margin. That's never looked good.
And I think there's an argument to be made that the batting has gotten a little bit more difficult as the day has gone. I think under that morning sun, Colombo definitely had the best of the conditions because the ball was coming on very nicely. Even when Jeffrey Van der Sey was bowling, he came on inside the first power play. He was not getting the ball to grip. He was skidding on, and the batters were just able to milk those singles. It was only later on, as the ball softened up, that those runs became a little bit harder to come by.
You made a good point, Jeffrey Van der Sey, under the circumstances. His second spell was a brilliant one. Extend the flow of runs. Yes, he didn't pick up a wicket.
Oh,
That's
a
more like
beauty.
it. Have some fun. Freeing his arms and a huge six. Go fetch that one, says Lahira Madhushankar.
Just as that went over the boundary, there was a passing bus that honked, almost in respect to the brutality of that shot. What a hit from Lahira Madhushankar. We need more of that, just to liven up this game. It's been petering out to a close. Really nothing happening.
He's a very strong man, proper all-rounder. On to the top tier. At least 85 to 90 meters, I can tell you. Good cricket. Picking up a single after getting a huge six over wide long-on region. DDS got few punishments. Few lusty blows against him, if I'm not mistaken. Nipun Karunarayaka hit that 6 over mid-wicket region against DDS's bowling. Inner part of the bat, still picking up a single. Now, that previous delivery, classic example. He played down the line, didn't came off the bat, still was good enough to pick up a single, which means still the ball coming on to bat really, really nicely. So that's the thing about this CCC pitch. As the day progresses, gotten better. Pitch down the leg side. That's the call by umpire Chandrika Amarasinghe.
Very optimistic shout there from Angela, the keeper. But I think this is again a commentary towards scoreboard pressure, and again goes back to that early position. When you face a bowling attack the caliber of CCC, you don't want to be chasing against it. At the very least, you don't want that scoreboard pressure on top of such a good bowling attack. So I think on this surface, batting first was definitely the play.
I'm thinking if they can get up to 280, even though they lose the match by a comprehensive margin, that'll bring that feel-good factor into their ranks. 33 overs done, 138 for 5.
පොඩ්ඩක් ක්‍රීස් එක කෙලින් වගේ
Madhushka, when you're looking at the surroundings, there are few great sporting facilities surrounding CCC grounds. NCC on the other side of the Maitland Place, Racecourse not too far away, Royal Rugby Grounds, Colombo Campus Ground, push that one down the ground and picks up another single, and SSC just a few meters away. And I don't think any other place in the country like that. So many great sporting facilities. Always a nice place to visit if you're a sports lover. You're gonna get some action.
Yeah, it's a very lively place. You can see the traffic moving either side of the stadium. It's right in the heart of Colombo 7. Easy to get to. Lots of lovely eateries around.
Always a nice place. Used to come here playing cricket, playing rugby. CHNFC This is their home. No longer plays rugby out here. They are calling race course their home ground. Gets another single, moves to 42. Nipun Karunanayaka looks good for another half century, hopefully getting close towards triple figures. So 3 half centuries altogether in this tournament, and looking good for another one.
He's probably not going to value this one as highly considering the match situation, but should be mentioned, it's gotten considerably gloomier. There's a grey cloud hovering over proceedings at the moment. And just as I say that, it's been punted over cover. Not totally in control, but he gets it clear of the man. But yes, rain has been predicted for today. It is expected at some point, but earlier we had a similar cloud come in. It passed over without disrupting play too much.
And in the hindsight, if I'm thinking, that was the thinking behind deciding to bowl first. Thinking rain might come, and with reduced number of overs, they'll get a good chance of chasing it down. 34 overs done. 142 for 5.
That's actually a very valid point that you make, and something I hadn't considered. Yes, definitely. If rain is on the horizon, batting second, a very justifiable move, especially because you would have the target in mind. You would know what you need to be on. That said, it's not a hard and fast rule. And I think looking at what the surface was, looking at the opposition, perhaps in hindsight they might have made a different decision.
Nipun gets another single and moves to the non-strikers end. Now, as you can see, just about 15 overs still remaining, which means 90 plus deliveries. They can get close to 120 or 130 runs during that period. That'll give them a great deal of heart.
And there you can just see the difference between the two sides at the same stage. Colombo, of course, rollicking along at that time, 213 for 3, whereas Bloomfield 143 for 5. Lost more wickets, scored less runs. Really, ever since Nishan Madhushka started going, they've just not been at the races.
Never looked back. Got the momentum, maintained it really nicely right throughout the innings, and Madhushka, he's the hero. We've noticed after getting past his century, he didn't celebrate because he knew this is his time to make it big, and he done exactly that. Huge plus point. Those are the type of qualities selectors looking at players, not giving it up, making it big, and goes area and finds a placement. Another boundary, goes all the way, it seems. Yes, it is. There you go, have some fun. Nipun moves to 50, so yet another 50 for the skipper for Bloomfield.
What a way to bring up your 50. Yes, the match is lost, but any milestone is always a nice feeling, and that has just about cleared the ropes. This was a bit of a long hop from DDS, but you saw that he got this off the toe end of the bat, so quite a bit of power, but it just kind of sat up in the wicket. Didn't really come on, and I think DDS himself slowed it up a little bit.
Vastly experienced, been in the scene for a long period, and player from a higher pedigree. So that's a good over. 9 runs off, 35 done, 151 for 5. That's the half century for Bloomfield skipper Nipun Karunanayaka. 4th of the tournament. Very, very consistent performer. 4 huge sixes and a boundary. 62 deliveries, excellent strike rate under the circumstances.
So captain's knock from Nipun. 151 for 5. No chance of getting 341.
Now Nipun Karunayaka got past his half century. Lahiru starting to unleash. Hopefully there will be some fun. Down the leg side came off the pads and going for, oh, big mix up. My word. Both the batters looking at each other.
Now that is something that Bloomfield did not want to happen. Run out. And look at that. There was no communication between the batsmen. The captain took a step out and then stopped running.
And immediately after getting past half century, we were hoping for some fun because he already hit four huge sixes.
There we go. That's really what happened. Look at the throw coming back. Wicket keeper. Batsman not in the frame.
So unfortunately, skipper has to go after making yet another half century. Well batted.
Yes, he'll be disappointed. He unleashed on the bowlers 51 of 64 balls. Nipun Karunayaka.
Bloomfield now well and truly onto the tail. Yes, they have Lahiru Madhushankar who can hit it a long way. So I'm thinking for the rest of the batters, getting Lahiru Madhushankar on strike as much as possible. Disappointment, I mean dejected, whichever way you may call it. Nirmal Guruge, left-handed batsman.
But as I talk to you, the light is also dipping at the grounds. So you wonder whether we'll have a full session of 50 overs here. Maybe the umpires might use the light meter. We haven't seen the light meters out so far, but the possibility is there because as we look at you right now, there's no sunlight.
You're right about that. At this stage, you can't expect light to improve. It'll only go down. And 151 for 6. With only 4 wickets in hand, it's time to have some fun. Good techniques. Coming in at number 8, Nirmal. Always good to see. Wouldn't be a bad idea to get some runs under his belt. Karunayaka once again back to the attack. 5.4 overs, 20 runs and picked up a wicket. Well bowled. In fact, the wicket on your screen was a run out, not belongs to Inuka Karunayaka. So Inuka Karunayaka yet to pick up a wicket. Didn't time that one all that well, and loud shout. Shamjika Amarasinghe says, batsman is in.
He was well positioned, in fact, the umpire. Take a good look at that. Here we go.
I think he was right.
Return comes in. He's home.
Spot on, spot on. Excellent on-field decision. We have the luxury of replays. He had to make the decision in a split second. Well done. So the possibility of continuing till the 50th over fast diminishing. Light is dipping and only 4 wickets in hand. DDS and his troops in search for more wickets. The only threat at the moment is Lahiru Madhushankar. Getting him out of the way, they pretty much onto the tail. DDS very expensive. Rest of the innings they conceded under 4 and over, so he's given away close to 5 runs. Good cricket down the ground, picking up a single. So it's very, very easy to pick up singles down the ground. Balls still come on to bat really nicely. It's a good pitch, so it's a huge disappointment for Bloomfield. I mean, when it comes to their decision making. What do you reckon? They should have batted first or they should have fielded first?
Well, I think it's been a trend in this tournament for sides to ask the opposition to bat first. That's what's been happening. Very few cases that the side, because there is no toss in these games, and the home teams generally ask the visitors to make a decision on that. So the visitors have most often asked the home team to bat first. Only a few times that the visitors have batted first.
I thought Colombo calls made the right decision each and every time. They were the visitors. They decided to diving effort, still eluding the fielder. Will they come back for the second? No, they won't. 155 for 6. So the chances of going beyond 500 runs fast diminishing. And so they got quite a few capable batters showcasing good techniques. Just a matter of applying and working out good plans. He'll do that all day. That's pretty easy. Picking up another single and moves up to 21.
You can hear the keeper. In fact, he's been very vocal about asking the fielders not to give more than a single. The reason being is CCC is looking for a net run rate which is better than anybody else.
You're right about that. I mean, they win this game with a huge margin. That'll do word of good for their net run rate. That'll help them to move to the semi-final quite convincingly. Very good over. 6 singles, 5 singles in fact. This is the final delivery. That'll do it. Dot ball to complete the 37th. 157 for 6. So 13 more overs to go. Just they have 4 wickets in hand. So they are capable of staying till the end. DDS completing his spell of bowling, 10 overs, 52 for none. 4.24 the overall run rate. Required run rate, I'm thinking beyond 12 at the moment. 14.150. That's not going to happen. So it's just a matter of having enough fun. Well bowled, came off the outer half of the bat, straight to the field at points region.
I don't think it'll be fun as well, because I think both teams are looking at this run rate, net run rate. Bloomfield perhaps has no chance of qualifying to the semi-finals. But I think their objective here is to get the youngsters to play their normal game, to play shots, build some confidence with the better players.
Occupying the crease, bat till the end. So that's the game plan for Bloomfield Cricket and Athletic Club at the moment. Inoka Karunagoda into his 7th over. They are getting through overs in double quick time with spinners in action. Oh, that one kept a little low, tapped away and picked up a single. Good cricket. Partnership just 6 runs. Nirmal new to the crease. Lahiru, he's the experienced man. He should take up the responsibility of scoring bulk of runs.
When CCC got 340 for 7, I don't think the Bloomfield even thought of getting 341 to win, because they lost 2 wickets very early in the first 2 overs. They lost 2 of their best batsmen, and that put the pressure back on them.
I thought after losing the second wicket, they immediately given up the chase. That's my impression. I may be wrong, because we didn't witness intent. We're just about surviving out there in the middle. Not gonna do. Quicker delivery, well handled, well read. So only rational thinking behind CCC trying to bat out 12 overs, 12 remaining overs is to get a good knock, good batting practice. 3-day tournament coming up, wouldn't be a bad idea for lower order batters to have extended stay in the middle, because nothing compares to match practice. Nirmalu's on 5, Lahiru's on 21. So yet another bowling change. 5 overs, picked up a wicket, given away 12 runs. Tamidu Vijay Singh back in the attack. Very, very good performer. True all-rounder, genuine all-rounder. Tamidu Vijay Singh been performing outstandingly well in the domestic scene, now representing CCC, and today he was very good.
It's good view of the grounds, in fact. It looks very green, but I can tell you, it's a very fast outfield. Whenever the ball is played on this outfield, the ball travels so quickly. But it's nice to play on such outfields.
Absolutely, fairly decent size, though the ball traveling pretty fast. To our right, closer to the boundary, few rough areas. We've seen fielders little apprehensive when it comes to diving to prevent boundaries.
There's a reason for that. The reason is it's got some practice wickets there.
There you go. Plenty of action. Very busy place. CCC Cricket Grounds, Colombo 7. Outstanding facilities. I mean, always a nice place to visit, to play cricket or watch cricket. And this is incidentally a test venue. Sri Lanka used to play test matches here, which means 1 out of 4 test venues inside Colombo city itself. Good hands to the line of the delivery, coming back for the second, and in fact beats the fielder. You've spoken about fast outfield.
That's right. That's an indication how fast it is. If it beats the fielder, there's no chance of stopping it. Look at that. Played very nicely in the offside to sweep a cover. The fielder was down there. Thought he'd get his hand to it. But, well, even though he dived at the last moment, there was no way of stopping it. Takes Bloomfield on to 162 for 6. We're in the 39th over.
Well, that's not going to happen. 15.57 and over. Off the edge. Into the third, just a single. So it's a good over for Bloomfields.
Right, you're talking about this ground being a test venue. Yes, it was a test venue. And one of the reasons that it doesn't get test matches anymore is because the ICC stipulated on certain conditions of ground test status, like spectators, where could they be accommodated, so on and so forth. So the CCC doesn't have that facility at the moment. So that's why no test matches are played here. But don't forget, warm-up matches are played here.
Yeah, we've seen that few international tour matches. So always good to see. Now equipped with floodlights, night matches. We've already had T20 finals, semi-finals worked off here. Oh, sounded nice off the bat. Goes a long, long way. This is what this man is capable of. Take a look at it. Oh, sounded really nice. Goes the distance. And did that one landed in the middle of Maitland Place? Yes.
Or we get another ball out, or the same ball will be collected from the road area. Let's wait and see.
That one goes to the Independence Avenue. I'm thinking other side. Whichever the case, a huge 6. 11 runs off Chamidu's over. So proven expensive. Next to come looks like Jeffrey Vandersay. Capable batter. Very useful contributions down the order.
Right, so action will unfold once again.
Full toss. Pushed down the ground, should only be a singles, so he retains in strike. 12 runs of Chamidu's 6th. 39 down, 170 for 6.
We have this strong breeze throughout the day. I'm sure that our viewers will hear the breeze on our stump mics, which you can hear right now.
Strong wind, gusty winds right throughout the day, keeping player comfort levels high, and comparatively not the hottest day of the week. 11 more overs remaining. Nirmal on 10, Lahiro on 28. Lets it go. Surprise, surprise. Very dangerous striker. Last 11 overs coming up. And Inuka Karunagoda pitching it outside the line at the off stump. Lets it go. Off the back foot. Will they come back for the second? No is the call by experienced Lahiro Madhushankar. So very useful partnership down the order. 20 runs of 24 deliveries. Inuka Karunagoda into his 8th over.
Yes, these little partnerships won't help the Bloomfield at all, because their cause, I think, is a foregone case at the moment. Look at the target, 341. Current run rate 4.35. Required run rate will be well over 11 runs and over. So 15.
Almost 16. Almost 16. So there's only one winner. A formality. Just a case of getting a good knock. Oh, went past the outside edge. Loud shout for a stumping. Batter keeping his back foot firmly planted inside the crease.
Yeah, no problems in that. Run rate is what all the teams are looking at. Even the CCC is looking at this run rate.
The ideal scenario, we were hoping going into the last week of the first round. 4 teams battling hard. That's not going to happen. It's a 3-horse race at this stage. Coles, Moores and CCC. Who will it be? Only 2 teams can qualify for the finals.
Semi-finals.
Semi-finals. Yes. Not too far away. And that's another dot ball. Good finish to the over. Just a single off. 40 overs done. 171 for 6.
Start power play.
Right, so the final power play also coming up. So Bloomfield 171 for 6 after 39 or 40 overs, and CCC were 242 for 4 after 42 overs. Look at the difference in the runs and wickets.
Yeah, this has been the case right throughout this innings. Bloomfield really haven't done much to bridge that gap. And right now we're just nailing in those final. Just as I was about to say, nailing in those final nails into the coffin. There we go. One more down. Chops on, and it's Lairu Madhushanka, I believe.
That kept the tribal low as well. We'll take a look at that. Look at this one. There we go.
Oh, he's deceived him with the slower one there. He's rolled it over. It's the leg break slower one.
So Madhushanka made 29 of 35 balls, made a contribution with the bat. In a hopeless cause for Bloomfield today. So they lose their 8th wicket.
And as you pointed out earlier, Eric, right now the most interesting aspect of this game is how well Colombo are going to do with regard to their net run rate.
Yes, this net run rate has been on everybody's minds along all these grounds. The matches are being played today. So there are statisticians working out with calculators on run rates as to how many runs they can afford to give away or how many runs they must make. So here's Van der Sey, who walks out, takes his guard of middle stump and leg stump. So Van der Sey himself knows that there's no way that Bloomfield can win this match. Cracked away past the field at backward point.
Just looking at the table right here. So at the moment we've had the updated table without some of the ongoing matches. And we've got Moors who've topped Group B. They've got 10 points, but their net run rate, and they can't improve this anymore. They've played all of their matches, is 1.234. Which means CCC prior to this game they were 1.880. So if CCC win their next 2 matches, they will go above Moors. Well, the next match. This match is already done. So for CCC at this point, their destiny, their fate is in their hands. They will be facing off against Nugegoda. Nugegoda Sports Welfare Club next. And Nugegoda, of course, they've lost 4 out of their 5 games. So CCC will be expected to win that. And if and when they do, they will go above Moors. Which is quite rough for Moors because they performed admirably well. They've won 5 out of their 6 games. Not much more they could have done. The real battle will be between Colts and Moors. Because Colts also are on 8 points and their net run rate is just it's 1.361 to 1.234. They're marginally ahead. It's so close. It's so close at the top.
Yeah, that's why I said that lots of calculators out, statisticians are working out run rates at the moment.
I'll be honest, I'm glad I don't have that job and I have this one instead.
Another slow ball, but Van der Sey read that well, punched it on the offside towards extra cover. And that ends the over. 41 completed, and Bloomfield are 173 for 7.
So Bloomfield are out of the running for the semi-finals after this defeat. However, they will still have a say in who makes it to the semi-final because their next match is against Colts. So depending on how that game goes, Colts might need a certain degree of win, a certain degree of victory.
That's what makes this tournament so interesting, with all the little statistics coming in, the net run rates being important. Good use of feet in the air. Gone all the way.
That's a lovely hit by Nirmal. Very confident looking shot there. Uses his feet expertly, gets to the pitch and plays it crucially with the turn. Lovely shot. Right out of the textbook.
What Bloomfield have done is trying to get some respectability in their score.
Indeed, it's not been a wicket where any of their batters have really been troubled. It's just that they've not been able to score at any great pace. Oh dear, that was a wild shot from Van der Sey. He was up the river without a paddle.
Right, so there we are. Van der Sey departs. Look at that, down the track again. Trying to get another 6 going. Short of his ground, bails off.
Very nicely bowled there by Situm. Slowed it down, drew the length back a bit. I think Van der Sey telegraphed his advance down the track there. And there was a bit of grip and turn on the surface, as we've seen in this game with the older ball.
So now Bloomfield will go through the motions of just giving up the ghost on this game. 8 wickets down right now.
Eight wickets down, and you wouldn't be surprised to see the return of some pacemen just to mop up this tail.
So slip and leg slip in place for the new batsman. Ishan, the left-hander.
Esham Malinga had a pretty poor day with the ball today. Maybe he can hit a few lofty blows, make himself feel better. Half an appeal there from Situm as this one deflects off the pads. Very optimistic. Oh, this is in the air, but has he got a hold of it? Oh, and that is very, very well done on the ropes. He's caught it. He was about to lose balance. He's popped it up, stepped outside, stepped back in. It was just 1 foot outside, one back in, and he's held on to the catch. That was very well done on the ropes.
Right now, with the new regulations about taking those catches on the boundary, has he flouted them? Let's take a look at that.
Takes it, pops it back. Ooh, that is very close. I don't know if that is, I mean, it's been given out, but is that legal by the new regulations?
Exactly, that's what I'm also wondering.
Because by my understanding, both feet have to be back grounded within the playing circle, inside the boundary line, and then you have to grab it. I think if you look at this here, he holds on right before his right foot enters the field of play again. Let's see.
There we go.
He goes there. This is fine. That's okay. Oh, it's so close. He hops up, and it's just as he grabs onto the ball, his right foot enters the field of play again. Oh, it's a tight one, but
Tight one, yes, exactly.
But like you've pointed out, and we've pointed out throughout this broadcast, there's no third umpire today, so that decision will stand, though it's purely academic at this point.
True enough. True enough. It won't make a difference to the result of this game.
But a
Yes.
very interesting one.
It is. I think people are still grappling with that, on the rules of that. So the last pair in the middle for Bloomfield.
Looks for the Yorker, but just not getting the length right. Scuff drive down the ground. Okay then, we've got the tail ender on strike. It's Dulaj. Shamidu has 5 deliveries to bowl to him. You can hear Angela from behind the stumps saying that he does hit the ball. So let's see. You know he's not going to buck about.
Ooh. Short delivery.
A nice,
Testing the batsman, huh?
a nice spicy bouncer there to greet him to the crease.
So there the comparison. Bloomfield 181 for 9 in 42.2. And CCC were 268 for 4 in 42.2. Look at the difference. Huge difference in the wickets column and runs column. Trying to open the face of the bat and running down the third man. Doesn't succeed. Look at that.
He's lucky he didn't get any bat on that. That would have been a very simple catch for the keeper.
It goes to prove that in the modern day cricket, even the number 11 should be able to bat and contribute some runs to the team total.
A very valid point. Oh, there he goes, but that was pace off. Did not read the pace on the delivery there. He absolutely threw everything at it. He wanted to dispatch that onto the road, I think.
Yes, in the good old days, number 9, 10 and 11 didn't bother to bat in the nets. But in modern cricket, it's so important that the 9, 10 and 11 must contribute with the bat.
Absolutely, it's an all-rounders game these days. Oh, it's another bouncer, ducked under. You know what's coming. I think Dulaj also knows what's coming. I think there is a Yorker incoming at some point. It's just a matter of it has to be this ball surely, or do you think he's going to go for that yet another bouncer? Surely he wants to wrap it up right into the toes. Goes for the slow one instead, out of the back of the hand. And that's 43 overs done. Interestingly, Dulaj keeps the strike. 182 for 9.
Off time pega. Yeah.
Just to go back to your point, Eric, the importance of tail-enders batting, that's something even Tilina Kandambi, the Sri Lanka batting coach, has spoken about. And you would really like to see these youngsters playing in club cricket, not just being a specialist bowler, and always finding a way to get there, make themselves more useful and working their way up that batting order whenever possible. It's such a vital skill. Ooh, that's a big hit. There we go. We knew Dulaj could hit it, and then he's shown us. Swung away over square leg.
Yeah, another big hit.
Over.
Makes good contact with that.
Coming over.
Oh, you know he's going to keep going for it. And again, Dulaj is having fun out there. Situm tries changing direction, changing the angle, goes over the wicket. Dulaj says, no matter, if it's in the arc, I'm going to send it out of the park. And again, he goes again, but this time he's way too early on the shot.
Typical number 11. Two big heaves and two sixers, and then trying to pull another one as well. Doesn't make contact. They steal the single.
I think after those two sixes, we might see one of Vishwa Asita coming back for the next over. DDS is not going to be happy with that with regard to the next run rate.
So Nirmal keeps a strike with the single of the last ball of the over. 44 completed, 196 for 9.
And as we start this 45th over of this chase, we've got the golden light filtering over this ground. It's very picturesque, but you know what that means, Eric? It means that we're overdue. We're into overtime. This match was scheduled to finish by 5:30. But that's of course no fault of CCC's. Bloomfield's over rate was quite slow.
With penalties coming into play these days for slow over rates and things like that, perhaps these tournaments as they go along will also bring in those same types of rules and regulations.
I think one thing that could really speed things up is if there are points penalties, especially in a truncated tournament such as this. That could be quite painful. Bang! Dulaj again goes large into the fencing. It's his third six. He's having some fun out there.
For sure. For sure. Takes the Bloomfield total past 200 now. 203 for 9. Getting some respectability on the scoreboard as well.
Just watching Dulaj play these shots, you do wonder, could the top order batters have taken a little bit more initiative early on? They seem to be playing quite fearfully. Nice Yorker there. Unable to get it away.
So Dulaj moves on 20 of 11 balls. And his final call as well. No was his call. The last time the ball was played was backward point.
A very confident call. The call of the senior man in this partnership.
23 of 15 the partnership.
20 of those, of course, coming from Dulaj himself.
Didn't know very much about that, but he'll pick up a single in the meantime.
Yeah, I think that's come off the shoulder of the bat, or maybe the bat handle itself rushed him there and cramped him for some space. Yeah, right of the shoulder of the bat. Surprising not to see a short leg around if you are going to be attempting that tactic against a tail ender. Nirmal very happy to give the strike back to Dulaj.
Yes, so Bloomfield were able to take this match in the 45th over and perhaps even a bit longer than 45. Slow ball, tries over the face and run down third man, doesn't succeed, ends the over, 45 completed, Bloomfield 205 for 9.
Dhammika, welcome back for this final stint. Didn't think I'd see you again in this com box, but they have dragged this game into this final spell at the death.
So that's a positive. Nirmal and Dulaj seems to have got the point. Have some fun. Do lusty blows out of the bat of Dulaj, left arm seamer. So things would have been different, as you mentioned just a while ago. There you go, on 36, 30 deliveries. It's not going to happen. 27.2 runs required per over. So pretty much a formality, just delaying the inevitable. But all in all, always good to see low order batters hitting some lusty blows. 3 sixers inside 8 deliveries. That's a lot.
And there we go. Asita Fernando is back. I think Dhananjay has had enough of this late after party. He wants it to come to an end. He wants to go have his afternoon tea, his evening tea maybe.
I agree with you on that point. Top order batters, middle order batters, had they been a little more enterprising. I mean, not about hitting each and every ball out of the park, but they should have batted a little positively.
Absolutely.
So it's a good track. Still evident.
How long before we see the searing Yorker from Asita? First ball, or is he going to go for a bouncer first up? Okay. Sets him up with a little one on the back of a length. Gets him onto that back foot.
And Nirmal as well, coming down the order, contributing with 22 useful runs. Dulaj taken him just 13 deliveries. He looks good. Got the right techniques. You saw a few deliveries outside the O stump which are fuller in length. He angled the bat and pick up singles. So he's a capable batter. In addition to his proper left arm seam bowling, I thought he did reasonably well with the ball.
There we go. He was looking for it, but just offline. Clipped away. Oh, and very interestingly, Nirmal shielding the strike there. I think it's a fair decision. It's one thing hitting the spinner out of the park. It's an entirely different thing trying to deal with Asita Fernando.
You saw that rising bumper just about over ago from Samit Vijayasinghe. Hit the shoulder of the bat. Could have been easily gotten into his fingers. Could have done a serious damage. There you go, the bumper. Straight to the wicketkeeper's hand, duck underneath Asita Fernando. Searching for his second wicket would be a bad idea for him to come. I thought, looking at the way he bowled today, he deserves more than a wicket.
It's fascinating seeing Nirmal shield the strike there. It's not a test match. There's no saving this game. But it's got a very distinct test match feel about it.
You're right about that. CCC is after wickets. Down the leg side, a wide.
I wonder if Asita will want to go around the wicket at any point.
And I'm starting to notice a little bit of frustration in the faces of CCC bowlers. You know, they clearly don't like it, not enjoying it, to say the least. Dulaj hitting boundary after boundary, Nirmal growing in confident. Lovely hands through the line of the delivery, into deep. Hit another single, so this is good batting.
You can't argue it. The game is now, the required rate is hitting 30 runs and over required. It's not mathematically out of the equation yet. But once it hits 36, that is the mark when the game is officially dead.
I remember you mentioned midway through their innings, it wouldn't have been a bad idea to shuffle their batting order, send someone like Dilshan Madhushank up the order, just to try something different. Because to chase down a score like 340, you're going to need something very, very special. That special something not delivered by the top order, not by the middle order. To a certain extent, the lower order sticking to a task. Useful runs. So that's the completion of Asita Fernando's 7th over. 46 overs done, 206 for 9.
Ruse. 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 Ruse.
So we're heading in to the 47th over now.
Ruse.
And it seems like Lasit Kruspole is about to get a ball. Why not, I suppose? And it's Dulaj on strike. You know he's going to take him on here. Kruspole coming with his right arm off breaks from around the wicket.
There you go, some variation. Kruspole, very useful off spinner. We've seen from time to time picking up useful wicket, sort of a partnership breaker. There you go.
And this time it's a match ender if he gets his wicket.
Oh, slider.
Oh, it's been
Should be
slid on.
taken.
And
Yes,
there
it is taken.
There it is. Lasit Kruspole comes in, gets a wicket off with the second delivery he bowls. Look at that. He's pointing to his teammate saying, what was the issue? What was
Saying
the problem?
skipper, what was the reason not bringing me on?
Yeah, why didn't you bring me on sooner? I'd have got this done 5 overs ago. Lasit Kruspole there, and that is the game. A comfortable win for CCC.
Very powerful performance, especially with the bat. So that's the final dismissal. Gone in the air, try to hit it too hard, and finds the fielder, safely taken. Mark the end to a one-sided game. Dulaj Samudita, 21 useful runs, well batted. I thought overall youngster had a good game.
He had a very good game. He was good at the depth, even though there were a lot of runs scored there. He was hitting those Yorkers fairly well, but Colombo were just too
Look
good.
at the victory margin, 134 runs. Had they been little more vigilant, adopted different tactics, shown a little bit of application, they could have cut down that margin to at least 50-60 runs.
Yeah, I think there were just a lot of mistakes made by Bloomfield in this. Those 2 early wickets in the chase certainly didn't help, but I think what was more painful than those 2 early wickets was how they responded. Even though both Mithun and Asita Waniyarachi, they both got their runs, they just couldn't score it quickly enough, and by the time they got going, the match was dead.
You're right about that. Spot on. They got inside the shell, taken way too longer than it's supposed to be. Especially when you are chasing a score like 341, you can't allow to do that. That's not good tactic.
It would have been better off losing your wickets and trying to keep the run rate going
Yes,
than
would have been
killing the game dead.
more entertaining and at the same time given them that feel-good factor. Yes, Minit Premaratna goes on to score 50 plus, big plus for youngster. But if he scored the runs less than 10 deliveries, I mean, he utilized something like 70 plus deliveries to get there. So all in all, disappointing performance with the bat.
Just looking at the scorecard now, and you can see what we were just talking about. Both Thaindu and Ron right at the top of the order. Those 2 early wickets really cutting Bloomfield off at the knees. There was some consolatory efforts from Minit, Asita and then Nipun afterwards. Both Minit and Nipun getting half centuries, 51 each. But none of them really able to take on the bowling.
Other than Dulaj. Coming down the order, scoring 25 very useful runs of just 15 deliveries, 206 all out inside 46.2 overs with 10 extras. Pretty disappointing batting effort by the Bloomfield. That's the bowling card. Pretty impressive figures for Vishwa Fernando. 5 overs, 25 for 3. Asita bowled fantastically well. He deserved more than a wicket, which he taken 1 for 21. Down the order, Chamidu Vijay Singh, I thought bowled really well. 2 for 37. Ably supported by Situm, picking up 2 for 42. Inuka and Ranjit De Silva chipping in with few good overs. There were no real partnership wickets. 2, 3, 46, 106, 114, 151, 171, 180, 180 and 206, which means Very useful 26 runs partnership for the last wicket.
And just looking at the innings now, you can see this. It was a terrible start for Bloomfield. 2 early wickets, edged. And then there was this partnership. It was slow going. You can see just by the caliber of the boundaries. It's 2 edges. 1 down to third man, 1 down to fine leg. And then by the time they got their eye in, the chase was already done.
It was too late. They are out of contention, never really in the game. Just went through the motions. That's the way to call it.
You can see these shots from Nipun Karunanayaka. There were some nice shots, but again, it just wasn't enough. Mithun then, he played a couple of nice sweeps. He was getting into the game, but again, just as he was trying to accelerate, it wasn't good enough. And
Which means they are very capable hitters. They are good batters. Why don't apply your best self in the middle when it's needed?
It was a bit of fearful hitting. Nipun Karunanayaka though hit some lofty hits, couple onto the roof of the commentary box, and then
He's a powerful hitter. You said it right.
but then
Right on top of us. That's a good catch.
But then there were some wickets. Colombo kept chipping away, and eventually got the job done. Lahiri Madhushanka also hit some nice hits. But again, Nipun Karunanayaka, some lovely sweeps, but then this run out, just an awful mix-up, an absolutely awful mix-up.
That's the reason for they are losing the game by 134 runs. Those two, skipper and the experienced campaigner. That's a fantastic delivery by Vijay Singh. Variation pace, few lusty blows down the order.
And then it looked like it was going to get wrapped up pretty soon before Duraj entered the field, and he had a few big hits. This again, lovely catch there, great game awareness.
And there you go, way to go about it. Swinging it and swinging it very, very hard for 2 huge sixes. That's the. There you go. That's the catch. Done and dusted. Convincing victory for CCC. Their chances of moving into semi-final looks very good as we're looking at the match summary. CCC invited to bat first, 340. Outstanding effort with the bat for Nishan Madhushka, 174 of just 145 balls. Dhananjali Silva, 59, and Pawan Sandesh, 44. For the bowlers, Lahiri Madhushanka for 59, expensive. Dulaj 2 for 75, once again very expensive. Ramindu 1 for 48 in reply. Bloomfield could only get 206 runs all out. Minute, useful 51. The skipper, Karunanayaka 51. Lahiri, useful contributions down the order. Wasn't enough. Vishwa Fernando 3 for 25. Chamindu Vijay Singh 2 for 37. Situm Vihanga 2 for 47. Outstanding performance. Completely dominated the proceedings. Colombo CC won by 134 runs, a huge margin. So that's the completion of another very interesting match. We are ready to bring you more live action of Major Club 50 Overs tournament. Catch you soon. Until then, stay safe. Good night.
Calling you pull.